We'll give it a few minutes once you start it, though. Let people jump on.
Yep.
So that's what I meant by progressive policy. Here, the pilot formula, I told you the goal by Marty was to have college.
You guys, can you mute everybody?
I kind of wanted to hear that.
House Democrats, if you're on, please make sure the caucus is muted. Thank you. I see John laughing.
I was interested. I kind of wanted to hear that, Mr. Chairman.
I think all four caucuses are going to have boxing gloves handed out via Zoom.
You did, Escobar.
The austerity budget. So the governor is in blood signing off on some progressive policy.
Representative Steinberg, you look recovered. Alive and well?
Keeping busy. How about you?
I haven't gone 36 hours without sleep in like 10 years, so I feel like lucky to be where I am right now.
Stick with yourself, and we promise you one or two of those every year.
My brother-in-law's in the Army, and I was like texting about it, and he was like, "You're a wuss, you're fine. Like, you can do it." I was like, okay.
I look forward to a day in which the Energy and Technology Committee has such a spirited, passionate hearing. Unfortunately, there aren't enough people in the state of Connecticut who understand energy policy well enough to be that passionate for 24 hours.
We appreciate your passion, John, but I'm almost 70. It ain't happening.
I've never done a filibuster before, but I could try.
You can try. Anybody's welcome. We're all members. We're allowed.
All right. Is Senator Formica on? Not sure. We'll give Paul a little bit longer before we get started.
Senator Needleman. Where are you now?
I'm in my office tower.
Oh, I can see behind the door there, you have a couple of bong or bow staff.
Couple of what?
Bow staffs, is that what I'm looking at?
You're absolutely right. Representative Ferraro. No, knows. I have a couple of really nice ones here.
I have a few of my own, so.
I'll
just,
bet you do. And I'm
All right,
sure,
everyone, we're running, we're 5 minutes in now, so, out of respect for everybody's time today and the attendees in the public, we'll get started. So welcome to today's Energy and Technology public hearing. Just for members of the public to know, our clerk will be calling off names of people to testify. And, as your 3 minutes are winding down, we'll interject around 15-30 seconds left just to give you the heads up that your time is running out. And to summarize, and then we will, if any members
and that's not a good thing for safety in a home.
Can we mute everybody? Thanks, Will. And I lost my train of thought. And then if any members of the committee have questions, we'll be sure to call on you. So first up on the public hearing list, in the first hour will be reserved for public officials, and then we'll go back and forth between public officials and members of the public. And I know we had some late public officials sign up. So for the rankings and my co-chair, Representative Representative Michelle, Representative Philippe, and Senator Champagne will also be testifying today. So with that, I will kick it over to the DEEP team, Commissioner Dykes, Deputy Commissioner Hackett, and Julia Dumaine, an associate economic with DEEP.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me okay? I think it's coming through okay. So good morning, Representative Arconti and Senator Needleman, Senator Formica, Representative Ferraro, and honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. It's a pleasure to join you virtually. My name is Katie Dykes and serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. As you noted, appreciate the committee's indulgence to also have with me today on the Zoom our Deputy Commissioner for Energy, Vicki Hackett, and Associate Economist Julia Dumaine, who serve as DEEP. I'm going to keep this brief or try to. The focus of our testimony today will be on those bills that were submitted to the committee by DEEP, and appreciate the committee raising these bills. And I'll just briefly highlight them as we've submitted extensive written testimony that I'll commend to the committee's attention. Senate Bill 856 is an act increasing representation on the Energy Conservation Management Board. We have made engagement with low-income residential consumers, as well as with partnership with municipalities, a real focus for the department. And we believe that expanding the composition of the board to include designees for those entities would be very positive and contribute to the deliberations of the board comprehensively on behalf of all ratepayers that participate in these energy saving programs. Senate Bill 863 is an act concerning energy efficiency standards. I know that this is one that has been considered by the committee in years past. I will just note that energy efficiency standards for these products, if this bill is enacted by the state, would save the ratepayers of Connecticut an estimated $59 million in energy bill costs per year. It's hard to point to other agenda items, I think, that we could bring before the committee that would have more of an impact in saving ratepayers money than this bill. So look forward to working with answering any questions, as I know that there's some updates that we've incorporated here based on past iterations of this bill in prior sessions. Next, I'll turn to Senate Bill 862, which is an act limiting eligibility for the Residential Solar Investment Program and preventing distributed energy generation solicitations from segregating large projects. This bill seeks to clarify that the small residential solar projects that meet the Connecticut Green Bank's eligibility criteria for participation in the RCIP program are prohibited from participating in the small zero emission renewable energy certificate or ZREC program even after the RSIP reaches its statutory cap. Similarly, and the bill also addresses situations where solar projects that are larger than certain established size caps for the LREC and ZREC programs have artificially segregated their projects into smaller projects with separate meters to take advantage of the higher incentive levels offered by these programs. These are incentives that are intended for smaller projects. So in essence, in the limited time to summarize our testimony, I'll just say that these are both really important programs that are supporting behind the meter distributed generation that's saving money for ratepayers and contributing to meeting our greenhouse gas goals. And we believe that this bill will help to update and refine the programs to ensure that they're meeting their intended purpose of providing cost-effective support for different size classes of solar and renewable projects. House Bill 6409 is an act concerning the solicitation of biogas injection proposals from anaerobic digestion facilities. I'll say that this is an important bill that can help address the waste crisis that we're experiencing in the state as some of our traditional methods that we've relied on for disposal, like waste to energy, are becoming more costly to operate, or that capacity may be diminishing. And so having more flexibility and opportunities for DEEP to be able to procure anaerobic digestion facilities that can help divert organic material like food scraps out of our municipal solid waste stream will contribute significantly to providing municipalities and businesses across the state with more cost-effective, affordable, and ultimately environmentally sustainable opportunities for managing our waste. House Bill 6413 is an act requiring a study of municipal, House Bill 6413 is an act requiring a study of Municipal Energy Security Authority. I just note that that was not a proposal that DEEP asked the committee to raise, but we've submitted some written testimony on that one. I think we have had great success with our statewide microgrid program that DEEP has been implementing in the wake of Hurricane Irene and Superstorm Sandy. It's a very successful program. It was recently expanded and in the groundbreaking energy bill that came in the special session. And we think that we look forward to engaging with municipalities and with the committee on the future of that program, which we believe has this bill would duplicate. Finally, and I would also like to speak to House Bill 6412, which is an act concerning a low carbon fuel blend of heating oil and the establishment of a bioheat advisory board. DEEP has submitted some written testimony highlighting some concerns that we have with the bill as drafted. And we suggested the low carbon fuel blend mandate that within the bill be included in the study portion of the bill rather than advancing prior to such study. We had the pleasure of investigating the opportunities around biodiesel in our draft integrated resource plan, and we think that it's best really addressed comprehensively in the comprehensive energy strategy, which we will be launching very shortly. So would be delighted to hear any questions that the committee has about our testimony on any of these bills. Most importantly, just want to thank the committee for raising the bills that DEEP submitted and for this opportunity to testify before you today. And we look forward to working with you throughout the session.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, thank you for your testimony, and always thank you. Always great working with you and your team on all these issues. So for members, just raise your hand using the raise your hand function and we'll call on you. I have just two quick questions. First, one in relation to the biogas bill. How many anaerobic digesters would you see potentially, coming online, given the legislation we have in front of us and also the legislation on the environment side of the Environment Committee side of the ledger, working on? Oh, we can't hear you.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. So we have DEEP is in parallel with our work and testifying on these bills this session. We are also engaging through the Connecticut Coalition on Sustainable Materials Management in an organics infrastructure initiative that we're going to have a kickoff meeting for on February 26th, where we're going to be exploring precisely that question of what quantity of anaerobic digestion and other types of organics processing infrastructure is optimal for the state to develop to be able to take a big bite out of, or to substantially accelerate the diversion of food scraps and organics. I think that this quantity that of procurement authority that we have, and again, haven't had the opportunity to testify on the Environment Committee proposal just yet, so we'll be looking at those details, but that would be more than sufficient at this time to address or to receive the food scraps and organic material that is available in the state. So I think this gives us a comfortable amount of capacity or procurement authority to be able to make strides in this in addressing food waste and organics diversion.
Okay, thanks. I think some other members will have questions on that bill too. And then one more question for me is on the energy efficiency standards bill. As we know, right, when products become more efficient and as our homes and buildings become more efficient, it means less electricity that's being sold by the utilities to these customers. And since we, allow for revenue decoupling in our state, that can sometimes lead to an increase in distribution rates. So when it comes to ratepayers saving money, what do you think the actual, number is, since there is the chance of the distribution side of the bill ticking up a bit the more we deploy energy efficiency products?
Just to clarify, Representative, what would be the actual amount of savings, for example? I think we've estimated that the standards included in this bill, if they were to go into effect in 2023, would save about 124 gigawatt hours of electricity by 2026, or the equivalent of 32,000 metric tons of carbon, 2 billion gallons of water annually as well. So it's a very substantial amount of reductions. I'll also say that this is without having to, these standards basically, when they're built into the design of appliances and what consumers are purchasing, we don't have to, they are some of the most cost effective and the most valuable in terms of you don't have to separately administer an energy efficiency program to capture in these types of savings. They're just built into the design of the product. So that's why they do have such a substantial benefit to customers and to ratepayers.
I can also just talk a little bit about the impact of decoupling of these programs on decoupling, just sort of at a high level. Yes, one of I think the intents of decoupling was to remove the disincentive for utilities to engage in energy efficiency, right? But it's not just energy efficiency that's going to have an impact on the flow of revenues under decoupling. It's the whole variety of things that are being rolled out on the grid, including solar, including in particular, when we look at electric vehicles. When you start balancing all of these things against each other, we could be heading into a place where decoupling really starts working to the benefit of ratepayers as more electric vehicles come onto the grid and more kilowatt hours are being realized in off-peak hours, for example, and very efficiently. So I think when you look at decoupling, there are pluses and minuses associated with it, but you kind of have to look at it holistically across the board. And there are different approaches to decoupling, in different jurisdictions as well. And we'd be happy to engage more on that, or talk more about that. But I think there are a variety of things that could impact the decoupling approach that we have as we roll forward with electrification and grid modernization.
Yeah, I am interested in exploring that more holistically because as we move towards electrification, I am just concerned on the distribution side of the bill, for ratepayers. Could you explain for the committee? And I think this is a new concept that the committee's hearing about and members. And I know we've discussed it. It's become something I've become more interested in. But could you explain like how decoupling works in Connecticut?
I'll give it a shot. So basically what the intent of decoupling is to make sure that the utilities are made whole for what they're earning over time. So when you have energy efficiency bringing revenues down, the utilities still need to recover. The theory is the utilities still recover the costs of the system, of maintaining the system. So those costs then, some of those costs, if energy use goes down, the utilities are made whole. But if the energy use goes up, customers are made whole. And so that's something that's important to consider as we roll forward, because we are looking at a future with electrification where energy use, is very likely to go up, especially given the very innovative programs that are being designed, through Pura grid modernization with electric vehicle charging and off-peak hours and managed charging. And as we move forward with demand response, for example, within our energy efficiency programs and elsewhere, we're really going to have an opportunity to manage the grid much more efficiently. And some of those extra kilowatt hours that get generated during the off-peak hours, those revenues will flow back to customers under decoupling. So it's, I think, we have to think about the full picture when we're looking at it. And happy to dig in a little bit more on that and engage more on that. But, that's kind of I think the high level as we look forward.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Because just from my very basic understanding of it, electricity sales go down, but, rates still potentially go up through some of the decoupling measures. But I don't want to monopolize time here. I'm going to call on some more members. Okay. Representative Foster.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for being here. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions, Chairman. I am hopeful that you might be able to talk a little bit more specifically about House bill related to biogas injection. So I see like the very first in the bill mentioned thing is about on-farm generation through natural gas pipelines, but it is my understanding that there's only one farm-based anaerobic digester like through the construction process, and that there's a lot of holdups in the permitting process for the other farm-based anaerobic digesters that are going forward. So is there a way to ensure that this process, as you're soliciting these additional proposals, that there's a way to make sure that our farm-based anaerobic digesters aren't left behind? I was disappointed to hear that, since the legislation was passed related to anaerobic digesters, that there's been sort of an explosion of food waste diversion that's super important. It's great for the environment. It's a great solution for municipal solid waste issues. But our farms want to be an environmental ally and mitigate their environmental impact, and they're eager to get involved in doing this work. So what is being done to make sure that they're able to be a part of the solution as they're working so hard to be that?
Great question. So first I'll say that we're really excited and enthusiastic about the interest in on-farm as well as commercial scale anaerobic digestion in the state. We have we're developing a fact sheet for developers about DEEP's permitting process with respect to on-farm. I think that we have, as we've permitted the first on-farm anaerobic digester, it's been a helpful test case for our staff to gain familiarity with the technologies and how they align to the federal standards that we have delegated authority to address in our permitting processes. We are committed to, with establishing expected timeframes for permit decisions and other best practices to ensure that developers have a predictable timeframe for when they'll receive a decision. decision. One of the challenges that we've run into, I think in some contexts, is with respect to the air permitting piece specifically, because Connecticut it has uniquely challenging time meeting federal air quality standards, again, largely because of pollution that's blowing into our state that's already very high in air pollution levels. That means that we have stricter standards than even some of our neighboring states like New York that we might be compared to in terms of how, meeting those air emission standards. So when I think we've heard some comparisons of our permitting timeframes to neighboring states, and that is one of the issues. But we've been talking in dialogue with the Farm Bureau. We're developing the fact sheet for developers to understand how to go through the process. We've established a concierge service within DEEP that is providing one-to-one point of contact for developers so that they know exactly where they are in the process and any questions or issues that are outstanding or data that we need to be able to expedite the review of a permit decision. So that has also been very helpful. And again, I mentioned the meeting that the kickoff meeting we'll have on the Organics Infrastructure Initiative on February 26th includes a portion of that meeting that will be focused specifically on what DEEP can do to accelerate our permitting process for anaerobic digestion on farm and commercial. So we're excited about continuing that dialogue. Obviously, anything that we can be doing within our permitting processes to get more of this infrastructure developed in a way that's within the permitting requirements, we want to be doing that so that we can again support the aggressive diversion goals that will bring more affordable waste and sustainable waste solutions to our state.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And it sounds like you're doing a lot of work that's sort of meaningfully moving this along. I feel like intellectually and logically, as I wrap my brain around the air permit being the one that's the biggest challenge for these on-farm anaerobic digesters, I just can't logically wrap my head around. It seems like this mitigates their air impact. And so that would be the thing holding up the anaerobic digesters in their permitting process seems like, I just can't wrap my head around how that's where the delays are frequently coming from. It seems like since this mitigates their environmental and air quality impact, that shouldn't be anything that becomes the source of delay. So I'm eager to, and I know that this is going to go before environment too, but I'm eager to know what can be done so that isn't a stumbling block. We're talking about, partners who just really want to be an environmental ally. So I think that, I'm eager to see that process be improved and thank you.
Great. Yeah, there are air emissions associated with the equipment, but would be happy to follow up offline. We'll share the fact sheet and the information about the meeting on the 26th. And of course, we know that this is a topic that will be coming up in the Environment Committee as well. So I'm just delighted about all of the interest and momentum on working on these issues, and DEEP is eager to be a partner in helping move this infrastructure forward.
Thanks, Rep. Foster. Next, Representative Ackert, then Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. Commissioner, great to see you as always. A couple questions. I hope everything can hear me all right on this. But a couple questions on the energy efficiency standards. I brought it up in the past. And an area that is like the remarketing of appliance, whether residential or commercial. Is that still going to be an opportunity for people to whether purchase an appliance that, I see a lot of small appliance stores that are used appliances, and most of those are in the areas of the low income communities where, I get it, I just bought a refrigerator recently and, month's salary to buy a refrigerator almost. And it's just expensive. So I didn't know, is there a market for, will there be still a market for appliances and other equipment that is used, and especially on the commercial side where, that market where these restaurants, they're buying $10,000, $15,000 pieces of equipment for their, and again, they would want to be energy efficiency, but you know, when they're spending, you know, a third of the price to get a piece of equipment, will there still be a market for that?
Great. So first, I'll clarify that these standards will apply to new products only. So again, we're not going to be policing used equipment, but the focus is on as these appliances turn over, applying these standards to new products will ensure that over time, with the least disruption to consumers, that we have the benefit of more efficient equipment operating on our electric grid. I'll also I just want to underscore that the products in this bill are cost competitive with non-compliant products. Sometimes it could be a misperception that these products will actually cost more money than less efficient appliances, as even for the upfront costs, and that's not necessarily the case for all equipment. In some cases, it may be true, but the primary goal of this is to provide for transparency for consumers. You know that about the full life cycle, the full operating costs that are associated with with this equipment. I want to invite, I know Julia has been our expert on this, so in case there's anything else to add there, but we think it's just a real big cost saver for consumers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, that's correct. And the two commercial products that are currently included in this bill both have a payback period of about a year. So after the initial upfront costs, the incremental costs will be zero, and they will only be getting savings. But this again applies to new products that are purchased.
Thank you. I think the answer, Commissioner and Julia. So I do understand that is the wholesalers come into an area like of New England that the equipment will be consistent from state to state. And that was a key, and they said, and that will be essentially what mitigates the additional cost if there was any to the consumer. So that was a good comment I did get from them. The number is staggering that you sent out, though, the 59 million, and that's impressive. And then I'm glad, Chair Arconti brought up the decoupling, because we've seen that where everybody's kind of reducing their energy costs, but it doesn't seem to reduce, or reducing their energy use, but it doesn't seem to reduce their electric bill, I should say. So, and I do know the rate cases and how that works out, but very interesting on the savings side. Look forward to that to actually come to fruition and to help our consumers. And then lastly, just a comment, I echo Representative Foster's concerns on the digesters. I know we worked diligently on a digester in Sunington, and that was held up, and they were almost going to lose their contract, and we ended up helping. And it was an air quality permitting that really almost cost that project, and now it's been a very successful project. So I will leave that so others can comment, but thank you, Commissioner, and your staff. I truly appreciate the time. Look forward to moving these things along.
Great.
Thanks, Rep. Representative Gresco, and then following Joe will be Representative Mary Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. In regards to 6412, I was wondering if you would, instead of sending the mandate language off to the CEP, whether you would be willing to engage in potential language tweaks in the existing bill. We've been waiting for some years now to move ahead with this, even as New York and Rhode Island and Massachusetts even has their own thermal REX program going forward. I just would rather engage in this session if possible, rather than waiting for the CEP.
Well, thank you for that, and we certainly would welcome the opportunity to have dialogue with the committee on the proposal. Just a few things that I'll just highlight from our written testimony. We noted that this bill would extensively broaden the mandate to new fuels, including cellulosic biofuels, other types of items that we were not ethanol, biomass, things that were not included in the scope of what DEEP was asked to study in the IRP. So, we have some questions about the availability of those fuel sources and their relative value with respect to reducing harmful emissions. Also had some questions with respect to the governance of this mandate by the Bioheat Advisory Board, and just sort of how that piece would operate. But certainly, these are all things we recognize that there's a lot of interest in this, and we want to be a partner in talking through and raising the issues and having good dialogue with the committee. And so I'll just recommend again our written testimony where we tried to lay out some of those questions that we had as we were reviewing it, and look forward to talking with you further on this particular proposal.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. Just to see the states around us having success in doing this for some years now, I would like Connecticut to jump on board. So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Representative Mashinsky, and then Representative Gilchrist, and
Good morning,
then Representative
Commissioner.
Mesker.
Good morning, Commissioner. I wanted to ask a question about the Energy Efficient Standards Bill 863, electric and water. A couple of questions. One is I was alerted to the fact that the federal standards will now be weakened in a couple of areas from our stronger state standards. In the previous federal administration, there was a watering down of the standards in a couple cases at the request of the previous president. And so I don't want us to be tied to federal standards if the federal standards are going to be decreasing in efficiency. I know in water and in, I think air conditioners was the other one, but there may be more than that. They were going to be weaker than the previous standards. So I'm hoping that this bill, which might be your department bill, I don't know, but I'm hoping that this bill will decouple us from weaker federal standards and allow us to keep our stronger standards. That's point one. And then point two, you've got what was previously a shall in here is now turned into a may on, let's see where it is. It's in, it's in line, 595. Shall to a may, and I wondered why you're doing that. Are you thinking that the new federal administration will tighten the standards again and we don't have to, or you just don't have enough staff, or what's the reason for the shall to the may?
Great, thank you, Representative. So first off, with respect to the relationship of this bill and these standards at the state level here in Connecticut and federal standards, I'll say that we're glad to see under the new administration in Washington a commitment to addressing appliance standards as part of the work of the Department of Energy, and we hope that will mean an end to the rollbacks and the delays and the weakening of appliance standards, which are some of the most cost-saving measures and emission savings measures available to us in the energy sector. I will say that Connecticut would not be alone in adopting these standards. We want to balance having stringent standards that are affordable for consumers in terms of upfront costs, but are also aligned with what other leading states are doing. And so we have our product efficiency organizations are coordinating to ensure a common approach to standards across these states so that we can simplify compliance for manufacturers. And we know Hawaii, Colorado, Nevada, Vermont, and Washington have passed similar legislation to this in 2019, and California has already adopted many of these standards. So we think that they're very effective, they're very robust, they are aligned in the marketplace with what other states are doing. And furthermore, if Connecticut doesn't adopt this bill, given the progress in other states, we expect that inefficient products will effectively end up being dumped into Connecticut's market by manufacturers that can't sell their products in states that have passed standards. With respect to your question on line 595, I'm going to turn over to my team for that one. I'm just pulling up the bill.
Yep. So thank you for that question. So it's not an attempt to sort of weaken our authority, but really just we are including very specific standards in this bill. So we don't have to do regs. We don't want to have to do regs to implement the very specific standards that are included in this bill. And so then giving us the discretion to do regs later as the markets change, or depending what happens in other states and federally, it just increases our discretion and our ability to watch the markets and see, what's been developing.
Okay, so you're confident that even though we change a shall to a may, you'll still be able to keep up with the most efficient standard nationally?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that makes me feel more comfortable. Is this the department's bill?
It is, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Gilchrist, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Good morning.
I was late, so I apologize if I missed this, but I'm interested in hearing more from your perspective on Senate Bill 855, the decoupling bill. So just wondering if you could share some of the history in Connecticut on how PURA and DEEP have either worked together or worked separate in the past. I'm also interested in knowing how the two departments relate, or not two departments, how the two entities relate to one another right now. And then my final question would be, do you believe that the decoupling would benefit the consumer here in Connecticut?
Great. Well, thank you so much for those questions, Representative. So first, I'll say that this is a proposal that I'm presenting testimony on behalf of the department, but I'll say that this is something that I'm also representing here the position of the administration of the governor, and the administration is opposed to this proposal. DEEP, the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, has been part of, well, it dates back to Public Act 1180 in 2011, when the General Assembly and with the support from the Malloy administration pursued a path of merging energy and environment under one combined agency. That process not only put the former Department of Public Utility Control within DEEP, but it also created a Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy, which was given responsibilities for developing policies for the state to ensure that we could have a forward-looking energy policy to address affordable and reliable and decarbonized, clean energy for the state of Connecticut, which DEEP accomplishes in that Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy through policy processes like the Comprehensive Energy Strategy, the Integrated Resource Plan, and so on and so forth. I will say that this arrangement of having the Department of Public Utility Control, or the Utility Commission, within DEEP still retains all of the independence of the Utility Commission when it's operating in its adjudicative function. The UAPA, Administrative Procedures Act, applies to those proceedings just as it did when the DPUC was a separate entity. DEEP is a party before PURA in its adjudicatory proceedings, and those ex parte rules apply. It's hard to imagine, DEEP does not have communication or direct the decisions of the commissioners of PURA as they act in that adjudicative function. It's hard to imagine, hard to think of an entity that operates, an adjudicative entity that operates with more independence and exercises more authority over a large section of our economy than the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. And I have great respect for the work that they do and personal familiarity with how they operate independently, having served as a commissioner at PURA in the past. So, but that said, I think that we've achieved budget savings for the state from having this combined department. There are precedent in other states for having this type of a construct. I think that it has benefited our state and the ratepayers from having this organizational structure. And in my view, it has not compromised the independent adjudicatory function of PURA to have this structure. But appreciate the opportunity to speak to this to this proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then that final question: do you think that decoupling would in any way benefit the consumer in the state?
I don't think it would. I think it would have fiscal implications for the state in terms of budget impacts. I don't think it would change anything about how PURA conducts its work. And so therefore, I don't think that it would have a benefit for ratepayers if this bill were enacted.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Just some follow-up questions on Representative Gilchrist's decoupling questions. So previous to 2011, were the ratepayers disserviced by having by these two entities not combined? I'm looking for a little bit more of the historical part two, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
This Public Act 1180, that was before my time in the legislature, so I missed all the hoopla around it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll say that I wasn't here in Connecticut. I wasn't working in the department in Connecticut prior to the enactment of Public Act 1180, so I can't personally speak to that. But I will say that I think that there are a lot of benefits that the ratepayers get from this structure. First and foremost, we have through the Bureau of Energy and Technology policy, which didn't exist prior to 2011, you have an entity working on behalf of the state directing, developing forward-looking energy policy that can inform policy that the legislature is considering, that brings those policy viewpoints as a party before PURA for their consideration. The Bureau of Energy and Technology policy also is able to provide for some independence with respect to functions that otherwise are delegated to the utilities in other states, for example, with respect to the procurements of grid scale renewable resources. DEEP has oversight together with the Office of Consumer Counsel and the Attorney General's office over procurements for grid scale renewables, and that introduces a certain level of a check on any conflicts of interest for the utilities in running those procurements, particularly when they have affiliates that may be bidding into those transactions. So that's just one example, but I think that I would say this this structure of having that we have in the state, I think serves us very well. I think that we implement it with we have very talented staff. We are able to provide for, again, forward-looking policy, proactive policy, tackling all sorts of issues on behalf of the state and ratepayers through the Energy Policy Bureau. At the same time, you have the benefit of the integrity, the same integrity of an independent adjudicatory body within the Utility Commission that you had prior to 2011 under the structure.
Has any other, I haven't been able to find, this is a good question for me to ask OLR. I'm just wondering if you knew off the top of your head, if any other state or jurisdiction has mirrored our new model since we enacted it and kind of developed it over the last 10 years or so.
I'll say the state of Massachusetts, I think might have been, and again, I know that they have this model as well, and that might have been one of the the inspiration for Connecticut in pursuing this merged agency. you know, although I'll say in Massachusetts, the commissioners in the Utility Commission have less independence than our commissioners at PURA because those commissioners in Massachusetts serve at the pleasure of the governor instead of having defined terms, for example, which again is another important element that protects the independence of the an independent judgment of the commissioners at PURA. There are a lot of other examples, I think, of the benefits of having this merged agency, you know, particularly as you think about some of the challenges that we encounter around siting of renewables, you know, ensuring the commission. I can speak to just a number of different policies that I think the legislature, the General Assembly, has prioritized in recent years that DEEP has been able to respond to by virtue of having a consolidated agency. The Commission on Environmental Standards, for example, which was elemental in the offshore wind bill that passed on a bipartisan basis, was an example of DEEP being able to leverage our role in overseeing grid scale procurements, to ensure that, as well as the expertise of our natural resources staff and our Long Island Sound experts in convening a process that informed criteria that were included in a grid scale RFP that otherwise would have had to be deferred to the utilities to ensure that those issues were considered. So I just give you that as one example. The discussion around anaerobic digestion today, DEEP has a mission within our environmental quality branch of addressing solid waste issues in the state, but there's a nexus there with energy development in terms of the types of anaerobic digestion infrastructure that we need to deploy to meet those goals. So I just highlight those as just a few. I see these examples every single day on this job, having come from the energy side of DEEP, but now having the pleasure to serve as the commissioner. I think that the taxpayers and the ratepayers of the state are getting tremendous value and better decision-making from the executive branch as a result of having all of these entities within one roof as opposed to in separate silos.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And I think it's important for us, you know, we as a part-time legislature, we don't get to live and breathe it every day, you know, like you, even though I think we'd be better served if we were a little bit more full-time. But I think it's important to have, you know, the public get to hear about all the stuff that's happening, you know, under your umbrella. Representative Meskers, and then I know Representative Steinberg did have his hand up, but I don't see it anymore. But he has the floor after Steve, if he still wants it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Dykes, it's always a pleasure to hear from you. I'd only make one observation / criticism in your commentary on energy savings. And I would encourage you to not let the other shoe drop on my favorite topic, which is third-party energy suppliers. Because I think you were mentioning on the order of $59 million potentially in energy savings. And I believe we're standing with third-party energy suppliers with surcharges on the order of, I get somewhere between $40 and $55 million. So while that may not be explicitly within your purview in the regulatory process and the standardization of contracts, I think both the committee and yourselves, we need to work diligently to eliminate the surcharges so that third-party energy suppliers have a level playing field, but consumers on what is essentially commodity are receiving fair pricing on the product they purchase, so the contracts have more transparency. So I will continue to beat away at that issue, and I encourage you there. I wanted to move on to the commentary that I think my Chair Arcani alluded to, which was on distributed energy costs. And I think it's important for us as a state, for the consumers and for yourselves, obviously, that as we move forward with more efficient grid, more energy efficiency, that we're moving into a process of dollars and cents related to consumption. There's going to be a larger and larger percentage of the bill that is going to be part of the distributed or the cost of distribution, on the nature of the components of the distributed part of the bill and on the nature of the grid itself. So I would encourage you in your metrics in the approval process for the utilities that I want to know what they're doing on the grid, on the stability of the grid, but I also want to know what their investment that we're approving with a capital return of what, 8, 9, 7.75%, whatever that hurdle rate on capital, on their capital investments, that we have set empirically a goal to reduce the cost of distributed energy so that they are regulating themselves into a lower cost because we're getting a savings on the distributed cost of energy and they're recognizing a saving. I'm concerned that the business model, I'm starting to look at the insurance industry as related to healthcare costs. If the model is an assumed rate of return of 7.75 or whatever on capital investments for the infrastructure, for the grid, the incentive to continue to expand the capital is going to be apart from the idea of more efficient distribution of capital or distributed energy, because you're getting a guaranteed return. So you're going to want the nicest, shiniest, brightest project built because you're putting the bid to the ratepayer. So I encourage us to look at where we can go with making sure there's a metric goal to fundamentally get us to a lower per kilowatt distributed cost of energy in the capital investments from those companies. And can you comment on that? Am I off base, or is there something we're missing there, or how can we help you?
Well, thank you for that, Representative. First, we are happy to continue to work on supplier issues. There are many different components to an effective strategy to reducing costs and making energy costs that actual consumers pay more affordable. And we have to ensure that as we work to lower those costs on energy supply, on how energy is transmitted and distributed, we can't forget the retail portion of the system. And so I appreciate your continued focus on that, and we're happy to continue to efforts on that front. I will say I was smiling when you were talking about the ROE and so on, because I think as what you're describing in terms of this transition that we need to make really aligns well with the direction in the bill that passed out of the special session last year on transitioning to performance-based rate making, performance-based regulation of the electric utilities. In the good old days, post World War II, we wanted utilities just to expand service and provide more access to electricity. And so the ROE was fairly simply defined around, high ROEs based on capital, putting capital in the ground and building infrastructure. And now we have a different challenge. We need to ensure that the utilities are providing reliable service, that they are effectively dispatching, operating, and integrating distributed energy resources, including storage resources that are proliferating on the customer side of the meter, so that we get more value out of those assets. We need to ensure that their interests are aligned with the interests of their customers in helping to get the most value out of investments at the least cost. And so we're looking forward to, and I know this is something that Governor Lamont is very focused on and interested in. And so for that reason, we're looking forward to presenting concepts on performance-based regulation to PURA as we move forward with the docket that is initiated pursuant to the bill from the special session.
Okay, so I hear you, and I heard, the issue of storage obviously has a cost component, and I'm supportive because I understand stranded costs, and I'm getting up to speed on energy. I guess I want to make sure there's a metric in there as well, as that we're driving the long-term cost of the infrastructure, or the assets we're approving, or the deployment of capital from the grid is going to drive down that distributed cost, or they can make some assurances that we're either getting stability at a high price or stability at a modicum of price but it's got to be a lower distributed cost over time if possible. Lastly, on the biogas, I think it would be helpful, and I certainly would love to help in negotiations with the municipalities. I mean, I can't speak for Stanford, but they're a soda can throw away from me geographically, and we've got Greenwich, and that population density is about 300,000 combined. So I'd love us to see if we can't figure out how we can hijack the municipalities to think about that anaerobic digestion process, and maybe work on supply contracts that the municipalities given, I mean, the price differential is about $60 versus 120, right?
Yes, yes.
Organic versus landfill. So
Yes.
maybe we can do some promotional stuff and figure out how we can get something working. And I commit to helping arrange any of the meetings down here if we can.
Well,
kind of.
I appreciate that. And we've had great participation for Greenwich, for example, in the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable Materials Management.
Right.
You know, the tip fee for, disposal at a waste energy facility is around $90 per ton. Some municipalities are paying. We anticipate that may be increasing. When you compare that to the tip fee for organics at Quantum Biopower in Southington, the anaerobic the only commercial AD facility we have to date, it's around $40 per ton. So, and think to this point that 30% of the tonnage that we're sending for disposal in the state is food scraps and yard waste. And
Right.
that 30% exceeds the total capacity, the total tonnage that the Mira facility is handling today.
Yeah,
So-
and our business model is private collection, but the town ultimately is paying from transport out. So I think we
Right.
may have a business model that facilitates a negotiation.
I do hope that you'll, I'll be happy to share the, it's great. It's always great to have good partnerships with legislators and with the municipal leaders on these issues. Our organics infrastructure kickoff meeting on February 26th is intended to try to bring these different pieces of the puzzle together. We know that DEEP has run procurements for anaerobic digestion in years past. We haven't succeeded even when extending a power purchase agreement to awarding those to a facility. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting financed and getting built. And that's because the other part of the revenue stream that they need certainty about is where is the feedstock? Where's the organic material going to come from? So one of the themes of this kickoff meeting is to look at, could we run a combined RFP with municipalities putting out to bid for collection programs, right, together with the power purchase agreement opportunity. And I think that may be powerful to help get these projects off of the planning stage. And we have several that have already been permitted in the state, actually, but just they haven't gotten financed because they need that certainty on the energy or the gas price and on where the waste will come from. So I could talk about this all day, but we'll look forward to talking with you more on it.
I'll just finish with that. If one on your team could reach out to me tomorrow, being a Friday, and see if we can't have an initial conversation, I'll try to kickstart it. Thank you.
Will do.
Representative Steinberg, did you have any questions? I know I saw your hand up before. Okay, then Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Representative Arconte, and thank you, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Julia. Really appreciate your time. Obviously, there'll be a lot to talk about on some of these bills after, and I do want to say that first on the trash idea, within DEEP, obviously, there's a lot of pressure to improve the process for approving anaerobic digesters. That has to happen. I think that Senator Austin testified or had other conversations about why does it take 18 months in Connecticut when it takes 2 weeks for farm-based digesters for the garbage problem to be resolved, if it can be, and I hope it can be. We're going to need to improve that process and figure out logistically where they belong so that the trash doesn't have to travel that far. I will tell you that happily, my town is doing an experimental program also, and we're publicizing and encouraging our residents to bring their food waste to our transfer station, and we will see what kind of response we get. I'm hopeful that people who want to do this will, and as you know, we have a decade-long process here of re-educating the public, with more focus on reducing solid waste as much as possible, and then utilizing as much of it for other sources as we can. I think that's going to include more more consideration to single stream recycling, which I think has not worked out that well. But longer conversation, I do applaud the effort. I do believe that whether you get 10, 20, or 30% of the trash out of the system and we use it to generate biogas, that helps in a lot of ways because we are limited in our pipeline to get gas. And as we see, however we build our grid for 2040, I think gas is going to be part of it. And I think the more biogas that's in there, the better off we're going to be as a state. I don't have a sense from you, and I don't know if you have a sense of, if the system was currently and optimized, what do you think the rate would be, the value of that energy? I mean, do you have any sense of it?
For the anaerobic digestion?
Yeah.
It's I don't think I could. I don't know. I don't want to. I will say that Deep did the RFP a couple of years ago, and the pricing is above the wholesale market price, of course. I think the pricing was a little bit there's quite a bit of variation among the prices that were bid in by the different projects. So it suggested to me that, I think developers need to have more certainty around the revenue they'll get from TIP in order to efficiently price their PPA bids, for example. So, and I imagine that this has probably changed, quite a bit since that RFP, just because wholesale prices have come down as well.
Yeah.
So there's more to make up in the market. So I wouldn't want to venture an estimate, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering at scale, if we optimize this, which is obviously a process that will take some incentivizing, if we optimize it and we get to the other side of this where we're pulling out as much as is practically possible and using it to generate energy, we should have a target number somewhere in mind. And maybe that is something we should think about and study. Other thing is, a couple of years ago, I was the hard one to convince on the energy efficiency standards because I think they're hard to actually implement when you can buy any product from anywhere in the world and pay no extra freight by just ordering it through Amazon. But I do believe that that one of the myths, it's not a myth, but the fact is, even though our rates are overall in the very top tier nationally, the energy efficiency standards that the state has implemented from light bulbs on down has brought us into the middle of the pack of actually what it costs to run your home or your business. They're not, energy efficiency matters in terms of overall cost. If we look at just absolute rate, that's one number, but it was a bit of an education for me to understand how some of our initiatives, some of our public policy stuff is impacted by having the other hand of it, which is continually improving our energy efficiency standards. So I'm on board with it. Obviously, there'll be a lot of work to go through line by line what's in there, especially on the commercial side where payback is important. But I also want to highlight on the consumer side, by eliminating the least efficient products, as a conversation we had before, we're going to put only more expensive products into the marketplace. Typically on electrical appliances, the least efficient cost the least. And that, by eliminating that tier, we're going to put a burden on the low income folks and the people who rent, the landlords. There's going to be pressure on them because those are the typical entry-level products for low-income people. They don't necessarily calculate out that amortized over 5 years, this is going to be cheaper. It's a barrier to entry. So I think that with this, as we do with light bulbs, we need to really incentivize the more efficient products and take into account the impact on lower income people that this will have. So other than that, as always, it's a enlightening educational experience to have you guys testify, and I appreciate your time.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator. And I'll say we have appreciated all the dialogue that we've had with you on this, on the appliance standard bill over the last session or two. And I think that it's strengthened as a result of that dialogue. And I do hope and appreciate, the opportunity for support for this year. I think that I do want to underscore, while some of the products, the more efficient products have a higher upfront cost, they're all cost competitive with the non-compliant products, and most have a payback period less than 1 year, and many of them have no incremental cost at all. So furthermore, low-income customers, the average, residential bill may be $3,600, $3,300 per year. And for low-income customers, they're spending 20-30% of their monthly income on energy. So for those customers, this can have, more impact, even more impact than most in helping, avoid other affordability challenges by minimizing their average, their energy, the percent of their income going to energy each year. So I think that there's a lot, to recommend here. The other thing I'll note that through the a conservation load management program, we also do provide for some buy downs on the sticker price for efficient products. I think many people may not know that when you're at the hardware store and you're buying an LED light bulb, our lighting program in some cases is providing for a point of sale price reduction through the energy efficiency program that helps people overcome some of that sticker shock when they're comparing to an incandescent or to a CFL. So those opportunities are also available for us to, again, lock in. Like I said, we implement a lot of different policies. It's hard to find one that saves people more money than this does. So, but always glad for the dialogue, and I think it has strengthened our proposal, the work that we've done with you on this. So look forward to working on it again this year.
I always appreciate it, and I think that the complexity of what we're trying to do here, everybody wants simple answers, but in the end, energy would be hard enough to manage in terms of reliability and resilience. As we see down in Texas, they have had a nightmare, and they're blaming it on renewables when it's not. Those windmills were not set to run in below freezing temperatures. I think that we're going to all have to have a conversation. Rep. Arconte and I talked about maybe doing an updated all weather, all incident type resiliency study to make sure that we're not forgetting anything, because climate change, the ability to have sort of half the country with power problems right now should be a wake-up call to all of us that reliability, resiliency, cost, and transitioning to more renewables all have to work together. And that last component, the transitioning our whole grid, our whole way of life, I mean, Bill Gates has been talking about it now with his new book, is going to be an enormous human project. I mean, maybe the largest scale thing we've ever done as a planet, and we need to be on board with it. I like that Connecticut leads. I just want to make sure Connecticut stays competitive as it leads. So we're on board, but we've got to do it smartly and make sure that our people are not in the dark in the middle of the winter with no heat. Thank you.
All right, we had two more hands come up. Representative Steinberg, followed by Representative Ferraro.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony today. I'd just like to focus on 862, I believe it is. It seeks to impose further oversight over solar installations. My question is this: I thought we passed some legislation a few years ago that put greater restrictions on some of this. And I'm wondering, is there some pattern of abuse that's leading us to believe that we need to impose a number of additional restrictions on a solar installation industry that is already hurting thanks to the pandemic? Why all of a sudden are we suddenly seeing the need to be even more restrictive, particularly on the small ZREC program?
I think that this proposal actually will benefit the solar developers and the renewable industry by just making clear, consistent rules that everyone can compete around. You know, that's the benefit of all of our approaches to distributed generation, is developing open competitive processes. The LREC-ZREC program, for example, includes specific categories to reflect a priority on ensuring that systems of different sizes, we want to have systems of different sizes that are developed, and the auctions are run to allow for a higher price or subsidy to be paid for smaller systems, recognizing that they struggle in terms of, or they don't have the same kind access to economies of scale that a large project would. Right? Those are kind of the inherent bedrock kind of design preferences that are within the LREC-ZREC program. But what's happened is that there's a lack of clarity perhaps in the rules around the sizing of systems has enabled developers to take a large project and bid it in chunks, okay, into the auction for a size class that the whole project would not be eligible for. And so you've got a large project capturing the space in an auction designed for small projects, which is not what was intended. So this statute will make that clear, just tighten up those rules around to prevent this gaming. And I think that will perhaps be a relief to developers to just have some clarity around what to bid around. We know that there's also concerns with respect to the environmental impacts and siting impacts of larger projects, and that's another piece of this bill. We have some who have called for a moratorium on solar projects because of concerns around environmental impacts. So I think that's another insight that we have. We've included some positive environmental siting requirements in our grid scale renewable RFPs, and the opportunity to work with utilities on incorporating those types of considerations into the LREC-ZREC program would be a positive. There's a significant portion of projects that clear and get a contract through the LREC-ZREC program that do not successfully reach commercial operation. And some of that may be because site characteristics that become challenging in terms of permitting or siting and what have you. So, I think that these are all things that are destined to provide clear rules that everyone can compete around, ensure that small projects can compete in the space that's established for them, and to ensure that we have projects that can be deployed. And actually, what we award does get built because we've minimized conflicts between our natural resource needs and our decarbonization and renewable deployment goals.
Thank you for that explanation. That has me much more encouraged than my cursory initial reading of the legislation. I hope the industry is equally supportive based upon your interpretation. Thank you for your testimony today, Commissioner.
Representative for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I want to piggyback a little bit on Senator Needleman's comments regarding the tragedy that has taken place down south in Texas. I actually have two karate schools in that area that are run by students of mine. And one of them is in New Braunfels, which experiences normally temperatures north of 100 degrees in the summer. And for 2 days straight, they've been undergoing more snow than they've seen in a decade. And of course, the commentary is that the wind turbines have frozen and are not able to generate electricity. And many of these folks are now without heat in their homes. My concern was our large procurement of wind recently, and the temperatures here in the north are more commonly colder than New Braunfels, Texas. And I don't know what the specs are with regards to the turbines we will be using to generate the wind. But what did come to mind when I thought about it was we've been talking an awful lot about battery storage. And I really think that this is a wake-up call. And storage was originally contemplated as a means to store energy and lower costs during peak hours and what have you. But now I'm beginning to see it as an emergency backup in case something like this happens as we move to a 100% renewable grid without the use of fossil fuels. I see this as an area that we need to provide for going forward. Is this something you've thought about or have any contingency plans for?
Well, thank you for that, Representative. And first, when you describe this as a tragedy, I think that is, the first and foremost thing in my thoughts. I know, we know how important reliable electricity is, not just for, convenience, but for public safety and preserving human life and human health. And our hearts really break for the folks in Texas and in the Midwest who are struggling with multiple days in these terrible adverse conditions without power. So I hope that your students are okay. And I'll say that this is a wake-up call. I think there's a lot of kind of debate and questions going on about what the root cause is. I think some of the reporting attributing this to renewables non-performing overlooks the significant number of gigawatts of natural gas generation that is not running, that far exceeds the amount of renewables that are offline at this time. But I think that the most important is that it's really premature for us to kind of look or diagnose exactly what's going on with the generation supply. I know that NERC and FERC have announced they're going to be doing an investigation into these the reliability standards and implications, and we'll be following that closely to ensure that ISO New England and our RTO is actively and adequately planning, not based on past historical projections, but on future projections of climate impacts and more extreme weather to be able to provide for a reliable grid. With your, and I think that includes the renewable generation and all generation that we're procuring in this state. We're certainly no strangers to the challenges of not, gas units not being able to get gas and run during periods of extreme cold winter weather. But the one root cause that is very evident of all of this is that the jet stream has collapsed. And this is something that climate scientists have told us would happen with continued emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And it is scary, frankly, to see these patterns occurring so soon in this century. So I think it underscores that we need to make sure our grid operator is prepared and that we are making prudent investments that take extreme weather into account. Here in Connecticut, during Superstorm Sandy, we came within 15 minutes. If the wind direction had shifted 15 minutes later, we would have lost substations in Bridgeport. That would have been underwater. And thankfully, from that experience, UI has invested in moving and raising up many of those coastal substations. That's an example of the type of preparedness and risk assessment that needs to occur to protect businesses and families here in our state. But most importantly, those things are coming with a cost. The most cost-effective thing we can do to protect against more catastrophic impacts of extreme weather is to invest in strategies that reduce emissions. yesterday had the opportunity to join the governor in talking about the Transportation Climate Initiative, which is one that we think will cost effectively help reduce emissions. But, there's a lot. But first we start with, hoping and praying for the folks in Texas that they get their power back on soon. And then looking forward to participating in those processes where we can learn what we can do better, and because we have to be prepared.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your comments, and I understand what you're saying with regards to lowering emissions and the impact on the environment. But my concern is that I think that we should really consider increasing the priority of battery storage for emergency use, because regardless of how much we lower emissions, we're not going to be able to escape the elements of the weather. And we're going to find ourselves here in the Northeast probably confronting a similar situation if we don't have a backup battery storage of sufficient amount. And I am concerned about being able to actually provide a sufficient amount of backup. But I do think that we need to prioritize that and look into the possibilities of expanding our procurement of that.
And I'll say I'm just very delighted by the progress that Pura has been making in their docket on looking at distributed storage. I think it sets out a really ambitious program for the state. But I share your interest in looking at those types of resources that can operate both to help us reduce emissions, but also to provide for resilience and reliability for customers here in our state.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for jumping in late. And as all of us roaming virtually between different public hearings, so thank you. It's wonderful to see you, Commissioner. Just a couple of things, piggybacking on Senator Needleman's comments, and this is one of my pet bugbears as we move forward with energy efficiency, with the Transportation Climate Initiative, with all these things. I think we always have to be cognizant and concerned about the effect this is going to have on our residents in terms of the affordability of their overall energy, whether it's electricity, whether it's their cars, whatever. And I know you share this concern, and that we will craft a way forward that takes this into account. Secondly, I know one of the things that we have, and I understand you have a concern over this, that they don't have in Texas, is a forward capacity market. And you've indicated, we're paying for resources that we don't use, particularly in terms of, but we have our renewables, but we're also paying for these backup facilities. So I'd just like you to weigh in on that, because it appears to me in some ways, it's like the Take Back the Grid Act. We indicated Eversource should have on staff the people to do those immediate repairs, but that comes with a cost. Obviously, having that forward capacity market where, you bought that generation capacity to be there just in case. And Texas is probably wishing they had something like that in place. So if you could just weigh in on that. I know that's not strictly what we're talking about today, but as we have the benefit of you today, please.
Well, I do want to say, I think that there have been a lot of debates about this, just, in the press. It's over the last 2-3 days as folks have been reacting to this tragedy in Texas. I do think that it's, I'm always interested to talk about the challenges that I see in the shortcomings of the capacity market construct that we have in New England. But I do want to be careful to say that I think it's premature for us for me to kind of point to any, what the causes of Texas's concerns are, and whether what that means, and what to what extent their market design is a contributor to that. So I just want to be careful to say, I think we've had a lot of concerns with our capacity market here in ISO New England. I don't want to really opine on whether that is a contributor, or the lack of a capacity market in Texas is a contributor to their challenges. But some of the concerns that we've had about the capacity market here in New England specifically relate to not only the fact that the capacity market has erected barriers to clean energy resources that our state is procuring, being able to be counted and credited in that capacity market, but also that the products that's being procured through the capacity market, in some cases, I think is not serving Connecticut ratepayers well in terms of providing reliability, particularly when our capacity market is procuring large, is really structured around the investment needs of natural gas resources, and has contributed to our grid becoming very gas dependent. But knowing that in periods of prolonged cold weather, that many of those gas resources aren't able to access pipeline gas and run reliably. So that's a reliability challenge, I think, in our capacity market design. At the same time, this capacity market construct, is not properly incenting resources that we need to maintain reliability, like our baseload nuclear resources. That also is clearly evident, although the ISO determined that those resources are critical for preventing rolling blackouts or brownouts. Connecticut had to step in to prevent the Millstone facility from prematurely retiring. And I think that that's another symptom of our capacity construct here in New England not functioning correctly to meet our goal of reliable and affordable and clean energy.
Thank you. Very eloquently and diplomatically answered. And I thank you. No more questions, but as I have you here and I have the chairs here, I would love to have you come in and talk to us about the integrated resources plan, to have a really full discussion. I don't know if this is on the docket, but now, as I say, I have a captive audience, so I'm planting the seed. So thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman Arconti.
Thank you, Representative. And I did have the idea, Representative Cheeseman, once we get through the JF deadline and we have that little, week or 2 week lull in between committee work and session work, that maybe we could ask Deep to come in to give a presentation on the IRP and also the NESCO vision statement, and what's been happening with Commissioner Dyke's work with her counterparts in other states with the ISO New England and the various markets. I haven't said that to the commissioner yet, so I hope she is open to that idea.
See, I've offered you the opening, Chairman Arconti.
I think it would be a wonderful opportunity. We appreciate the invitation. I think it's also very timely. We're wrapping up our comment period on the draft IRP, so it'll be great to have this opportunity for dialogue on that document. Also, with respect to the vision statement process we've launched with the New England states, I'll note that FERC, just as we've been holding this hearing this morning, FERC has announced that they are going to be holding a series of technical conferences starting next month to look at capacity market constructs and exploring market designs, including for PJM and ISO. So it's very timely topic.
Great. So that concludes questions from committee members. So the Deep team is free to go. Thanks for coming before us today and testifying.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks. So we're going to move on next to Chair Gillette of PURA and her team, I think Carl Baker. And then after PURA, we are going to move to the public portion because we are past the first hour. So we'll go back and forth between the public and public officials. So after PURA will be Don Schubert from the Connecticut Construction Industries Association.
Thank you, Chair Arconti. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and committee members. As Chair Arconti mentioned, my name is Marissa Gillette. I am the chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, and I'm joined today by a member of my staff who I will introduce in just a moment. The focus of my testimony today is with respect to raised Senate Bill 858. We also provided written testimony on the bills HB 6409, SB 857, SB 864, and HB 6415. Two of those written testimonies with respect to 6415 and 6409, we offered some amendments for the committee's consideration. And besides that, the testimony was meant as informational, and we hope that it assists the committee in your deliberations. So getting back to Senate Bill 858, which is the act concerning call before you dig program violations and certain modifications to the gas pipeline processes. I first want to note that today I'm joined by Carl Baker, who is the longtime supervisor of PURA's gas pipeline safety unit. So I will largely defer to him for any questions that you may have about this bill. If it looks familiar to you, it's because these concepts have received a public hearing in the legislative session for 2020, as well as in 2019, where it was passed out of committee, and I think we ran out of time to get a vote on it. But the concepts within the bill, which has been, the two concepts have been combined into SB 858 for your consideration this year, since they both refer to public safety improvements enhancements to those two areas that we think will greatly improve public safety. And we are happy to walk through them. We have walked through the enhancements in our written testimony, and they include modifications to the gas pipeline oversight process that we have today, that seek to clarify that PURA has the same enforcement capabilities over municipal systems and propane operators that we exercise over the gas utilities today. And to be clear, we have existing jurisdiction in gas pipeline safety over municipal systems and propane, but I think there are areas of the statute that could be enhanced to mirror jurisdiction across the board. So that's all I have for you today. We want to thank you for raising Senate Bill 858. Greatly look forward to answering your questions today and working with the committee throughout this session. Open to questions.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions on the bill. I know, as you said, we were able to JF it out of committee in 2019. It did pass the Senate, but we ran out of time in the House in 2019 to get this bill called and voted on, and then everyone knows what happened in 2020. But I missed from my notes. You mentioned earlier you had some amendments and testimony for other bills. What could you say those bills again?
Sure, I apologize. I went through that quickly. We offered informational testimony on SB 857, which addressed the backup provisions for cell towers. We also offered informational testimony on SB 864, which addressed the municipal purchase of poles and substations. And then we submitted some requested amendments to HB 6415, which dealt with the natural barrier preservation, as well as some amendments to HB 6409, which you were discussing with Commissioner Dykes just a few minutes ago. So we provided that testimony to your clerk, but I'm happy to walk through the amendments. They're fairly succinct amendments, and I'm happy to do that today if that would be helpful.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make notes of it so I could go back and review. Then we could touch base later on it. So other than I have no questions on anything. Looking through, I don't see anybody's hand raised at the moment. Give everyone a minute or two. If Rep. Ferraro? Yes, no?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We gave the Commissioner Pura an opportunity to speak on the effects of decoupling. I was just wondering if Commissioner Gillette would have any comments regarding that bill.
Thank you for the question, Representative Ferraro. I think, Pura is embedded in DEEP, and I think we heard Commissioner Dykes say that she's speaking on behalf of the administration, and I would respectfully defer to her position on this bill, the administration's position on this bill.
Specifically, I guess I should ask, I understand the administration's position, and Commissioner Dyke was very articulate with that. But the question was raised, is there any benefit to the consumer to the decoupling of these two agencies that you could foresee without having your own personal opinion, just a, from a 30-foot, 1,000-foot level, do you see any advantages to it? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just curious.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the question. May I ask for clarification whether you mean from a budget perspective or from a policy perspective? Because I defer to the administration on the organization of the executive branch.
Yeah, I'm concerned with policy, yes.
I think Commissioner Dykes articulated that, and she's accurate, that PURA is bound by the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act. And so I strive to maintain our agency, or I strive to maintain PURA's independence in all of our decision making. So I'd like to think that that would be the status quo under any organization. So I don't see that being impacted one way or the other. PURA is decoupled.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I put you on the spot like that, but I'm just trying to there's an awful lot of interest in decoupling the two agencies. And if we're going to move forward with the plan that was outlined in our screening meetings, I think there needs to be some idea as to what the benefit is going to be from a consumer point of view, from a policy point of view, a budgetary point of view, et cetera. And I don't, be honest with you, quite frankly, I don't see the answers as forthcoming as I would like them to be. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Representative. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gillette. Very nice to see you. Always appreciate your testimony, and I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm hoping that we can move some of this stuff forward this year. And that's all I wanted to say is my opinion. You've done a tremendous job for the state of Connecticut. We're relying on you to make sure that we're never in Texas's position. And again, the whole issue of resiliency and reliability under all weather conditions is something that I think we need to have a much deeper conversation about, because the unthinkable has become thinkable, and we should be thinking about the unthinkable, because I'm more concerned than before about the idea of everything being electric, right? Because then we're really relying on one power source to do everything. And we know from hackers out there, if we're totally relying on that, and all of our heat, all of our transportation, everything we do relies on electricity, if that system goes down, we have a big problem, whether it's related to weather or other circumstances. So I think the legislature, the governor, the commission And Pura need to really have a heart-to-heart talk about what we need to do to make sure that it's in the focus right now. And I'm more than concerned that we're not as prepared as we need to be. And I know the next 10 years are going to move us into an even more risky position if we're not careful. So we're relying on you to make sure that we're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
No pressure. I will give a quick plug for the grid modernization docket. While I have the chance, a lot of the work that we've talked about already today with Commissioner Dykes and some of the questioning that Representative Ferraro had around storage for the commissioner, Chair Gillette and her team over at Pura are undertaking a lot of that work. So I always want to put a plug in for that for committee members to take a look at all the REO, the reopeners on all the various sub dockets within the grid mod docket. I know there's a storage one, and there's many other. I know we'll be taking up some storage legislation, or a section of a bill will include some storage proposals at a later public hearing. So I always wanted to give that quick plug for the grid mod docket and all the great work that's going on over there. Seeing no other hands raised. All right, that concludes the Pura section. So thank you, Chair Gillette.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll move on to the first person in the public, Don Schubert. And then after Don will be Representative Chris Rosario.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, members of the committee. My name is Don Schubert. I'm the president of the Connecticut Construction Industries Association. I'm testifying today in support of sections 11 and 12 of raised bill number 858, an act concerning the call before you dig violations and certain modifications to gas pipelines processes. The Connecticut Construction Industry Association is a very broad-based group of construction industry associations. And many of our members operate under the call before you dig statutes and regulations every day. And we're testifying in support of sections 11 and 12 primarily because safety is a priority in our industry. These two provisions would give the officials at Pura overseeing gas pipeline work and the call before you dig regulations a very important way to address immediate hazards and dangerous situations on jobs. Without these provisions, if they run into a dangerous or hazardous situation, they have to go through a pretty cumbersome process to contact their commissioner and get approval and everything else before they can react to the situation, which basically impedes their ability to address harmful situations in any timely manner. Again, we support these provisions, especially section 12. I can tell you that a group of very experienced industry representatives worked very well with some officials at Pura in designing this language and agreeing to this language. It's pretty much been vetted by industry professionals and the Pura officials at the same time. We worked very well with them. We think we came to some good language, and we would just encourage the committee to vote for sections 11 and 12 of this bill. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I would be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you. Thank you, Don, for testifying today. Are there any questions from committee members? Representative Foster.
I just want to ask for clarification, since you're so specific about the segments of the bill that you're supporting. Is there particular other language that you're concerned about?
The other sections of the bill, Representative, are not in our bailiwick.
Okay.
We're contractors. This deals directly with our safety and the safety of other contractors and the general public around our projects. So this is our area of expertise, and we thought it was very important for us to let the committee know how concerned we are about it and how important this is.
So your specificity was related to scope of practice, not concern. So.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Oh, so I just wanted to clarify that your specificity was because you were just remaining in your scope of practice, not because there was a concern you were asking us to.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands raised, that concludes Don. So thanks, Don.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this opportunity.
Okay, back to the public official list. We're going to go Representative Rosario, and I think Representative Philippe wants to go with Representative Rosario.
Hi.
Hey, Chris, trying to manage
Hey.
texts and everything.
How you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
I'm not sure if Antonio wanted to join you here. If we can call on him later.
Well, whatever works best.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right. Why don't we kill two birds, one stone? So, Representative Philippe and Rosario, floor is your guys.
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairman Arconti, Needleman, ranking members. My name is Christopher Rosario of the 128th District, and I'm here to testify on behalf of HB 6413, an act requiring a study of Municipal Energy Security Authority. I believe that this is a home run. It provides good paying jobs for people of color and communities that need it. In the sustainability sector. I would like to take my time and defer it to Alfredo Castillo, Reverend Lord from the defer my time to them because they're the true policy experts and can really
Yep. You froze up there a little, Chris, on my iPad. But Will, can we? Are they in the webinar?
I'm sorry, you were frozen for that. Could you please repeat who you would like to defer your time to?
Sure. Councilman Alfredo Castillo, Chris Duffy, and Reverend Stanley Lord from the NAACP.
I'm not seeing Alfredo Castillo in the attendees room, but I have let Mr. Lord in.
Yeah, Mr. Lord and Mr. Duffy. Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Lord. Feel free to offer your testimony anytime.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This is Alfredo Castillo, councilman of the 136 in the city of Bridgeport.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Yep, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So MESA, the Municipal Energy Security Authority. MESA on-site clean energy for neighborhoods and cities. MESA delivers on-site clean energy, security, scalable from one house to thousands. MESA invests and install microgrids for uninterrupted supplies of on-site energy at an affordable price, made accessible at all times, including severe weather. MESA, by design, purpose, and execution, is guided by the U.S. Department of Energy and U.S. interagency principles for U.S. national energy security with U.S. cities. Microgrids are recognized by the U.S. DOE as a non-site energy security solution. Microgrids deliver scalable, affordable, resiliency, and secure supply of local on-site energy, while reducing the carbon risk associated in traditional fuel types. Microgrids reduce local dependency on carbon fuel types while affording deep partition infrastructure support, public-private partnership, and local investment. Microgrids are the solution to secure local, scalable, affordable, resiliency energy for neighborhoods, cities, and their population. To this purpose, MESA, Municipal Energy Security Authority, has been organized as a national nonprofit with a mission statement. Mission statement to attract private financing coupled with public grants to be invested in workforce development. Workforce development is necessary to provide infrastructure, workforce skills for local unemployment hires sourced from deserving but undeserved population. For this purpose, finally, MESA, by design, purpose, and execution, aligns itself exclusively within policy, guidance supported by the U.S. national security objectives for domestic clean energy within local municipalities, guided by the work currently being done by U.S. Department of Energy and cooperating U.S. interagency partners. So that's my
30 seconds
statement.
remaining.
This is my statement on MESA.
Thank you, Councilman. Chris, are there any, Representative Rosario, any other your constituents wanted to make a remark on? the bill?
I'm not
Yes,
sure if
George.
Reverend Lord is on.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh, hey, Reverend.
Good afternoon at this point.
Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Thank you, so Chair. I represent the Greater Bridgeport NAACP, and we have partnered with MESA to join with our national campaign, also state campaign, with the 100 Million Jobs campaign. Through MESA, MESA will offer at starting 30 jobs to those who are previously incarcerated. And through that program, we will be able to offer them good paying jobs. They'll be trained as rangers to install renewable energy, the windmills. And so we as a NAACP support this mission to be able to offer jobs to those who are previously incarcerated. As we all know, one of the biggest stumbling blocks for those who are returning citizens is finding a good paying job. So this program is essential for this area of Connecticut to be able to offer a program where they will be sustaining, be able to provide good meals for their families, be able to sustain themselves, and also be productive citizens. Not only that, we have partnered with them also be able to offer.
So just put it on me, put it so you can talk. Say, I'm George.
To be able different types of programs to the employees that will be joining the program, whatever their services might be needing, whether it's mental support, family support, transportation, whatever it is need to help them become productive citizens. So this will be a pilot program that we would start in Bridgeport and then hopefully transplant it to each of our other areas, whether it be Waterbury, New Haven, Hartford, those types of areas, in order to help our citizens. So yes, we definitely support this bill to bring these types of jobs to returning citizens. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend. And I sure hope the city of Danbury could be part of that too.
Oh yeah, we want to start. We're going to start in Bridgeport and we're going to expand it as it grows. So yes, Danbury
Thank
will
you.
be.
Thank you.
All of our labeled inner city areas.
Representative,
Mr. Chairman,
well, I'll turn it,
I'd like to kick it over to Rep. Felipe if I can.
yes, Representative Philippe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Arcani, Senator Needleman, Ranking Members Ferraro and Formica, and the rest of my esteemed colleagues on the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm testifying also on House Bill 5256, and it is no secret that Connecticut has been a leader in clean, efficient, and affordable energy. It's also no secret that Bridgeport, which we represent, has been at the forefront in that regard. Due to a bill that passed through this committee in 2019, we are embarking on a new wind power venture in conjunction with Vineyard Wind. We have established partnerships with companies like New Power to establish fuel cells around our city, specifically on our west end and east ends. And we have also had success with a microgrid initiative similar to the bill in front of you today. I say this to express the many benefits of this proposal. This will also provide economic growth, bring jobs to our communities, provide energy cost relief to the residents, and increase security through the use of those microgrids. The jobs created by this legislation will employ people within the host communities. So in urban areas specifically, that would mean more people of color, as well as students from our colleges gaining employment. We've long heard the talk about our state hemorrhaging college students post-graduation. Due to the work of this committee, among others, we have been able to identify employment for students and create opportunities for them to build families in Connecticut. This bill can be another step in addressing that issue. The University of Bridgeport, which I am proud to represent, has one of the finest engineering schools on the East Coast, and it would benefit us greatly to keep those professionals in the state of Connecticut working to deliver clean, affordable energy to our residents. With that, I thank you, and I will yield my time to Councilman George Cruz of Bridgeport.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable State Representative Antonio Felipe and Honorable Member Representative Chris Rosario. And I want to say thank you to all the honorable members of this great committee. My name is Jorge Cruz, George Cruz, for City Councilman of the 131st District. I'm coming to you live from my car. So I had to go out and do some runs, unfortunately, try to beat the snow. But you know, the first thing I want to say is that we have to keep the people of Texas in our prayers. It's unfortunate what has happened over there in Texas. And ironically, it really fits to what we're talking about over here about the infrastructure. I'm supporting this bill for the sole reason that I work with a lot of homeless population and a lot of minority population here in the city of Bridgeport. And I believe that this bill will be a great benefit to our men and women here in the city of Bridgeport and our men and women who are coming home from prison, that we must welcome and mat to be able to help them with jobs and training and education. So I'm here to just basically support this bill. And I want to thank you and that this bill may pass so we can all get to work and be united in this great state of Connecticut. Thank you very much to this committee, Honorable Antonio Felipe, Honorable State Representative Christopher Rosario. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So with that, I'll turn it over to any committee members that have questions. I see Representative Gresco has his hand up. Representative
Thank you,
Gresco.
Mr. Chair. As referenced back in 2019, we were successful in passing the House Joint Resolution to create the MESA in Bridgeport. But this municipal energy security if Chris Duffy is there, how is this the next evolution of what we passed from 2019 to 2021?
Thank you, Representative Gresco. This is Christy Duffy. How do you do, panel and chairman? Thank you for allowing me to speak. Specific to MESA, we're excited in the city of Bridgeport to have the Bridgeport delegation today talk about a pilot called MESA, Municipal Energy Security Authority, which has been a project that's been evolving over 3 to 4 years in the legislation. Though the actual effort of MESA started 8 years ago with Alfredo Castillo and Chris Rosario, and Dennis Bradley, we were very successful, which was Representative Joe Gresco, to take a project that was in the Lower East End of Bridgeport, and without public subsidy, without rebates or grants, we were able to reduce public utilities by 65% in a carbon neutral environment through technology from the DOE. This was a scalable result that was warranted the attention of the legislature. As Representative Gresco spoke, we were taking MESA to the 2019 legislation of Connecticut, and it was unanimously recognized. At the time, we didn't ask for resources. We were simply asking for recognition of MESA for scalable future purposes. Today, 2020 was a tough year. 2021 is our new year to bring out these evolutions of MESA, and we're seeking to have Municipal Energy Security Authority be brought forth by the Waterbury and Bridgeport leadership to make the historic step of creating workforce opportunity for the most underserved but deserving of our population at these very troubled times, which we feel that the leadership in Bridgeport is capable, as is Waterbury, to lead the way. And if there's any questions, I'm sure I could defer that to Representative Gresco, who's been with this for 5 years.
That works for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see anybody else's hand raised, so give it a minute. All right, seeing none, thank you, representatives and your team for testifying today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to the public list. Catherine Fiedler from Save the Sound, and then Senator Huang and Representative Devlin with their constituent Stephanie Thomas will follow Catherine.
Hi, good afternoon. I missed, I'm assuming this is me on, I missed you calling out the order there. Is that correct?
You're good, yep.
Okay, good. I don't want to cut someone off. Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Arconti, vice chairs Winfield and Ali Brennan, ranking members for Mika and Ferraro, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Kat Fiedler and I'm a staff attorney with Save the Sound. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6414, an act requiring the study of the use of technology in the state. The expanded use of technology can support the core function of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection in protecting and improving environmental quality. The use of technology can allow for state-of-the-art monitoring that can support robust and fair enforcement and the development of strong environmental policies and permit requirements that are most protective of the environment and public health. Technology can also be used to increase efficiency in an agency that will be resource strained due to the upcoming 2022 retirement cliff and budget cuts. And technology can also be used to increase transparency in public education. But I'll start with a few notes of caution. We will need to look for opportunities for efficiencies to overcome resource limitations that can fully support the charge of the department, and this will include expanded use of technology. However, while technology can support this, we must not see technology as a substitute for talented agency staff and the institutional knowledge and relationships they bring to enforcement roles. There's an enormous benefit of having that experience and relationships being the kind of key trigger for enforcement rather than automated review systems or things like that. So we need to be careful when we look at resource allocation with new technologies. Further, if technology is used to increase efficiencies, there must be a check to ensure that we continue to have positive environmental outcomes. Environmental compliance tracking should be incorporated into any policies and procedures that call for the implementation of technology related to compliance monitoring and enforcement. Of course, there are huge opportunities as well. When we consider technology as e-governance and digital tools, these platforms must not only support the regulated community, but they must be tailored to the general public to provide transparency. This cannot be an afterthought, and that should be built into procedures and policies. We can't miss out on these opportunities, which will also in turn in efficiency, which will turn aid in efficiency as well. The general public must be considered as a user of any digital platform implemented so that the public can be empowered with information on the environmental and public health threats in their communities. I wanted to highlight one system in particular that's critical to our work at Save the Sound. The Sewage Right to Know online system is a great example of this, and we're working with DEEP and through legislation this year to expand the notification system to include real-time push notifications so that the public receives prompt notification of sewage spills that pose environmental and public health threats. This expansion of the system wasn't considered in the latest hiring of a contractor for the online platform, so we are delayed in that, and that kind of shows the importance of considering holistically the importance of transparency to the public and the different digital tools that can be implemented. And finally, it's important to examine how an expanded use of technology can be used to support and protect overburdened environmental justice communities from existing and additional environmental and public health impacts. Robust data can support an advocacy in preventing additional pollution or reduce existing pollution burdens. So any implementation of monitoring technology should be prioritized for these communities. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Seeing no hands raised. Thanks, Catherine. All right, Senator Huang and Representative Devlin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll kick this off just briefly. I want to thank you and Senator Needleman and Vice Chairs Winfield and Ali Brennan and ranking members Formica and Ferraro for raising Bill 6415 for a public hearing. You know, we've talked a lot about environmental justice recently, and a lot of that is focused on righting wrongs of the past. And what this bill is about is righting wrongs of today, where utility companies, and we saw this all summer with just, you know, horrible storm response, and I'm so proud of the work that Pura has done, are running roughshod over their neighbors. And to make this point, I've submitted testimony, you can read it, but I want to yield my time to a constituent who has dealt with this firsthand, and that is Ms. Stephanie Johnson. So if we could promote her to be able to speak. And Stephanie, if you can turn on your camera and share with the committee what you've experienced. And I think Senator Wong will wrap things up.
Perfect.
Wait, I just got a note that said my microphone's not working. Can everybody hear me?
Yep. Your microphone's working. We don't
Yes.
see you though.
I don't know how to do that.
At the bottom left, there should be a little video camera and you could.
Oh, start video. Oh, I didn't know if that meant that I was going to record everybody or.
Yep. There you go. You see.
Sorry.
Now.
Well, thank you very much for yielding your time, and thank you very much to esteemed members for listening to what we have to say. And I apologize if sounding emotional because this is a very emotional thing. Give me 1 second. Our property has been destroyed because of what UI and Eversource has come in and done. I've written something out and I'm just going to read it. And then if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stephanie Johnson with our then 1-year-old. We chose this house for a few reasons, the huge private backyard being one of them. Neither my husband nor I grew up with big yards, and that's one thing we wanted our kids to have. We ended up having 4 within 4 years, so having a big private playground for them was wonderful. We knew the substation was there, and we were aware of our responsibility regarding the right-of-way and maintenance. We never inhibited or prohibited any work to be done until we heard that UI wanted to expand their substation by 40%. We as direct abutters were not initially notified, and come to find out the project had been in the works for 2 years as UI was negotiating with GE to purchase the land that they needed to do it. From the start, we got the feeling that UI was being very sneaky and not following the proper protocols. Not all abutters were initially notified as according to the rules, and it was a big mess. So finally they seemed to be friendly and willing to be good neighbors, but the more questions we asked and the more information we pushed for, it became clear that they had no interest in anything other than doing what they wanted to do without any opposition. Their blatant disregard for and dismissal of our community was insulting. Their go-to excuse for not considering our desires and concerns was the cost and their budget. A company with multi-million-dollar bottom lines and executives who make more for Christmas bonuses than most make in a year is complaining about cost, yet spared no expense on lawyers and useless visual aids. So after it all, we have to live with what we got, which was a fraction of what we started out with. And I do have some visual aids, and I did submit in testimony visual pictures of what our yard looked like in 2014, 2016, 2017, and what it looks like today. So Eversource comes to us then telling us in 2017 that they're clearing out all vegetation in the right of way from Milford to Norwalk, but they have it in their budget to give abutting properties additional plantings to compensate for the screening that will be removed. Because of the rules of the right of way, we have to plant the trees on our side of the easement, causing us to forfeit use of about 4,000 square feet of our yard. But of course, not forfeiting the taxes on that 4,000 square feet of the yard. There was an area of our property that we once had bocce court. We once had horseshoe courts. We have wiffle ball tournaments back there. And with what their proposal is, we're not going to be able to enjoy those things anymore. I reached out in good faith to UI, asking them if they would give Eversource permission to plant the trees on their side of the easement, figuring it would be a win across the board for everyone. I immediately got my wrist slapped by Eversource telling me that it's, and I quote, unlikely that there's any vegetation solution that would make the substation invisible to the properties along Hawthorne Drive. So in other words, to us, take what you've been offered and shut up. Both Eversource and UI told our select woman, Brenda Kupchik, that they are reviewing my request and will let her know what they come up with. So make no mistake, what they should come up with is a plan to restore our property to as close to what it was when we bought it, whatever the cost. It's unconscionable to think otherwise. We've been forced into a position that no one should be forced into. These utility companies have destroyed everything in their path, exercising their power with no consequence. We're the only ones suffering consequence, and we never asked for this fight in this first place. And that is why this act will hold them accountable, and we are in full support of HB 6415. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. I think Senator Wong wanted to finish up.
Mute.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't think Senator Huang is called in yet.
Okay, we'll move on to questions. There's some hands up. Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Johnson, for your testimony. At any time, did any of the representatives from the companies agree to come out and walk their property visually? It seems you would think that you could reach some sort of compromise if people viewed the situation in person.
Oh, they did. We had many representatives from UI come out and assess the property. We had representatives from Eversource come out and assess. And we've explained, we just don't want to see the substation. If I can share screen. I'm not quite sure how to do the visuals.
They can find the visual.
One of my kids is already. Sorry.
Yeah, if you submitted your visuals, Stephanie, and testimony, all the committee members have that at their disposal.
Oh, good. Oh, okay, good. So I don't have to stress about having to work the share screen. Yes, they all came out. UI came out. Eversource has come out. Repeated meetings, and to them, it's basically, well, we have power lines in our yards too. Yeah, everybody has power lines in their yard. Everything that's all, you know, all the power lines that are above ground now. We have a power plant in our backyard. And all of the screening that was left there and the vegetation that is now not there, you know, provided protection and provided, you know, some safety for, you know, I mean, my kids growing up never knew that thing was back there, and thank God, because, you know, it is dangerous, but now we are in absolutely full view of their property. And subsequently, Sacred Heart has also removed tons of vegetation. So now we can also see what was the old GE headquarters back there that is now part of Sacred Heart property. So we're getting, you know, floodlights and to light pollution and everything from them also. But they see, the representatives from UI and Eversource have seen the devastation and everything what we have to look at on a daily basis, and they just
And,
it doesn't seem important to them to fix it.
and from your point of view there, you think there's a fairly simple solution to it if they would only be reasonable, as I'm understanding your testimony?
Oh, absolutely. This didn't have to go on this long. It really didn't. We've been dealing with this since 2015.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Stephanie. So basically the solution you want is outlined in the bill. So best case scenario, you want to see what happens.
I only go on when I'm going to talk.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you, Mrs. Cheeseman.
Sorry. So the solution you want is outlined in the bill. You want the stipulation that they make the plantings and maintain them and ensure that you no longer have to put up with this eyesore. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much. We had the easement is a little complicated. So it's 20 foot on either side of the power, those white big power poles. One side of the easement is on our property and the other side of the easement is the border of our property and the UI property. And what we really wanted was just a line of evergreen and arborvitae to completely screen against. I mean, actually, initially we had come up with alternatives. There was another site in Bridgeport on Cashel Place. I think that's how you pronounce it. Which is actually a bigger facility, but they were going to be upgrading that after they had done the expansion on the Hawthorne substation. And we said, doesn't it make sense to consider that facility first? I mean, it's bigger. It's not in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Nobody's going to be directly impacted to any of the construction or the runoffs. I mean, we have wetlands here. We abut the Cascades and, Lake Mohegan. We have all of the wildlife that used to live back there, like the mice and chipmunks, have now taken up residence in my home. So, we have, it seems that we're just inundated with more and more cost and more, catch up just to salvage our livelihoods and our investment. And they're not being held accountable for it. And I think this bill will hold them accountable.
If I could interject as well to answer your question, Representative Cheeseman, the bill specifies a natural barrier. And honestly, I think from where the neighbors came from initially, it doesn't have to necessarily be trees. They've proposed, putting in some kind of a barrier wall, something to just shield where you bought your home and lived for decades, knowing there was a power plant behind you. But it not only was expanded, it was completely revealed. So you have an industrial power plant directly in your backyard, totally unscreened. I think, in part of the deal with maybe offering some plantings was a refusal to even help those plantings get started. So if somebody's backyard is going to be re-landscaped with multiple trees, I mean, at the minimal, put in, a 1-year maintenance to just ensure they root and grow. These are not extreme, requests. And the bill, I don't think, asks for extremities. And quite honestly, if a utility company was going to be a good neighbor and a corporate citizen, you would think they would take those steps voluntarily.
Yes, I mean, you're not asking for $1,000, the high-end stockade fencing festooned with orchids or anything like that, which of course would be lovely, but
hey, if that's what you want to give me, I'll take it.
Okay.
But no, we've never asked for anything that was unreasonable. Just to keep our investment. I mean, if we were pushed into the unfortunate circumstance of having to sell our home, it's not going to, we're not going to get it, even what we bought for it. I mean, we have the 4 children. One just recently graduated from Quinnipiac with her master's degree, and our other three are currently in college. One's a sophomore and my twins are freshmen. So we have quite a few years to go, and, praying that, we're not pushed into a really, really difficult decision. And it's what they've done it's really sad. It's really sad that they're able to, just do what they want and not consider how it affects the livelihoods of people.
All right. Well,
Real people, working hard, middle-class people that, all we want to do is raise our family peacefully.
Well, thank you so much for coming today and talking to us, and good luck, and we'll certainly be looking at this. So thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ferraro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my colleagues have flushed this out sufficiently. There's no reason why, as my colleagues have said, that remedies can't be put in place to plant vegetation and to put in a short-term monitoring program to make sure that the vegetation takes. No resident should have to have their quality of life changed so dramatically simply because a utility takes upon itself to remove vegetation. So I stand in support of whatever can be done. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I know Senator Huang, Clarkstead, has joined us, so want to offer him opportunity to make some brief remarks.
And I will keep it brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Stephanie and Representative Devlin, great to join you. Sorry to be late. Let me, and it might be repeated on the statement earlier, but I'll be redundant. Our experience in raising this bill was born out of multiple frustrations. And has this committee and the leadership of this committee has done post the recent storm in your microgrid and your grid power arrangement was to give voice to people who feel as though they have been denied that. I will share with you, as elected representatives, we made countless, I've lost count on how many times we have done the due diligence in a collaborative way to work with these utilities to say, be a good partner, be a good neighbor and a corporate relationship. It is a fractional cost to the multiple millions that you make to be a good neighbor of people and their lives. And we were ignored. In fact, if not worse, just flat out rejected and said no. And then there are certain occasions in which they have broken ground and invaded and violated people's personal property because by law and by agreement, they have the power to do so. It is one of the last resorts for us to propose this bill, not only for Stephanie and the neighborhood, but for so many other residents throughout the state that feel as though they were powerless, they were ignored, and more importantly, disrespected, that they should have a voice. And this legislative committee and body has always demonstrated that part of what we do in conjunction with PURA is to give people a voice and recognizing that these quasi-public public utilities have been entrusted with a public responsibility that they should serve Main Street instead of Wall Street. So thank you for that. And I did try to be brief, doggone it.
There's always next time. Thanks, Senator. I don't see any other hands raised for questions or comments. So thank you, Senator, Representative, and thank you, Stephanie, for coming before us today and telling your story.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all the committee members. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Again, I apologize for the emotion, but it is a little emotional.
Representative Ferraro, his hand is back up. I don't know if now it's back down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm trying to figure this hand thing out.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So next, back to the public portion, Kate Childs from Tunxis Fuel Inc. And then following Kate, I have Senator Champagne from the public official list.
Hi, good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. I am here today to testify on HB 6412, an act concerning the low carbon fuel blend of heating oil and the establishment of the Biodiesel Advisory Board. My name is Kate Childs, and my family owns what I like to call a liquid fuel delivery business, not simply a heating oil company. The intention of this bill is to reduce emissions in the deliverable fuel market, but this bill needs some additional changes to accomplish this goal. First of all, I would like to state that I support the use and sale of biodiesel. I also support the concept that the energy strategy for the state needs to be diversified. And the best part is you have the power to make sure our energy policy doesn't fail. I believe the desire for this mandate is to encourage energy diversification. However, the bill needs to require a mandate that DEEP include biodiesel as a viable renewable fuel and part of our state's future. Our industry has evolved and adapted to this point without a mandate. And you have no idea how much heating oil and diesel fuel we've replaced with biodiesel because we have no required reporting mechanisms. Therefore, this bill also needs to include a metric to report the number of gallons biodiesel sold in Connecticut or consumed within the state. Finally, since DEEP has gone overtly out of their way not to include us in the comprehensive energy strategy twice, and instead publish incorrect science on biodiesel, this committee should mandate that DEEP adopt science from California or another independent body that has published biodiesel emissions reports. This will ensure that our renewable product cannot again be misinterpreted by DEEP. If these standards are adopted, DEEP will have no reason not to follow the TREC program Massachusetts uses and support an energy diverse future for the state of Connecticut. If the TREC program isn't adopted, the incentive to sell biodiesel in Connecticut is gone. The renewable fuel will be shipped to places like California or Germany who need it to meet their greenhouse gas reduction goals. I want my kids to know that I fought for a greener product, but we cannot get there without your help. The reporting requirement and a DEEP requirement to accept the TREC program are vital to our future and the future of Connecticut's energy independence. As I said, we own a liquid fuel delivery business. I hope that one day soon we are delivering 100% biodiesel. The liquid fuel delivery business and the people of Connecticut are relying on you to create the laws to ensure our future. And this wasn't part of it, but I heard about the need for battery backups today. And, you know, there is a lot of storage of liquid fuel used for energy today. In fact, I just got a request to deliver 15,000 gallons to keep a power plant stocked with their storage. So to exclude a renewable fuel that could be part of our future as part of our diversification for energy just doesn't make sense to me. The electric grid has a lot of work to do to be capable of what is being asked of it. And our industry has the ability and the resources to continue to develop our product to get to that point in the future as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kate. Thanks for your testimony. A quick question. If this bill should pass, how will it, not only benefit, companies, the family-owned companies like yourself, and be, better for the environment? How does it impact positively your customers?
Well, the mandate portion of the bill is, we are already delivering a significant amount of biodiesel in this state. And as I mentioned, you have no idea how much because there's no reporting requirement. So I don't think initially the piece that is important is the bio mandate. The piece that's important is that you take the steps to include us in the future. And that's what's going to make the difference for the people of Connecticut who can't afford to convert to heat pumps, or the 75 people that I employ that rely on this industry and this job to feed their families.
Has anyone, I'm glad you brought up heat pumps. Has anyone put in heat pumps in the service areas that you serve, and then have reached out to you to go back?
We haven't done any heat pump. I can defer that to some other of my colleagues in this industry that will testify later that can speak to heat pumps more specifically. I can tell you that through work nationally with this industry, that we are also working on an oil-fired heat pump. So that could be potentially a biodiesel-fired heat pump that also doesn't strain the electric grid. There are gas-fired heat pumps, there are electric-fired heat pumps. So it's all part of evolution, and to exclude us as overtly as we are being excluded is really the crux of my testimony.
Okay. Thanks, Kate. Those are all my questions. Wait to see if anyone has their hand raised. Give it a minute or two. All right, seeing none. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we'll jump back if Senator Champagne is on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank the chairs and ranking members of the Energy Committee. And I also want to talk about SB 256. That's an act increasing the penalty for violations associated with the no sales solicitation calls listing. I had proposed a bill. I'm sorry, that was HB 6410. But I had also submitted a bill, SB 256. I screwed that up a little bit. But increasing the fines for these companies that are sometimes out of country, out of state, I support, but I think we need to step it up a little more, and we need to start going after the cell phone companies, the telephone companies, because they have technology that can block many of these calls. A lot of us have gotten calls about our warranties, our car warranties. Anybody that hasn't gotten one of those, or hundreds of those, you are alone, because I get numerous of those just in one day. But I really think that we need to take a look at our tech companies and really hold them accountable for what's happening. We go on the no call list. We expect not to get these calls if they come through. And in fact, some of them, as the call is coming through, actually labels it as a spam call. So they know it's coming, and they should be held accountable to block this. That's my main message. That's what I'm trying to push here. I did submit that bill, and I would really appreciate it if you took a look at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Champagne. I have no questions, but appreciate your testimony. Give it a minute, see if any other members raise their hand. Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone.
So next is Joe Nichols from the Connecticut Farm Bureau Association.
I'm like, this isn't good if they don't have any questions.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. So good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Aconti, Senator Winfield, Representative Ali Brennan, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 6409, an act concerning the solicitation of biogas injection proposals for anaerobic digesters. Connecticut Farm Bureau urges your support of House Bill 6409, and I'd like to suggest an innovative amendment for on-farm anaerobic digesters, and I'll move forward in referring those as ADs in my testimony. There are currently 2 on-farm ADs operating in Connecticut, one by the Freund family up in northwestern Connecticut, and Fort Hill Farms up in Thompson just put her anaerobic digester online. There are 2 Connecticut dairy farms that are either in the Connecticut DEP permitting process or in the final stage of design. These 2 projects will be digesting cow manure produced from their own dairy herds and or cow manure and chicken manure transported from the large Eastern Connecticut poultry facilities. These are both biogas injection proposed projects. Connecticut Farm Bureau suggests the committee amend this bill to include a program like Vermont Cow Power. The Vermont program currently applies to electricity produced by on-farm ADs, but conceptually could be mirrored for biogas injection projects. According to Green Mountain Power, quote unquote, for every kilowatt hour requested by customers and provided by a Vermont farm, GMP, Green Mountain Power, will pay the farmer for the energy plus the cow power charge of 4 cents for the environmental benefits of the generation. If there aren't enough kilowatt hours available from participating GMP farms, GMP will try to acquire and retire renewable energy certificates from other regionally renewable generation sources issued by the regional system operator to support renewable generation in a broader sense. If there are no certificates available in the regional market for 4 cents per kilowatt hour or less, the company will deposit cow power payments into the GMP Renewable Development Fund. This fund, overseen by an independent board, will provide incentives to farmers to become involved or increase electricity output into the cow power program. I know the bill before you is a biogas injection bill, and I'm speaking to electricity, but again, I want to just stress that there could be a parallel between the two programs. This is an innovative way for Connecticut dairy farmers to earn a premium for the biogas they produce, and thereby incentivizing these projects. This helps Connecticut meet our renewable energy goals, supports Connecticut dairy and poultry farmers, and satisfies the many environmental benefits that AD technology affords. We look forward to working with the legislature and our state agencies to bring this concept to fruition in Connecticut. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. Thanks for your testimony. Now, did you supplied written testimony?
Yes,
in that
yes,
program?
I did. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to take a look at that a little later, but any thought, or it might be tough to answer this kind of off the cuff, but what that Vermont program, in terms of electricity, what that could do to the delivery rates? Is there any concern on an impact to delivery rates to ratepayers with that type of incentive program?
This is according to the research that I've done, and I'm more than happy to engage in further conversation on this because I realize this is a somewhat complicated program. The Vermont Cow Power program has been in place since 2002. And this is a voluntary additional charge that ratepayers choose to pay to support green energy supported or provided by Vermont farms. So it's not necessarily an additional rate pay above and beyond. It's like a surcharge that a customer chooses to pay in order to support green energy supplied by Vermont dairy farms. It's the best way I can.
Okay, and is that operated by I think Vermont is still vertically integrated. Maybe the utilities can help answer that question later, but I definitely have some more questions. I'll follow up with offline on it. So I do. There are some members who have their hand raised. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe, good to see you again.
Same here.
We continue to talk this. I mean, when I was first ranking member a long time ago of energy and technology, and the term anaerobic digester came up, and I had to be at the table Googling what it was just so I could be part of the conversation. Now it's been so drenched in my brain what we're trying to accomplish here. The two existing farms that are completed, Fort Hill Farms, I know the Orr family up there. The process I know is slow, but it's completed. How is the success of those programs working now? If you can speak to those two digesters?
Well, the two digesters that are in place right now, one is up on the Freund farm, and that digester has been in place since the 1990s. They were the first digester in the state. They just take cow manure and then the solids, and they produce electricity, and then the solids that come out of that are put into their cowpot program to produce cowpots. Kai's Orr at Fort Hill Farm, that was permitted as a solid waste facility because she's bringing in addition to the manure from her 300 herd dairy, she's also bringing in food waste. to supplement the cow manure, and she's producing electricity on that project. But right now, we don't have a program like Vermont in Connecticut for either electricity or biogas.
Thank you. I know I can't remember the woman from Yukon Ag Department that has gone up there and sent me the video of that, actually, of what they're doing in the Green Mountain. I know that probably Rep Foster knows her name very well. I know she's going to chime in on this. Secondly, I think the biggest component to this now that's becoming to light is the need for waste disposal and the value that the anaerobic digesters are going to have as we start to lose our opportunity to get rid of our waste with some of the closures happening in our facilities. So, I think others ask questions, but I know that that's something that this committee needs to understand, is that there's an incentive to have these, that people pay a little bit more, but in essential, we're going to have to find ways to remove waste, and these on-farm ADs will be a fantastic addition to that. But I know that the Holly and Representative Foster have some additional questions, so I'll heed my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
We couldn't hear you, Chairman Arconti.
Sorry, my first mute botch. Representative Foster, you have the floor, and followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Hi, Joan. It's so good to see you. Thanks for being here with us today. I would love you to talk to me a little bit more about this Vermont program and share with us what's happening, what their model looks like, and what the benefits would be here. I know you note that the on-farm anaerobic digesters would be a meaningful contribution to our local community and the state as a whole, but what makes the Vermont program something that's a good model for us, for Connecticut to take up on? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. I think first of all, it's innovative and something that we have not really considered in Connecticut. The little bit of research that I've done on it in anticipation of this hearing, right now the demand for that type of power from consumers in Vermont is exceeding the amount of power that the farms that are putting on digesters can produce. So there's certainly opportunity for the farms. The GMP customers that sign up for the program are paying a voluntary, and I think that's important to understand, a voluntary 4 cents per kilowatt hour payment on all or a portion of the electric bill. And all of the proceeds from that power go to the Vermont farmers that participate in the program and are producing the power. And the customers get their power 100% renewable. There is a formula. Do you want me to go a little bit into the details on that? Okay, so according to the Green Energy or Green Mountain Power, the customers choose to enroll 25, 50% or all of their electric purchases in the Cow Power program, which adds 4 cents per premium per kilowatt hour to their bill. Customers using 500 kilowatt hours per month pay 25%, who pay 25% of electricity under the rider pay only an additional $5 a month. At 50% Cow Power, those customers would pay an additional $10. The farmers receive 95% of the hourly market price for the energy they generate, plus the 4% premium paid by the tariff customers for the value-added attributes of the Cow Power. So basically what's happening is it's a voluntary program, so consumers can choose to participate in this, just like any of us that choose an electric supplier can choose to go to a supplier that's 100% renewable, if we chose to get our supply from someplace other than Eversource, we have that option as a consumer. This is a very similar program, and the beauty of this is that these on-farm anaerobic digesters have multiple economic benefits to the dairy farm, and it also has tremendous environmental benefits. So I think that this is a great time to be having this conversation, because we keep hearing that we need to support our dairy farmers and what can we do to do this. They also have manure that they have to get rid of. In Eastern Connecticut, where I live, in fact, I happen to live in the town of Franklin with the large chicken farms, we have the third largest egg producer in Connecticut on the East Coast is here in Eastern Connecticut. They're at a critical juncture where they need to dispose of all that chicken manure, and we can no longer deposit all of this on our farm fields because of the nutrient loads that are building up, especially in Eastern Connecticut. So the concept of incentivizing farmers through a premium rate on their electric or gas that they are producing, while at the same time eliminating the farm odors, because right now that methane gas that's coming off of our lagoons or off of the chicken farms going up in the air. So we're capturing that gas, we're eliminating the odor, we're taking the gas and we're producing either biogas or electricity with it. We're solving a manure disposal issue, and the farmers are through a premium on the rate, are incentivized to help offset the cost of these projects. If you really think of it in those terms, and that's a very simplistic way of putting it, it solves a multitude of problems.
And I really like the way you like, we're looking at environmental impact from greenhouse gas emissions. We're looking at it from protecting our waterways. But I think something really important is the dairy industry as a whole is struggling, but they pull the economy in the ag sector. And so if we can incentivize them to be doing what many of them already want to be doing, this offers fiscal stability for them to make this move. That's really fascinating. I'm really glad you were on today to talk to us about this, Joan. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will just tell you, I was up till about 10 o'clock last night with the Baylor farm up in Ellington and the Cushman farm here in Franklin, which are the two dairy farms that are, Baylor's is in the permitting process. They're going to take just the manure from their 3,000 head plus dairy. Cushman Farms is taking their 1,500 plus head dairy manure, plus they will be hopefully taking the chicken manure as well, because all those farms are in a very close proximity to here in Franklin. And we were on the phone till 10 o'clock last night, and I said, well, what does this biogas injection bill do for you? And we were scratching our heads going, I don't know if it really helps or hurts us. And I said, well, tell me why. And they said, well, because it doesn't address the rate that we get for the gas that we produce. And I went to bed thinking, how do we solve this problem? It can't be that complicated. And then I thought, well, maybe we look at Vermont Cal Power, which again is right now just talking about electric rates, and conceptualize over that to the biogas end of it and help these farmers get a secure rate for the gas they're producing, plus a premium, which is a voluntary charge consumers pay. And I thought, wow, I don't know, I woke up this morning with an epiphany thinking maybe this is a good way to solve a lot of problems. And I applaud Commissioner Dykes. I listened to her proposal this morning. The agency is looking at helping with the streamlining of the permitting process. And I know we're not here to talk about that right now, but I think we're having robust conversations around renewable energy and all of these concepts. And I think this could be a really smart way for us to help our dairy farmers, our poultry industry, and produce clean energy.
Which is good for everyone because.
Which is great for everybody.
Dairy is a vital nutrient.
Absolutely,
in our food supply
fantastic.
for food security. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Representative Foster. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Arconti. Thank you so much for coming today, Joan. I'll be quick. One, and obviously we touched on the length of the permitting process, and you probably, I'm not going to have to ask you to comment on that, but do you have any estimate of the number of farms that would be interested in having this sort of small or larger scale anaerobic digestion system to tie into something like the Cow Power program in Vermont?
Right now, as I mentioned, we have two that are already in the state, and I'll just back up by saying, if any of you that have participated in the Rural Caucus, Kai Zor, who's the owner of Fort Hill Farms, in March, when the weather's a little bit better, is going to be opening up the digester to tours for legislators. And I would urge all of you to go up there and see it. The technology is just absolutely fascinating. And you really have to see it to understand it if you're going to be writing rules and laws to incentivize these. So it's really fascinating. So we have the two that are already in place. We have Baylor's and Cushman's that are either in the permitting stages or in the design phase. Paracchio Farm in Coventry, High Tone Farm, I believe, is doing a digester similar to Kaiser. It's a food waste and manure digester. Those are the ones that I know are actually in play right now. Paul Miller up at Fairview Farm in Woodstock, who also just wants to utilize cow manure. He's, I think, around 750 to 1,000 head, wants to do a digester very similar to the one that Baylor's is putting in. And the more you learn about digesters, we have learned that, you know, when you're looking at what we call the smaller dairies, the 200 to 300 head dairies, you really need some sort of food waste to supplement that, because you just don't produce enough manure to justify the cost of the project. So when you start to get to the larger farms, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 head, then it becomes feasible to just do manure only. And again, in East Connecticut, where I live, the poultry farms this is a top manure disposal is top priority. And the other interesting thing is when you're taking in chicken manure has a lot of phosphorus in it. When you mix that in, one of the end results is phosphorus. If somehow we can incentivize a project like Cushman's that can then take that, add on some technology at the back end of the digester, and then turn around and take that phosphorus and turn it into a saleable product, which is an additional cost, that adds additional revenue to the farm and further reduces the phosphorus loads. Okay. Because there are solids that come out of the end of the digester that have to be disposed on either on the farm or recycled into bedding or recycled into a fertilizer.
Right, thank you. Doing something with that end product is obviously vital. And just the quick Google search on Cow Power, and this is, I guess, from this year, 29, almost 3,000 homes, including Killington Resort, Long Trail Brewing, and the Vermont Clothing Company. So obviously there's an interest if the people are willing to make that voluntary extra payment to do it. So thank you so much for your testimony today. And it was wonderful to learn about all these things, and definitely, you know, something that moves us closer to clean energy and deals with a problem that, you know, that's messy and smelly, and we've got to do something with it. It's a win-win for everyone. So thank you so much for coming today, Joan. Thank you, Mr.
Welcome, my pleasure.
Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I did miss early part of your testimony. I had a call that came in, and I do have to say, before I forget, Representative Cheeseman referring to it as end product, I think is fantastic. That's how it's supposed to be done. I represent New Milford. We're a strong agricultural community. I certainly support all of this. I think it's a great concept to be adding in to produce additional revenue for the farms. I guess my biggest question I had for you, and I hope this is something I didn't just miss, I'll feel awful, but knowing the size of Connecticut and the farms that we have, how many do you think we could actually support in this state? In certain areas, obviously stronger than others. How many could we support statewide?
I'd have to get back to you on that. Right now, unfortunately, we've lost a lot of dairy farms in the state, but we still basically have close to the same number of cows with the same amount of milk production. There's just a consolidation, and this is not just in Connecticut. This is a national trend in consolidation in our dairy herds. So right now, I believe we're just under 100 dairy farms left in Connecticut, which is unfortunate because when I started with Connecticut Farm Bureau 13 years ago, we were well over, I think, 300 dairy farms, but we have the same number of cows. So to answer your question, they're very expensive projects, whether you're doing energy, electricity, or you're doing biogas. They're frightfully expensive. They're multi-million-dollar projects. And so the farm really has to have a consideration for the size of their herd. More often than not, there are investors that are interested in these projects. And then, they have to crunch the numbers and they have to be economically feasible. And so I know I'm eluding the hard numbers for you, but I think getting back to this concept, I think if we could smartly incentivize these types of projects, I think we could get closer to potentially seeing more of them in the state. And I urge you at some point to take a ride up to Thompson when she opens that up for a tour, because it's fascinating.
Thank you. Yeah, it is fascinating. I follow along with that a little bit. We have a tremendous group in our town. In fact, we've had Kimberly Farm in New Milford has come up to the Capitol to show off their amazing chocolate milk, which I'll put against anybody's chocolate milk anywhere, but I digress from the milk. One more thing I had to say, that's all. And Representative Cheeseman mentioned a smelly problem. To me, that smells like home. I grew up next to a farm. That smell is home. And for those people who are in our more urban areas, you're missing out, because this is what it's really all about. And we have to support our farms in any way possible. If this is a new way for them to find revenue, we need to find a way to do that for them. Absolutely. And thank you very much for your testimony. I look forward to reading more. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a moment.
Thanks, Representative Buckby. I don't see any other hands raised. So with that, thanks, Joan, for your testimony.
Sure. Thank you. And more than happy to follow up with any one of you after this meeting. So appreciate it. Thank you.
We do have Representative Michelle on the public officials list. If he is on the webinar, would like to testify. All right, if not, if he jumps on, we can circle back. So on the next, we'll stick with the public list then. Drew Carlson from Global Partners. And then following Drew will be Stephen Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Drew Carlson from Global Partners. Global is a leading distributor and marketer for a variety of energy products in the Northeast and all the way down to the Mid-Atlantic. Within Connecticut, Global operates 2 wholesale petroleum terminals. We have one in Bridgeport and one in Wethersfield. We also operate around 60 gas stations and convenience stores in the state as well. So I'm here to voice my support for HB 6412. As you know, this bill would mandate increasing requirements of bio-based product in heating oil. Bioheat is a sustainable, renewable energy source made domestically in the United States. It burns cleaner and more efficiently than traditional home heating oil that was used generations ago. Bioheat is just really an example of how the industry has changed over the years and continues to evolve, and how the industry can partner with the state to help meet reduction goals. Global also operates facilities in Massachusetts where we've seen great benefits in the expanded use of clean, renewable biofuel. And we've seen significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Under the Alternative Energy Portfolio Standard, which is a program that incentivizes biofuel blends of 10% or higher, heating oil use in Massachusetts has been cut by 35 million gallons. Since the program started in January of 2018, more than 80 retail heating oil companies across the Commonwealth are participating, and the program is expected to grow in 2020 and 21. So again, the APS program just shows us that replacing conventional heating oil with increasing percentages of liquid biofuel is the most expedient and cost-effective path to aggressive carbon emission reductions. Just in closing, I'd like to once again reiterate our industry is committed to partnering with the state in legitimate, impactful climate change activities that will help achieve the goals set out by the legislature and the governor. The expansion of Bioheat can help the state meet these goals. I ask you to please support House Bill 6412. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. Any comments? I'm not sure if you saw in DEEP's Integrated Resources Plan towards the tail end. They had a paragraph or two on NOx emissions with home heating oils and the blends. Kind of a little contradictory, right? From what we hear with the industry and from DEEP and us, legislators kind of in the middle. But we do know California and Massachusetts, have taken this on, and I do not think they would have enacted such programs if there was significant emissions, if it were not truly a cleaner product. So I just wanted to pose that question.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Mr. Chairman, and I defer to Chris Herb from SEMA, who I know is going to testify a little later on. Again, there's so many studies and statistics that are showing how increased blends can help meet reductions, and I'd love to get you some more information. But it's like you said, Massachusetts is looking to reinstate the old 2008 law. That would be a mandate. That's a proposal. Rhode Island has a B5 mandate right now, and there's legislation that would increase throughout the next 10 years. And New York's looking at legislation as well. So, to your point, I think that states are starting to pick up that it's a viable option, and it's really a way that industry can help meet the state's goals.
Thanks for that answer. I know Representative Cheeseman has her hands up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question, Drew. Is the biofuel absolutely equivalent on a BTU basis to traditional home heating oil? Or is it more, you get more bang per buck or less, or is it equivalent?
I would say it's equivalent, Representative. Again, we're really seeing that, and again, I want to defer some of the technical questions to Chris Herb, but on a cost to consumers, it's comparable. And from a terminal facility aspect, Global owns we have terminals in Connecticut. It's minimal upgrades to our assets.
Okay.
It's something that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, what makes me ask this question, we look at ethanol, which, it's a green fuel, but actually in terms of the amount of energy it produces, it's actually less energy dense than gasoline. And my question was, is this, equivalent in terms of, the energy bang per buck that you get to traditional home heating oil? But if, I'm happy to ask Chris this question when he appears. And, along the lines of ethanol, is this absolutely, equivalent in terms of safety for your home heating systems?
Yeah, it's absolutely safe. We've never seen any issues, none that I'm aware of. And again, I think some of my colleagues will have, some more feedback, but it's totally safe. And to my point earlier, it's minimal upgrades to home equipment and the equipment at the terminals. It's really it's not much of a leap.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, seeing no more hands raised. Thanks, Drew.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Next up, we have Stephen Dodge, followed by Jeffrey Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge. I am Director of State Regulatory Affairs for the National Biodiesel Board, and I offer testimony in support of House Bill 6412. NBB is an almost 30-year-old national trade association which represents the biodiesel, renewable diesel, and renewable jet fuel industries. NBB members play a key role in state and national programs aimed at reducing carbon emissions, displacing petroleum, improving public health, and protecting the environment. Biodiesel is a renewable, low-carbon replacement for petroleum distillate, which is made from used cooking oil, animal fats, brown grease, and agricultural byproducts and co-products. The heating oil industry in the Northeast, and you're going to hear more from others later on in the hearing, is proactively working towards reducing the carbon intensity of its fuel. The so-called Providence Resolution, adopted in 2019, established the attainable goal of net zero emissions with 100% biodiesel fuel by 2050. Low carbon liquid fuels will play a key role in the future of home heating in the Northeast, and other Northeast states have recognized that role. As Drew just mentioned, Rhode Island was the first state in the country to adopt a bioheat mandate, and last week we testified in support of a bill, which we hope will pass this year, which increases the current B5 mandate to B50 by 2030. New York City and the metropolitan area currently requires B5, with the city proper requiring 20% blends by 2034. There is a proposal to increase the mandate to B20 statewide in New York by 2030. Massachusetts currently has a robust incentive program for biodiesel, and bioheat proposals are currently under consideration in Maine and Vermont. And here in Connecticut, the DEP's draft IRP Integrated Resources Plan referred to earlier actually suggests that, and this is almost a direct quote, the state should consider whether public policy aims relating to biodiesel could be achieved by merely imposing a statewide biodiesel blending mandate to replace the current mandate. And it's important to note that carbon reductions resulting in bioheat use are immediate. And to address one of the commissioner's concerns earlier, almost 3 billion gallons of on-spec biodiesel and renewable diesel for transportation and heating was consumed nationally last year. As this fuel has evolved over the past 30 years, NBB and our member companies have prided themselves on our ability to work with standards organizations to ensure that these fuels, including bioheat fuel, are quality products that meet all existing ASTM standards, as well as meeting rigorous greenhouse gas reduction requirements. It is important for this committee to ensure through this bill that those standards apply in Connecticut as well, while also ensuring the flexibility required for an all of the above energy transition. Now, just wrap it up by saying the General Assembly had it correct back in 2012 when it passed the original version of this bill. Almost 9 years later, the time has come to implement what you started. The science and the technology is even more compelling than it was in 2012. And most importantly, as you know, the urgency to act on climate change has never been greater. And we look forward to working with the committee and your staff on this bill, and we will be submitting written comments. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just take an extra few seconds to answer your previous question to Drew, maybe I can address it very quickly if that's okay with you.
Yeah. Instead of me re-asking, I'll just ask you to answer that question.
I'm sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so you asked a question about the NOx issue.
Yep.
And that is something that Commissioner Dykes, she didn't mention in her oral testimony, but did mention in her written testimony that there were concerns that bioheat use could increase NOx as well as greenhouse gases. And we respectfully disagree with DEEP's really preliminary suggestion in the IRP that bioheat increases NOx, but they have raised some valid questions. Late yesterday, in response to the draft IRP, we submitted several dozen pages of comments, most of which focus on that particular issue. Happy to share them with the committee. We believe that DEEP relied on one study conducted by the APA in 2008 that, while credible, uses a method of measuring NOx emissions that is not normally used for such studies. Our conclusion, contained in the material we provided yesterday, is based on 9 other studies conducted by credible entities that show that if you use the method prescribed by the APA, bioheat use reduces NOx. In fact, the EPA study actually concludes that, and this is a direct quote, emissions of all pollutants measured in the study are roughly the same or lower for the biofuels than for petroleum distillate fuel, end quote. So honest mistake by DEEP. And I think it's important to remember that unlike tailpipe emissions from diesel vehicles, home furnace emissions are not regulated. So the testing of the emissions is not regulated. So you really have to look carefully at all the studies. We've done that, and all of them, including that, quite frankly, that EPA study, DEEP sites show that bioheat decreases NOx. So again, we'll be happy to share more with the committee, and I appreciate the extra few seconds to answer your question.
No, thanks, Stephen, and thanks for answering that question. It's important for the committee to hear that answer, and important for us to get a grasp on what we're looking at with potential emissions here. Representative Gresco has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephen, would you be able to hit the ground running relatively quickly? I know you mentioned in your testimony the immediacy of the reduction of greenhouse gases, but is there any potential build out time necessary for this, or are you just waiting to hit the ground running? You're muted.
I'm sorry. It's a drop-in fuel that's quite frankly already being used now. And I think some of the folks who will testify on this, the heating oil dealers, after me will probably address this issue. There are blends up to B20 that are used quite commonly now, in fact, probably higher. I know in Massachusetts, B50 is being used. In fact, there's a couple of furnaces that are using straight B100. Very little adaptation needed, very little extra cost needed, particularly for the lower blends. And again, that's a question that's probably best answered by others, but we're ready to go now, and we're in fact already running.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no more hands raised. Thanks, Stephen, for your testimony.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey Jennings, followed by Steve Rosenthal.
Hello, thank you, Chairman Arcani. My name is Jeff Jennings. I'm a co-owner of Jennings Oil and Propane Company based in Danbury and Gaylordsville. I'm speaking today to voice my support of Bill number 6412. I am a fifth generation of my family to bring deliverable fuel to the residents and businesses in the Danbury area. The sixth generation of my family is learning the business now. And our business is typical of the more than 600 companies that employ about 13,000 people in our industry in Connecticut. Our business employs 30 people who live in the Connecticut communities that we service. And our employees have good jobs, they have health benefits, retirement plans, and most own their own homes. My family has seen the evolution of our industry over the past 100 years. We have delivered coal, kerosene, heating oil, and propane to area residents and businesses. Another evolution is happening now with the fairly recent introduction of biofuels. When combined with heating oil, this low carbon fuel blend allows deliverable fuels to meet and exceed the greenhouse gas emission goals set forth by state policymakers. Our industry is comprised of businesses led by some of the brightest and innovative entrepreneurs that our state has to offer. And our industry is committed to the development and implementation of low carbon fuel blends. Deliverable fuels has been the primary source of space and water heating in Connecticut for a reason. It is economical, reliable, and allows us to stay warm on our coldest winter nights. Our company and our employees are part of the fabric of our community, just as the 600 businesses and the 13,000 people spread out over every community in our state. We support our community organizations. We support the local and state governments through the taxes we pay. And since our customers are Connecticut residents and businesses, we're here to stay as long as we are given the opportunity to continue to be a part of the energy service, the energy future. In wrapping up, I want to thank Representative David Arcani and Senator Norm Needleman for their efforts on this bill, their support of local family-owned businesses, and their attention to improving the environment. Please consider passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate your testimony. Appreciate you staying on today to testify. You bring up a good point. I know Steve will also testify too, and Kate touched on earlier from Tunxus is the multiple of generations that are involved in these family-owned oil and propane businesses. And, I think that's something that shouldn't get lost on by other committee members. I do see a couple hands raised. So I'll go over to Representative Gresco first. Joe?
I thought you were going to go to Buckby first. Sorry.
Are you dying?
No, I'm eating. My question is, Jeff, do you have customers that are currently using and or requesting biodiesel that you can fulfill?
Sure. We have been supplying bioheat or it's low carbon fuel mix for about 7 or 8 years now. We have delivered up to a B20 on a regular basis. We find that the fuel burns cleaner when we go to service the equipment.
Really?
The answer is yes.
Now, did you have to do any kind of retrofitting to that customer in order to adapt to a blend?
No retrofitting was required.
No. And the house doesn't smell like French fries?
Does not smell like French fries.
Okay.
It's a product that's available now and has been for quite a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Representative. Representative Buckby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan on eating after this, so shouldn't be a concern. Thank you, Representative Gresco. That's great. Made me hungry. I really wanted to step up and just say thank you for the testimony. Jennings has been a big part of this community here in New Milford. I know you guys are well thought of around here, and I think we should be doing what we can to support all of our local business in these in such businesses, especially to see. And I love that, by the way, this is the one good thing about Zoom. Those of us in Western Connecticut can take a little more time to testify without having to get all the way up there. So, Jeff, I appreciate you taking the time and coming on here, and thank you for what you do in the community. I know I don't represent Gaylordsville, but it's part of New Milford, so they're kind of the adopted son up there in Gaylordsville. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think it's a great thing to support. And my only concern is how does that affect you with your product as far as the cost of your product passing through to the customer?
Well, first of all, we're very excited to be part of the community in New Milford. It's a great town, and the Gaylordsville section is certainly a special part of it. The cost of the bio heat or the biofuel portion is sometimes less than the cost of heating oil, sometimes slightly more. So it really does not have an effect on the consumers and what they're paying.
Excellent. Yeah. And the only one thing to correct there, it's a beautiful part of the best town in the USA. That's all we're going to say about that. But thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a moment so I can speak before I go eat. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Meskers.
Well, I would just represent a complaint of being shortchanged by Representative Buckby about distance, since I've got an hour and 20 commute, and this is easier for me on testimony. But I salute him on his commentary on lunch after speaking. I'm not sure if I would prefer the French fry flavor if we use the biodiesel. I would mention to Mr. Jennings. I think, but in all seriousness, I think I've met with the companies down here in Greenwich who are as active and avid on the biodiesel side, and barring any scientific research that would give me cause for concern. I've not read any as of yet, and I can't understand why we wouldn't be a strong supporter of biodiesel. I think what it does in terms of the carbon footprint, how it gets us to a zero carbon emission goal, the jobs it provides in our community. I'm a big supporter of, and the people I've met, a hardworking group of people who have, at some level, a constituent relationship with their clients, and the services goes generations in both directions. So I'm a strong supporter, and I'm glad we're bringing this forward to look at it. So I want to thank them for their testimony.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no more hands raised. Thanks, Jeff, for your testimony.
Okay, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Jennings. Up next, we have Steve Rosenthal, followed by Mariana Damasio.
Hi, my name is Steve Rosenthal. I'm the president of Leahy's Fuels in Danbury. We're a residential and commercial liquid fuel supplier, and we're now celebrating our 104th year in business. Many of our customers have been with the same families for over 50 years. Let me start by thanking Chairman Alconte and Senator Needleman and the rest of the committee for working with all the parties to address what are very real, challenging, complex problems that obviously require complex solutions. I'm here in support of SB 855, an act concerning the decoupling of PURA from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and also in support of HB 6412, an act concerning low carbon fuel blend of heating oil and the establishment of the advisory board. SB 855 first, let me talk about that one. Several years ago, when the independence of PURA was taken away by moving them into the newly formed Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, I thought it was a bad idea. Since that time, we've seen a 180-degree change in the position relating to the expansion of natural gas in Connecticut in the first version of the CES, the Comprehensive Energy Strategy, versus the second. During the release of both documents, PURA was under the structure of the very agency issuing the documents. Does anyone think that they were really free to weigh in on what they thought would be the strategy? The current structure has and will continue to have conflicts that prevent the residents and the businesses from getting the oversight that they deserve. We continue to have among the highest utility rates in the nation, and we still struggle to keep the lights on, as demonstrated just as recently as last August when we had a one-week power outage. PURA needs to be restored to be an independent agency to be able to do their job, and more importantly, for them to be held accountable. HB 6412. I think it's a good thing for several reasons. Number one, it recognizes that a liquid heating fuel can be a step in the right direction to be environmentally responsible while maintaining a balance in the energy supply during the transitional years. It also provides core demand for renewable product manufacturers, giving them a non-government incentive to invest in technologies and facilities. They'll make the investments if they know there's going to be a guaranteed market for that volume. And even if the overall heating oil market is on the decrease, if the mandate has a step-up basis, the demand for that bioproduct is going to increase. It also keeps citizens in all of your districts working and paying taxes while this cleaner energy continues to evolve. As an industry, we are not linked to necessarily selling a fossil fuel. We have fleets of trucks that can develop and deliver all different types of liquid heating fuels. So we need to be able to survive to that point as these fuels continue to evolve. So I ask that the committee please move both of these bills forward. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for signing up. Just mirror what I said to Jeff about his company. Great, to have you as corporate partners here in Danbury. All the people you employ, and it's not just the product; it's what you do for the community outside of just delivering this product and keeping people warm in the wintertime. And every company across the state can say that for their own community. But Rep Buckby does have his hand up, so I want to call on him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, sir. I love the headgear. It's a good look. I think we're waiting for you to land the planes or something. I think it's great. Thank you so much for stepping in and saying a couple things. Leahy's obviously another wonderful business with a great reputation in the area, and we'll claim you a little bit in New Milford too. That's all I'm going to say about that. Sorry, Dave.
Absolutely.
We're gonna take them a little bit here. But I'm glad you also spoke up about 855 and decoupling, and really important for us to see the response from local business owners like yourself regarding changes that are large changes, for the state. I think it's really important for us to hear what you have to say on that. And I really just want to again thank you for being a part of things and giving us a shout here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Seeing no more questions. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Marianne Damasio, followed by Chris Phelps.
Thank you, Will.
Rep. Conti needed to step away for a little while, so I'll be chairing for a little bit. You guys have to be patient with me on the hand raising part of it. I will do my best. Marianne, you're up. Thank you.
Yes, nice to see you all again, or many of you that we've seen before at this hearing. Good afternoon, Chair Needleman and Chair Arconti and honorable members of the committee. My name is Marianne Damasio. I'm from the Appliance Standards Awareness Project and here to testify on SB 863, an act concerning energy efficiency standards. Our organization works to advance appliance standards at the national and state level. And I'd just like to note that our report we've done with ACEEE called States Go First provides much of the background for the state standards and the products in this bill. So happy to answer questions about the background on that. So I think we've already heard that Connecticut has been at this for a while, and 2004 to 2011, they passed, all passed 3 appliance standards bills, but it hasn't been updated or added to since 2011. Connecticut was one of the first states to adopt standards after California, and most of those products went on to become national standards, leading to very large energy and dollar and CO2 savings, nationwide. So just to update you on where other states are, a bunch of states have adopted this package of standards. In the East, we have Vermont, New York, they just did the water products, and Washington, DC. And then in the West, Colorado, Hawaii, Washington, and California have most of these products. And then this year, I think Connecticut is surrounded in that other states are all also pursuing standards this year. So Maine, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts in New England, and then New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Maryland are also pursuing standards this year. So a few things about the products in the bill there. I know there's been talk today about cost effective for consumers. So all the products in the bill are cost effective and for consumers and businesses that purchase the products with payback of half of them have no incremental cost on the products, and then there are some that do, but the payback is all less than 1.5 years. All of the products that would meet the standards are already on the market today from multiple manufacturers. So we're not sort of being ahead of the curve and saying, go do some new technology. They're all on the market. And no one has to purchase a product or get rid of an inefficient product. It simply means that when someone's ready to purchase a new product, that the choices that are on the shelves will be the more efficient products. And I know some of the legislators and other people today have brought up issues that are related to the pandemic and the economy. And I just want to point out that this bill, as it stands now, it wouldn't go into effect until 2022, but we've recommended to states that are trying to adopt it this year to change the effective date to January 1st, 2023. We usually bump it up every year. And I believe that's the intent of DEEP, is to move it up. So it would be almost 2 years before any of these products, any of these standards go into effect. And just ending with some earlier discussion, there were questions about benefits to consumers and low-income consumers. So I just wanted to give a couple of examples. One is for one of the consumer products, air purifiers. Purchasing a more efficient product, we've calculated through analysis, could save about $30 a year on utility bills, or about $270 over the life of products. So that's a significant cost savings, particular for low-income consumers. And finally, shower heads. I may have brought this to a hearing before, but I like to just show that this is one of the products. It's called appliance standards, but many of the products are smaller because the big products already have federal standards. So this shower head is $8.99 at my local Ace Hardware store. It uses 2 gallons per minute. And the one that uses 2.5 gallons is the same price. So there's no difference in price, but there are significant savings. And we haven't talked much about water today, but consumers will save both on energy and water. And if you take shower heads and faucets together, those are 2 of the biggest savers in the bill. And they account for about 20 million of the $59 million that will be saved by consumers and businesses in 2026. So just wanted to note that, and that there is no incremental cost for those. So in closing, just be very happy to provide further information. And I'll just end with comments from my state rep and the Massachusetts bill sponsor, who loves to call this bill a win-win-win. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Marianne. I appreciate it. I'm not seeing any. Oh, I do. I see Representative Mushinsky's hand up. If you-
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got tipped off by a researcher who used to work for our state of Connecticut, who said that if we didn't amend statute 16A-48, we would have the effect of our standards be superseded by the weakened federal standard on things such as water shower heads. And because the Trump administration had watered down some of the standards, and it is more difficult to change that back because it's a regulation. So do you agree with his analysis that we are going to have an issue with the federal standards for a time being weaker than our state standard?
Well, in part, that's actually how it is right now. The thing they weakened on the federal level was to allow multiple shower heads. I won't get into details, but you could have a shower head with 4 nozzles and they could each use 2.5 gallons. So that's a part of what they did on the federal level. But as it stands right now, you have a state without state standards has the weaker federal standard. So there's a lot of wasted energy and water as it stands right now. So the state, by adopting this, would improve on what the federal standards are. And I would say these plumbing products are the only product with federal standards because they were adopted a long time ago in 1992, but never updated. So the federal government has waived preemption, and that's what allows the states to have the more stringent standards. So there's, I think just for shower heads, it's about $10 million a year you'd be losing initially for shower heads, and that number will grow as the years go on and more people purchase them. So yes, to your question, it would put the state at the lower federal standards.
Okay, and the bill does not fix that, correct? So we would have to make an amendment to this bill to correct that problem?
No, it does. The federal standard right now is 2.5 gallons per minute. And the standard in this bill is 2 gallons per minute. So it does correct it. It makes it more stringent. And the other rollback thing I believe that they will try to work on the federal level, it was something about the definition of shower head. So that is not, that would be preempted. You can't change that, I don't believe.
Okay, this is a very meaty bill, and I've been trying to read it all, and I just want to make sure we don't leave ourselves vulnerable to a weaker federal standard. So, but you've obviously read it further along than I have, and your opinion is we are not in danger of being subject to the weakened federal standards.
No, you're doing exactly the opposite. You're getting the stronger state standard, so you'll capture the significant savings from the shower heads and faucets. And yes.
Okay, well that really relieves my mind. So thank you for weighing in on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Marianne. I don't see anybody else with their hand raised. So thank you so much for testifying.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
thank you. Next, we have Chris Phelps, followed by Katie Riley.
Chris, you're up. Is Chris here?
Yeah, he's coming in now.
Okay, great.
Hi, Senator. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yes, I can.
Okay, I think I was waiting to be let into the room here. Hi, thank you. I'm Chris Phelps, State Director of Environment Connecticut. We have, I have comments that we have submitted on Senate Bill 860. I think we may be submitting additional comments on some of the other bills before you today, but focus on that one at the moment. It's always tough testifying right after Marianne because I almost could just finish my testimony by saying, well, what she said. Our testimony does look eerily similar to hers. We are, though, a nonprofit member-supported environmental advocacy group here in Connecticut, and we strongly support this bill. We worked in support of previous efforts by this legislature in 2004, 2011, and at least one or two other sessions in which you've adopted similar product efficiency standards. And I think it's been about a decade since Connecticut updated its product efficiency standards statute. And it's high time, as has been testified to already. Lots of states are moving forward with the same suite or the very similar suite of standards contained in this bill. And for reason, these are, as Marianne, I think just Lou said, it's a win-win solution and efficiency for the economy and for the environment in Connecticut. Not adopting standards, efficiency standards, would harm consumers and businesses in Connecticut by literally making it pay more energy consume in our daily lives. I don't think that's anyone wants to do, but if we don't adopt these standards, we'll have a lot more inefficient products on the market in Connecticut in coming years. So in all seriousness, I'm not going to read through my testimony because Marianne hit many of the same exact points that I do. I will say in the little bit of time I have left that I was reviewing some of the testimony by a couple of the industry associations that testified in opposition to this bill. In some places they were, I think it was the Consumer Technology Association, seemed to focus on testimony largely in opposition to the existing statute that in the books in Connecticut for, I think, the better part of 2 decades now. That really, I think, exemplifies, what's good about this bill. That, if these standards have been in place for so long and have worked for so long for Connecticut, for the products we have currently, that it really is a no-brainer for Connecticut to adopt these updated standards for which there are products available. These aren't technology forcing. We're not telling the industry to go out and create new products, but rather to focus on selling the products that exist that are cost-effective and energy efficient for Connecticut. Excuse me. These really are a no-brainer for our state. They make sense for consumers. They make sense for our economy. And we urge the committee to adopt these standards and move Connecticut forward when it comes to strengthening our economy, reducing energy costs for consumers, and making our economy and the products in the marketplace more efficient. I just wanted to state, I'll close by speaking to one specific argument that I read in some of the testimony, and that relates to the relationship between these types of state product standards and the Energy Star system. These are complementary standards, complementary ideas that, in essence, leapfrog each other. As products become more efficient, this floor that the state of Connecticut and other states have set really serves to raise the bar incrementally as time goes on. And as the Energy Star, as the products in the marketplace become essentially universally compliant with the Energy Star for a given product, that becomes the floor, the state standards floor in Connecticut, California, and Massachusetts, states across the country. That's actually how systems should work and has worked to make these products in the marketplace in our economy more efficient and more cost effective for everyone. So that's a good thing, is the point I wanted to make. I'll stop there. Again, we strongly support this bill. That can't possibly be a surprise to any of you, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'm back, taking over for Norm for a second. I am actually very surprised you're so supportive of this bill. Definitely caught me off guard.
Well, I thought I'd throw you a curveball, Representative.
Always take a curveball. I do want to ask, not on this bill, but I know Environment Connecticut always participates in the public comment period a lot in Pure and Deep. Are active in a lot of dockets, on behalf of the environment and ratepayers. So just want, if your organization had any thoughts on the decoupling bill. We've been, it's been about a decade, right? So this is really the first time the committee has heard, it's the opportunity for the committee to hear feedback from people who participate with the agencies a lot more often, throughout the whole year.
Sure. In all honesty, Representative, that is one of the bills on your agenda that we may be submitting comments on following the hearing.
Okay.
We haven't taken a position yet on it, to be clear. There are arguments for that bill, there are arguments against it. That it's actually a pretty difficult conversation. We haven't taken a position yet. I think that's really all I can say on it at the moment.
Okay, no,
but we're trying to answer that question for ourselves, because I think it does balance competing interests, and there's a strong argument for there's an argument for the existing system, and there's an argument for doing something along the lines of what this bill discusses.
Okay, yep.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I really apologize to dodge the quest for dodging.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a tough question. It's a tough issue, tough question. I understand, but if you guys end up submitting testimony to our clerk, make sure you let us know. We'd like to take a look at it. I know Rep. Pettit has his hand up for a question. Rep. Pettit.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize if this was stated, because I've been in and out at a couple other things. Will this prevent the consumer from, say in the example of, flow 2 gallons per minute? If for a certain situation you needed 4 or 6 gallons a minute, will those products still be available or at a higher price, or how does that work in terms of the ability to use something at a different level?
Well, I'll start by saying, Representative, you're asking me about one of the standards, product standard, which I'm probably least familiar. I have to embarrass myself and acknowledge that. So I really can only give you more of a general answer. I'm sure Julia Demain from DEEP or the commissioner could give you a much more precise answer than I can. But these do establish a baseline playing field for all products, because I think I can't answer that question. I should be I don't have the answer to that question. I could try to get an answer for you, or connect with the staff at the agency who probably would be able to give you a specific answer better than I could. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if not specifically for that, does it outlaw all the products that don't meet the standard, or can you still obtain that product at an increased price or an increased tariff?
Oh, well, that part I would say no. If I'm understanding the question on that part. This establishes a minimum standard, and all of the standards in this bill are written specifically to adopt a minimum standard for which there are products available. This isn't trying to tell the industry you have to go out and create new products that don't yet exist, but rather it creates a minimum floor for energy efficiency or water efficiency in this case. And products that fall below that floor that aren't that efficient would not be available for sale, and shouldn't be, because frankly, they're not cost effective is part of the point. But it does nonetheless, though, set the floor at a level that's reasonable in terms of there are products on the market that meet the need and are cost effective. That really is the point. So, but no, a manufacturer could not sell in Connecticut a product that doesn't meet that minimum standard. That would not be, that's the point of the bill, I guess, in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rep. Pettit, and thank you, Chris, for testifying.
Thank you, Senator.
Well.
Yes, thank you very much. Next, we have Katie Riley, followed by Patrick McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Needleman, Chair Conti, and honorable members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 863. My name is Katie Riley. I work for the Consumer Technology Association, or CTA. Our members of the world's leading innovators, from startups to the global brands that you're probably using for this hearing today, helping to support over 18 million American jobs. We represent computer and computer monitor manufacturers and brand owners, which are a targeted product category in this bill. And while we share the legislature's goal of increasing energy efficiency, we do not believe that the approach outlined in SB 863 is the path to get there. I did want to touch real quick, just to start off, on Chris's testimony. He mentioned that CTA was objecting to the state-specific standards for products that Connecticut already regulates. If you look through our written testimony, we're not objecting to any existing standards to current products. And in my testimony here, I'll touch on the two areas of concern that we actually have related to the bill. But just to start off as a history, for the past 15 years, CTA and our members have worked aggressively on energy efficiency issues for consumer electronics. We've quantified through peer-reviewed studies that while the number of electronic devices in US homes has increased 21% since 2010, those devices now account for 25% less residential energy consumption over the same time period. And this is really a landmark achievement that's due to the tech industry's innovations and investments, not because of mandated state or federal requirements. So with that context in mind, the two areas of concern that we have on Senate Bill 863, the first is the requirement for computer and computer monitors sold in Connecticut to meet the California Energy Commission or CEC standards in order to be sold within the state. What's important to understand about our category of products is that our companies sell products into a US or North American market. The CEC standard for energy efficiency for computers and monitors is the most stringent standard found within that market. And as such, it kind of serves as the de facto national standard. So what this means is that the computers and monitors that are already for sale in Connecticut meet the California standard for achieving energy efficiency savings without the state of Connecticut doing anything or creating any kind of government mandate on industry. So from our perspective, the bill is really a solution looking for a problem for our category of products. And, with all due respect to DEEP's testimony, the ratepayer savings claimed by DEEP specific to our category of products will happen regardless of any action that the Connecticut legislature takes to mandate the CEC standards for computers and computer monitors. Those savings are already naturally happening in the marketplace as a result of the passage of this bill. The second part I wanted to touch on quickly is just we are requesting the removal of both the existing language and new language that provides blanket authorization to DEEP to establish energy efficiency standards for virtually any consumer product. As I just kind of noted, our companies sell products into a US North American market. We aren't designing or making products with a specific energy standard for Connecticut versus California versus Washington versus New York. So the ability for Connecticut to set its own set of energy efficiency standards that may compete with another jurisdiction raises a lot of concerns on our end, and from our perspective is not the right approach. So with that, I just wanted to reiterate, we are firmly committed to energy efficiency across our industry. The residents of Connecticut are already receiving the energy efficiency savings and reaping those energy efficiency benefits by having the California standard in place. We just don't think SB 863 is really the right path forward for our products specifically. And so thank you very much for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Katie. I'm assuming you're not running for a plane today.
I am not.
Oh, that's good news.
I was actually joking with someone earlier. I do miss the 3 Dunkin' Donuts strategically placed throughout the Hartford Airport, but no, not running for a plane today.
We didn't have to have you cut the line. In some ways, this is better. It's easier, less traveling for you. Thank you, and we understand your position on this. I have my own concerns about Connecticut creating its own standards. On the other hand, that interest competes against Connecticut trying to help set the standards, and both are important to consider. We do want to be leaders in this, and I think the point of state jurisdictions doing this is to incentivize the higher standard for the whole country. Connecticut is small, we can't do it alone. California tends to be the leaders in this, and in some areas we follow and I agree with it, and in some areas we follow and I don't agree with it. But this time we'll have a conversation separately about the computer monitors, but I think, I don't think that this bill presents that much of a problem, at least as far as I can tell. So I think we have a couple of people, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Needham.
Representative Acker.
Do I get to go first, or did I jump the queue? All right. Thank you for coming today. I'm just specifically touching on the computer monitor issue. Are there, is the most efficient computer monitor so much more efficient that we're crazy not to adopt it? I mean, what are we looking for in terms of incremental gains, improvements?
So I think our point is more that in order to, so California is obviously one of the world's largest economies on its own. So our point is that it is already the de facto national standard. So the products that residents are buying in Connecticut already meet the California standard without the adoption of this. So based on our knowledge and our intel, you can't buy a product right now in Connecticut that would be less efficient than the California standard. For CTA's members and the computers and monitors that we put out on the market, anything sold within the United States in any state is already meeting those California Energy Commission standards.
So this would be an issue that Connecticut now decides to set more stringent efficiency standards solely for sale in Connecticut. Is this your concern with this?
Our concern is more just it's increasing compliance burden on our member companies, if that makes sense. So now we have to prove in the state of Connecticut that our products are compliant with another state standard when that other state standard, the California standard, is the most stringent standard and is the baseline for all of our computers and monitors sold within the United States. So from our perspective, it's an unnecessary regulatory burden to not actually increase energy efficiency savings for the residents of Connecticut.
So it's an additional bureaucratic hoop, a regulatory hoop through which you would need to jump that you feel is just duplicative, unnecessary, whatever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Didn't mean to put words in your mouth there. Okay.
No, I would probably have used those same words, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you, Chair Needleman.
Thank you, Representative Eckert, followed by Representative Meskers.
So just a quick question, and thank you, Katie, again, for being here. Just following up a little bit, my concern is that we create a standard that you just mentioned, it creates a baseline, but your product that you sell now is sold throughout the country. So Massachusetts, Connecticut are already getting high efficiency products now.
Correct. They are already getting the products that would meet the California Energy Commission standards.
That's always been kind of my concern, the Connecticut sets a standard, but I want it to be a regional standard. So that it sounds like you're already doing it in yours, so it doesn't need to be in this piece of legislation. But that's what I'm concerned about for all the products that are going to be found in this document. But I think that's what I think our goal is, that it's more of a regional, because if you can go and get a cheaper, not that we're saying that there are cheaper, who knows if they are or not, but thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Eckert. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. So I'm confused about but I understand the concern. So it would seem to me that the more logical solution to the issue is that you'd be asking for Connecticut to acknowledge and work on reciprocity with California on the regulatory environment. Because if the de facto standards are being set in California and we're on par with them, then maybe what we need is legislation that requires us to acknowledge or require that reciprocity, so that the only thing you have to affix to the box is that it meets California regulatory environment, versus that you begin to have, if it's the same standards on multi-state, the question of reciprocity might reside better in the legislation than for you to prove that you meet the identical standards and it requires any additional testing or certification, right? Now, you may not want us to adhere completely to California standards across all of your issues, which may be a separate problem. But if we're talking about monitors in California setting the standard, maybe perhaps it's the wording of the legislation, and I would suggest that to our chair. I guess the question is where we want to lead, where you won't be happy, and we lead and set regulatory benchmarks. But if we're using identical regulatory benchmarks, perhaps we need to consider reciprocity in the bill, so that it's easier for the producers of the product to say it meets the standards in California, de facto it meets the standards in Connecticut. So we don't make the requirement that you have to get certified in 50 states. Does that work at all?
While I respect that, we kind of hold strong in our point that it's not even necessary for Connecticut to go down that path. because the products are already available in the state of Connecticut. There,
Probably
you know,
looking- There's a philosophical question there, and then the question is the regulatory issue. And I would say philosophically, I'd be happy to look at reciprocity on a regulatory framework. And I understand why you don't want 50 different regulators telling you what goes into a monitor. But I might be happy to figure out that if there isn't a national standard and we have a market driver in California, that we look at reciprocity. So I'd humbly submit, maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle. And that's just an idea.
Happy to work with you on language as necessary. But again, from our perspective, California is the de facto national standard. All computers and monitors being sold in the United States meet the California Energy Commission standard.
Right.
But happy to discuss further offline as needed.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Katie. I don't see anyone else's hand raised. I just have one last question. When you talk about monitors, you mean separate monitors, not the part of a laptop that's a monitor?
I believe laptops are defined within the definition of computer. I can follow up with you on that. In California, that laptops are included in the definition of computer rather than falling within the definition of computer monitor, if that's what you're inquiring about, sort of where laptops fall.
Okay.
But yes, monitor, I believe, is referring to the standalone computer monitor.
And how many are still sold? I mean, between tablets and laptops, I mean, I happen to have a monitor, but I'm old.
That is a great question. I can talk to our market research team and see if they have any data I can share with you on that.
I'm just wondering if we're having an argument over nothing at this point. So anyway, separate conversation we can have at another time. I really appreciate your coming, and get to the airport and get home.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you, Senator, for the time today.
Take care. Will, up next.
Thank you. Up next is going to be Patrick McDonald, followed by Howard Peterson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman. Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, Senator Needleman.
We can hear you. Thank you.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Great. That's okay. Representative Arconti and Ferraro, members of the Energy Technology Committee. My name is Patrick McDonald. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for UIL Holdings Corporation, the parent company United Illuminating, the Southern Connecticut Gas Company, Connecticut Natural Gas, and a wholly owned subsidiary of Avangrid Incorporated. Thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony on several raised bills before you today. The first raised bill I'd like to comment on is House Bill 6409, an act concerning the solicitation of biogas injection proposals from anaerobic digestion facilities. Avangrid as a company has a large focus on deploying clean energy technologies. We support the potential use of biogas from anaerobic digestion facilities as another tool to reduce the impact of carbon emissions, provided that the quality of the biogas is comparable in its energy content to natural gas, and that the cleanliness is sufficient to avoid any issues with our customers' use of the products. We'd also look to Connecticut's Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, as well as the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, to monitor the overall cost of this initiative, and they should have the ability to terminate any initiative that's not in the interest of ratepayers. With these requirements, we support House Bill 6409. The next raised bill I'd like to comment on is Senate Bill 856, an act increasing representation on the Energy Conservation Management Board, and also Senate Bill 863, an act concerning energy efficiency standards. UI has long supported energy efficiency efforts for its customers' benefits and has administered award-winning energy efficiency programs for many decades, and I've been a part of those for many years myself. These efforts in Connecticut have been advanced through collaborative efforts that have primarily been centered around the activities of the Energy Efficiency Board. Senate Bill 856 continues to advance the importance of the Energy Efficiency Board, and in conjunction with Senate Bill 863, continues to advance the importance of energy efficiency in Connecticut. Avangrid supports these bills as cost-effective tools to assist Connecticut in the achievement of its clean energy goals. The next bill I'd like to comment on is Senate Bill 862, an act limiting eligibility for the Residential Solar Investment Program and preventing distributed energy generation solicitations from segregating large projects. As the solar industry continues to mature and the cost of solar systems continue to decline, one of the largest factors in the cost of the energy generated from solar systems is the developmental cost of individual projects. This is particularly true of individual customer side behind the meter installations, where a solar developer needs to sell the installation to each end use customer, one project at a time. The results is these behind the meter systems receive higher incentives than a grid scale project would receive, and the customer side programs are broken into groups based on size limits to allow further matching of the size of the system to the appropriate incentive level. Developers are always interested in maximizing the size of the incentives they receive and in stacking incentives together wherever they can. This bill would clarify the eligibility criteria for those incentives and eliminate the opportunity for developers to tailor their projects to meet the program rules for their advantage. We support this bill as drafted. The next bill I'd like to comment on is House Bill 6415, an act requiring the Public Utility Regulatory Authority to adopt regulations for natural barrier preservation and maintenance by electric distribution companies. We understand the aesthetic impact that our necessary electric facilities can have on a community, and we've always strived to work closely with municipalities and neighbors in order to address these concerns. We support PURA having the ability to implement standards to balance ratepayer costs associated with implementing such a standard with the interest of the communities in having an attractive installation in their neighborhood. We'd also suggest that there may be a role here for the Connecticut Siting Council when new facilities are involved. With these considerations, we support House Bill 6415. The last raised bill I will comment on today is Senate Bill 864, an act concerning the valuation of certain properties for municipal purchase. We find this bill particularly troublesome because it appears to set arbitrary valuations for the purchase of some of our assets for some unknown reasons. On its face, the bill appears to violate the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, which provides that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. It's further troubling because it allows municipalities where the facilities are located to purchase these assets without consideration for how they might be used by us to serve customers in other towns. We feel this bill may have numerous unintended consequences, and for these reasons we have provided here today, we are opposed to this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on these bills today. We appreciate the opportunity to be part of the conversation to advance Connecticut's energy agenda and protect consumers. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have today.
Thank you, Pat. I was really looking forward to owning my own transformer.
You're certainly entitled to, Senator.
Couple of poles and a transformer, I'll feel like I have my own utility. Does anybody have any questions for Pat? I know Rep. Arconte, who had taken a break for a minute, I think he wanted to speak, but I'm not able to get him back. So I don't see anybody else with their hand raised. So with that, I appreciate.
Oh, I'm back.
All right, we got him. All right. Rep. Arconte, it's all.
Yeah. Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good afternoon, Representative Arconte. How are you today?
Good. So I wanted to just ask you a couple questions. One, I'm sorry I didn't catch all your testimony, but was there any testimony on Senate Bill 855?
855, no.
Okay.
We did not testify on 855.
Any comments?
Let me just refresh my memory on which one 855.
Yeah, it's the decoupling of pure and deep.
Okay,
you as one of the regulated.
No, I would say that we don't really have a position on that. I've been dealing with, I've been around long enough that I've seen the DPUC prior to the creation of DEEP. And I can say that in my dealings with, in proceedings before PURA, we see DEEP as a party to the proceedings. So we don't really see any issue with the status quo.
Okay, that's fair. Just wanted to try to get you guys on the record since you appear before them very often. And then on the energy efficiency, we touched on decoupling. a little earlier with the commissioner and her team on that. So my question to you, since you're the first utility up today, would the utilities be such strong proponents of energy efficiency measures without revenue decoupling mechanisms in place?
I think I would say that we have advanced energy efficiency measures for many years prior to the advent of revenue decoupling. So I can't imagine that would change as a result of a change to revenue decoupling. What I would add is I would echo. Oh, go ahead.
No, just finish.
I would say, I was going to echo some of the comments that Deputy Commissioner Hackett raised earlier around, when there's an increase in consumption, like I think we all expect in the near future as a result of electric vehicles and electrification of heating, that it would work, I think, against the best interest of consumers to not return excess revenue to customers that we got from increased sales. And also, if we had a summer like we had this past summer, where we had very high hot weather and we had increased loads as a result of that, but with decoupling, that whatever that revenue would be returned to customers. So I think that it works both ways.
Okay, yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question. Just asking if you had a response to Deputy Commissioner Hackett's comments on how it can benefit ratepayers in the reverse when demand ramps up and there's that increase. So those are the only questions I have. Thanks, Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Conte. See Representative Ackert has his hand up.
Being here, Mr. McDonald. Just a comment. I just was going over the last bill you touched on, the one regarding valuation of certain properties for municipal purchase. I don't know I know you made a comment about the Fifth Amendment, but also I was just looking at the value that was set on the items. Did you take a look at that at all? It just says the price to be paid for a substation shall be $100,000. And a price for a utility pole is $500.
Yes.
I can't even imagine that those are even close.
Yes.
That's okay. That's what I was thinking at the.
I think they would be. Yes. Yes.
Just
I agree with that, Representative Ackert. Yes.
Utility, you're as a utility, typically in every community, you're the highest taxpayer. And I'm sure that these properties are part of the properties that are under the property tax that you pay property taxes. And I'm sure that that's probably more near the property tax value than it is actually the value of the property.
I can't say where those valuations came from. They seem very low.
I'll listen to more input on this and talk to the leadership of our team just to see where this bill came from. But and I thank you for your time and I appreciate your time being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Ackert, and thank you, Pat. I don't see anybody else's hand up, so have a great day. Be careful outside if you're outside. So,
thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Well,
next up, we have Howard Peterson, followed by Aaron Peterson.
Howard Peterson. Is Howard Peterson still on? You let him in, Will?
He is in currently. I'm gonna just ask him to unmute.
Thank you. Now can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I don't know how to turn on so you can see me.
That's all right.
Not necessary. To the Committee on Energy and Technology, I want to thank you for your opportunity to provide testimony and my insights into the issues involved with advancing the mission to climate change in Connecticut, specifically towards House Bill 6412. As background, as a first-time person to testify, I want to tell you that I am a resident of Milford, Connecticut. However, my expertise on the uses of biofuels to combat climate change come from my businesses that are headquartered in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. The liquid fuels distribution business, Peterson's Oil, sells bioheat in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. The biodiesel manufacturing business is located in New Hampshire. I have an engineering degree from Rensselaer Polytechnic, and I am currently the president of our family business. I've had various leadership positions in the liquid energy trade associations, and I am a voting member of the ASTM DO2 committee, which oversees the ASTM D396 standard for heating fuel and the ASTM D6751 standard for biodiesel. Others in this hearing will have advocated for the inclusion of low levels of biodiesel in Connecticut heating fuel supply. The ASTM standard that includes B20 blends is now 5 years old, and the fuel sold and delivered in Connecticut will not challenge the limits of that standard until 2034. Likewise, in Rhode Island Bill H 5132 contemplates challenging the standard in 2030. My experience in using biodiesel manufactured from waste oil dates from 2011. Our experience shows that high biodiesel blends work well with legacy equipment. Equipment manufactured in Connecticut has a very high compatibility with biodiesel blends at all levels. To achieve the higher biodiesel blends for heating and manufacturing that will address the goal set by the Paris Accords, you as legislators need to provide incentives to propel Connecticut to the forefront. My manufacturing plant in New Hampshire reopened without any government incentives from New Hampshire, but New Hampshire did not provide regulatory obstacles or delays in our plans. Massachusetts did provide incentives through the Massachusetts Advanced Portfolio Standard. This resulted in the sale of the output of the plant to Massachusetts, a program which has seen participation grow to the point where it's about to maximize the program. There is a closed biodiesel plant in Bridgeport, Connecticut, which our company entertained purchasing, but there was not a suitable business climate in Connecticut to pursue the venture, nor did Connecticut offer any incentives to offset the regulatory roadblocks to create additional incentives for clean energy production. I would urge you to enact the TREC program rather than to continue to study the program to attract higher use of biodiesel on a voluntary basis. If you are to attract clean, low carbon fuels to Connecticut, you must provide incentives that are at parity, if not equal or greater to the incentives offered from other states or countries for liquid fuels. Other heating products, including solar panels and heat pumps, receive large incentives, but only perform some of the time and almost never in cold weather. The far west and west are developing incentives for large renewable diesel plants that are to use a different technology. As my plant is expanded, I have now reached a point where I can supply my distribution company with enough fuel to satisfy two levels of consumer demand. We sell a B20 blend to about a third of our residential customer base, and we provide a B60 blend to about 60% of our residential customer base in Massachusetts. The incentives provided by Massachusetts have made it possible to distribute a liquid fuel that will meet your proposed 2035 standard today. Our field trials provide data for the next step up in the ASTM standards, and as well, we sell to a select few Connecticut consumers biodiesel blends that meet your 2035 goals today. Connecticut is not an island. And as you debate the TREC program, you need to be aware of the competition for low carbon fuels. I believe that every East Coast manufacturer of low carbon fuels is either selling fuel or contemplating selling fuels in other markets. I am currently waiting to see if Connecticut will create an incentive in the TREC program to provide the capital. Our products are distributed to 7 anaerobic digesters now. And as I pointed out, a herd of 800 cows can produce 300 kilowatts an hour of electricity at market wholesale electric rates. Our biodiesel BTU content is about 127,000 BTUs compared to USLD, which has a range of 125 to 135,000 BTUs. Our NOx emissions are lower than in petroleum with field testing instruments used by almost every technician. Our field test instruments measure CO2, CO, O2, and NOx as standard tests, and you can collect data locally to meet the deep questions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Peterson, that's time there.
Yes, that's good. Then if you have any questions, then I'll submit the rest of my comments in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Does anybody have any questions for Howard? Don't see any hands raised, so I just want to thank you for coming today or for testifying today. And have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Up next, we have Sharon Peterson.
Any relation?
I don't know.
Hello, I think you can hear me.
We can
Yes?
hear you.
There, I got the video. It's a little tricky. Yes, there is a relation. We are husband and wife, full disclosure. Two
Okay.
separate companies, however.
Uh-oh. Competitors?
So thank you, by the way, both Chairman Akanti and Chairman Needleman for having us and for my opportunity to speak also on behalf of HB 6412. Just as, since you already mentioned it, I'm writing or speaking from the perspective of a mid-sized family business in West Haven, Connecticut, Apple Oil Company, which is now in our 41st year of operation and over 60 years in business in Connecticut. We also sell, build and sell residential homes throughout Connecticut. So for today, though, I want to say that we're both united in our effort to encourage and promote the use of biodiesel and other future low carbon fuels into the liquid fuel industry in Connecticut. I'm glad to see that you've included a bill that uses a life cycle analysis approach, which analyzes the environmental impact of energy from the raw material production to the end life use and through the combustion and use through the consumer. As you might know, that B100 has a carbon intensity rating of about 23, which is lower than electric vehicles and lower than electricity produced from natural gas. To answer, and I can't remember who asked about French fries, but I thought I'd bring show and tell. This is a little vial of pure B100. As you can see, it's perfectly clear. And I'll just do a quick smell test. Absolutely no odor and no French fries, but so just to answer that question. So I do commend the committee for including that. Our industry has reliably provided heat and hot water to consumers for over 100 years with same-day response to emergencies and no heat situations. Liquid fuels are storable and deliverable. They do not lose energy capacity during transit. No other fuel source has the ability to meet the heating needs of Connecticut consumers through all weather conditions. Based on the dynamics of electricity generation and its costs and the high cost of heat pumps, the variability in function and supply for wind and solar, Connecticut needs to use liquid fuels with its already existing infrastructure to help meet the state's GHG and climate goals. I'm skipping a little bit just so we can get to everything, but my experience using credit programs, I have also bought and sold RINs on the federal credit program. So I have a good understanding of the economic dynamics that need to be in place to bring the product to market. I've been a proponent of the use of the credit incentive program to use for the use of biofuels. The mandated blend percentage only requires that whatever is sold be a certain blend rate, but it doesn't actually mandate that any product is sold at all or that any product is supplied at all. And if we truly want to increase the volume of renewable fuel in the state and maintain that diversity of the liquid fuel industry, then we need a credit-based system because we are competing with the dynamics outside of our state. And the incentive program needs to be implemented to encourage that supply to the state. Otherwise, it's going to go elsewhere, mandate or no. And currently, believe it or not, it is cost effective for supply to travel across the country to California rather than be sold here in the East Coast. So I've advocated on behalf of the inclusion of biodiesel in the Class 1 RECs, and I would encourage that we fully implement and maximize the use of biodiesel and other low carbon fuel blends. I recommend that this committee include a requirement that DEEP finish the process of implementing the TREC regulations in this HB 6412.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank
I appreciate that. Somebody did come into my office once and drop one of those vials and said, you can probably drink it.
You probably can, although I don't know if I'd recommend it.
I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I wish I had this one with me at the time, because as you can see, this is even a pure form. We're working to make it all this clear and remove any impurities. And the other benefits, as you know, is it takes used cooking oil out of the waste stream, which I know was a concern mentioned earlier. And the byproducts from the production are used in the anaerobic digesters, or can be sold for other purposes like making soap or making hand sanitizer.
Is there any sense of what the maximum amount of biodiesel that could be created from the waste stream? What is that versus how much is being used? How much oil is being used now? Diesel fuel?
You know, and I'm not an expert on the stats on that, but I know that there is some data that we can handle a large percentage of the fuel by using the waste stream products. And I wouldn't want to make a guess on how much of that could be done that way.
Not, you know,
perhaps, and I think perhaps some of the people following me might know the answer to that.
I know that even with the most efficient heat pumps, extreme cold, they become very inefficient. So I'm not sure that there isn't going to be a need for a gas or liquid fuel source long-term till we get to a new technology, really.
Absolutely. And I think that's a really important point. Just like a hybrid car serves a purpose, right? I think we have to preserve the liquid fuels industry as a pathway and see what comes next, but to shrink it to a point where it doesn't suffice in emergencies or other uses, like a supplemental fuel source on a heat pump, is going to put us in a very, very dangerous position.
Well, I am concerned that as we move to electrifying everything, we become very vulnerable to what we know is not the most reliable source of, I mean, it's reliable to a certain extent, but there are conditions, especially in Connecticut, with trees where we lose power, and then you could lose power, transportation, communication, heat, every aspect of your life. And so I said this before to DEEP, I'm concerned about it. It doesn't mean that we can't keep marching towards lower emissions. And these liquid fuels are certainly a bridge point. I don't know long-term, it's one of those things where you have an industry that's been around for so long, and you hear from dozens of family businesses that have been 3, 4, 5 generations. The biodiesel approach is probably the long-term solution, but I don't know how long-term. That's the
exactly. And we don't know what's coming next. There's a renewable diesel product. There are all sorts of carbon capture products that will come next. But the liquid fuel delivery system is very, very efficient. And I think that's the thing we have to keep in mind. And you talk about disruptions from tree foliage. I've talked on a national scale about disruptions from, say, hurricanes, where people are trying to get out of harm's way. And, if the power is out, they can't charge their car, if it was an electric car, to get out of the way. So we still have a long way to go before that is a 100% viable option, if it ever is. I think we're going to find better ways to have a liquid fuel combination as we go forward. And I think that's why this bill and combination, as I talked about with the credit program, is so important for achieving that pathway.
I don't disagree, and carbon capture may be part of the solution if we can get to the point where we can really do that efficiently. It's one of the things that I think needs to be incentivized at a national or global level. We really need to work on that technology. So anyway, I see Representative Gresko has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask a similar question. Do you have customers asking for this? If so, maybe how many? How long have you been blending, if you are blending? And did you need to retrofit anything like a filter or any additional equipment to accommodate their furnace?
Okay, so sort of a three-part question. The consumers have been slow to know about biofuel and to embrace it. And of course, most heating choices or most purchase choices are based on, cost effectiveness as well. But in the last several years, we're beginning to see there is definitely a very big interest in it. And I'll answer that in terms of our Massachusetts company is, as Howard testified, selling varying bio blends and giving the consumer a choice. And we're seeing 60% of the customers choosing the higher blend option, which is wonderful. I don't do blending in my West Haven facility. We buy the fuel already blended. So we don't do that, but we buy a blend rate and then sell it to the customers. So all of the customers are getting the same. So it depends on the infrastructure of the various company. In terms of the technology aspect of it, we're using existing equipment. A couple of things without getting too technical, right? The color of the flame is different. So the CAD cell doesn't always read the flame. You have to adjust the way it reads that, and it may mean nothing to you, but this is a service technician issue, not an equipment issue. And they also adjust the airflow. And I'm repeating because I'm not a technician, right? But they adjust the airflow. So this is a maintenance issue that can be resolved on the regularly scheduled maintenance visits, which we do, so that the unit is working efficiently and burning the fuel as it should be. So those are the main things that happen, and it's not necessarily equipment. And I'll add one further note. I know that some of the manufacturers, Carlin in particular, are producing new burners that are qualified to handle higher bio blends. They all can do it, but now they're specifically making them rated for the higher bio blends, which is great to see.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thanks, Representative. No other hands raised, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next up, we're going to have Charles Rothenberger, followed by Gary Keegan.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're good, Charles.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Needleman, Representative Arconti, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the Climate and Energy Attorney at Save the Sound, and I'm very happy to be here today to testify in strong support of SB 863, the Energy Efficiency Standards Bill. Won't read my testimony and hopefully not repeat a lot of what has been said, but the adoption of these efficiency standards really is an easy way to empower consumers and businesses to reduce their energy and water usage with a minimum of effort on their part. The savings are baked right into the product, requiring no special action or extra effort on the part of the consumer. And as other states restrict less efficient units from sale within their borders, states that don't adopt these updated standards really run the risk of becoming a de facto dumping ground for the worst performing products on the market, actually disadvantaging their residents. And this is a really important point because we know, as a matter of fact, that a growing number of states are adopting these standards. So that's a real consideration. And I think has been stated before, across the various product categories included in the bill, there are readily available and affordable models that meet the standards. These are not standards that are difficult to meet or that require the development of new cutting edge technology. This is not a technology forcing bill. It recognizes performance that's already out there available on the market across price points, while really raising the floor a little bit and ensuring that the worst performing products are removed from the market, which from a consumer perspective certainly makes a lot of sense. And so adoption of these standards, as many states have already acknowledged by adopting them, really represents a win-win for consumers. It's a win for the economy, a win for the environment. And just to address maybe some of the comments that were raised before in the time that I have left, with respect to the computer standards, the standards in this bill mirror the California standards. So to the extent that that's become a de facto national standard, this language wouldn't change that one way or the other. But as a matter of fact, we have heard that the California standards have not been uniformly adopted across the country. There are still products that aren't meeting the California standards, despite what a big share of the market they are. So, working in concert with our neighbors, which is what this bill really does, ensures that, again, Connecticut isn't being the destination for the worst performing products on the market. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Charles. Like the Save the Sound hat as well. And I see Rep Ackert has his hand up.
Charles, thank you. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for your testimony today, Representative Ackert. And just to follow up, Katie Riley talked about the computer screen and how they kind of do a base model. So instead of making computer screens that are high energy use, low energy use, they go, okay, we're going to make computer screens that are this energy use. So streamline around the base rather than make multiple energy uses. Wouldn't appliance companies and others do the same? Wouldn't you think? In Connecticut being so small, I couldn't see a distribution for a warehouse that would say, okay, these ones can go to Connecticut, and then these ones can go to Massachusetts. And your thoughts on that?
So I won't hold myself out as an expert on sort of the distribution system of manufacturers. And by the way, pleasure to see you as always. What I will say is that if sort of the hypothetical in your situation holds true, if in fact all of the products are meeting this standard, having this language in Connecticut really won't impact that one way or the other. The fact is, Connecticut, if there is, however, a difference, we certainly don't want to be the target of lower performing models. And we really are working in concert with our neighboring states. New York has already adopted these standards. Massachusetts would have last year, but they ran into a hiccup. So they're refiling this year and moving forward with that. Vermont has. So to the extent that distribution systems target regions of the country, Connecticut really wants to be in lockstep with our surrounding states to ensure that we are getting the best deal for our residents, frankly. I don't know if that was responsive to your question, but.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, part of it is I think we bumped the year out of this anyways too, so it gets at the other states
yes.
If they go in line, and maybe that's something. I just think that we want to make sure that that I think it's more of a regional plan is what I think, because New England is so small, to be honest.
Yeah.
When we talked, the other person that testified talked about California being enormous. So as opposed to the whole east, our side of the state. But so I think we'll listen to further dialogue. I always want to make sure that we're kind of working in concert with those around us. So thank you, Charles. Appreciate that. You work as a team, and to get things, so that we're all working for the environment, but also our consumers too. So, but thank you for being here and testifying.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in case the point was missed, I mean, we should be clear that the standards in the Connecticut bill mirror the standards in bills that other states have adopted and are adopting. So, all of the states recognize individually they can't have an impact on the market, but working in concert and together, we can, including with California. And that's really what the legislation tries to achieve. So thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else with their hands raised. Thanks, Charles, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. My pleasure.
Next up, we're going to have Gary Keegan, followed by Vincent Pace.
Co-chairs and committee members, Jerry Keegan with CTIA, the Trade Association for the Wireless Communications Industry, in opposition to Senate Bill 857, mandating backup power at cell sites. Wireless providers promptly respond to storms and other emergencies to ensure their networks are operational as quickly as possible. Providers use numerous strategies to prepare and respond to storms, including the placement of backup power, the use of portable generators, and the use of cell sites that are portable. CTIA and its members have also developed best practices which have enhanced coordination among providers to restore wireless service during emergencies. Wireless providers, though, need the flexibility to site backup power where feasible, which makes blanket mandates like the one in this bill unworkable. For example, carriers and infrastructure providers place antennas in structures that have limited room and don't have the requisite space to install rows of heavy batteries or large fuel burning generators. Many cell sites, including those on rooftops and poles, may not support the weight or size of backup generation equipment and may need to account for other structural issues. Moreover, this legislation fails to recognize that carriers and infrastructure providers co-locate facilities, whereby a single site may host several carriers and their equipment. It would be especially challenging for those sites to comply with this bill's backup generation mandate, as sufficient power and separate equipment will likely be needed for all carriers operating on the co-located site. Any cell site modification that requires the addition of backup power equipment raises other complicated issues related to the lease terms between carriers and the facility site owners, including the permissible use of this equipment and its exact placement within the site. This outcome would require leases between carriers and site owners to be renegotiated, the possibility of which is far from certain. Additionally, the Siting Council previously studied this issue and found that for a number of legal and technical reasons, it was not feasible to implement backup power mandates. For these reasons, we oppose this legislation and ask that you not move it forward. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Jerry, for your testimony. Any questions from community members? All right. Seeing none, one quick question, Jerry. If some of these problems were addressed in the legislation, would CTI possibly support it?
We believe that we need, as carriers, the flexibility to place backup power where it's appropriate and safe. We don't see that there could be amendments to address those issues that I presented. We really believe that we need that type of flexibility in order to place the equipment where we think it's appropriate. Now, all cell sites have some type of backup generation, whether it's battery or diesel fuel generation. And depending on the importance of the site, it could be 4 hours of battery backup versus 72 hours of fuel generator. But we believe that we really need that flexibility in order to place the equipment where it's appropriate.
Thanks for that. All right, seeing no hands raised, thanks for your testimony.
All right, next up we have Vincent Pace, followed by Stefan Sack.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Arconti, Senator Formica, Representative Ferraro, and other members of the committee. My name is Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource, and thank you very much for the chance to appear in front of you today. I appreciate the opportunity. We've submitted a very detailed written testimony. I'll defer to that for details. I want to use this chance to very briefly summarize a few key points that we'd like to make. And the first is regarding Senate Bill 856, which is an act increasing representation on the Energy Conservation Management Board. We support adding representatives from low income and also municipalities to that board. We think their input will be helpful. It'll provide more diverse viewpoints and also benefit the board's decision-making process. We also support Senate Bill 863, and that's an act concerning energy efficiency standards. Support the bill because it updates appliance and efficiency standards, and we think it helps the state achieve its overall efficiency goals. The next bill I'd like to comment on is House Bill 6409. That's an act concerning the solicitation of biogas injection proposals from anaerobic digestion facilities. And we support the potential use of biogas from anaerobic digestion because it helps reduce carbon emissions. We've identified just a few clarifying details we'd like you to respectfully consider in our written testimony. The next bill I'd like to comment on is House Bill 6415. That's an act requiring PURA to adopt regulations for natural barrier preservation and maintenance by electric utilities. And it's important to emphasize, we fully understand how important trees are to landowners, and we do try to work with them to achieve reasonable outcomes. But it's also important to recognize that we have to balance that with the reality that trees are the leading cause of power outages. What concerns us is the bill says, and I quote, "It requires the preservation and maintenance of existing natural barriers." And we think that ties PURA's hands, and we think it's very hard to reconcile that with the fact that we have to use targeted vegetation management to help reduce the likelihood of future power outages. And that's why we oppose that bill. The final bill I'd like to comment on is Senate Bill 864, and that's an act concerning the valuation of certain properties for municipal purchase. And we oppose it for really two reasons. The first is it harms our customers. It says that if we sell a substation to a municipality, the price is capped at $100,000. It also caps the price on sales of poles. And what happens is whenever we sell utility assets paid for by our customers, any gain we make on that sale goes back to customers as a credit. This bill deprives customers of that value they've paid for all these years in their rates by capping the sale at below market value. And it also raises some very important legal issues that we talk about in our written testimony. So that concludes my statement. I'm happy to take any questions if you have those for me.
Yeah, thanks, Vincent. Thanks for your expertise as always. Would you mind going over some of the changes in the biogas legislation you guys are proposing?
Sure, and they're very limited because we do support the concept overall. And we also do want to say that we do appreciate the fact that the current draft recognizes that the quality of the product would need to be suitable for injection into the natural gas system. We just like a little bit more language added to confirm that it actually will be acceptable and it won't create problems for natural gas consumers. Then the second change we'd like you to consider would be, can we ensure that PURA has the power to ensure that the cost of the program remains reasonable? And if over time PURA concludes it's not in the best interest of customers, they could curtail the size of the program to ensure that we balance the important carbon reduction goals in the program with bill impacts on customers.
Thanks, Vincent. Now in the biogas interconnection docket, can either of those be addressed in that docket? Or is it an extra proceeding you think we may need to authorize PURA to do?
We think that between the existing docket and also the docket contemplated by this bill, if it passes, that would give PURA the tools to be able to develop the right standards to ensure that the quality of the biogas being injected would be reasonable and compatible with our consumers' needs.
Okay, thanks. And the only other question is, I asked UI, so may as well ask you as well, is any comments on Senate Bill 855, the decoupling of PURA and DEEP?
You know, we think that with a very important issue like that, we respectfully defer to the judgment of this body and also the executive branch, and we'll respect whatever approach that you implement on that important issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other members have questions? See none. Thanks, Vincent.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Next up, we have Stephen Sack, and then we're going to skip over Sam Lear and go to Samantha Danowski for now.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'd like to thank this committee for their hard work on this bill, especially Senator Needleman and Representative Marcanti. My name is Steven Sack. I own Sack Energy. We are an energy wholesaler here in Connecticut. I'm 5th generation in this family business. As our country and state moves towards to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with low or no emissions energy supply, the fuel oil heating dealers have moved towards this goal also. This bill will allow Connecticut energy dealers to be part of the solution at an extremely low cost to the residents in Connecticut. Biodiesel can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by over 80% compared to conventional fuel oil with minimal to no changes in the homeowner's current equipment. Our residents need more than one option to heat their homes. While electric heat pumps sound great on paper, the cost to install in an average house is over $20,000 and more than twice as much to operate as using a home using bioheat. I've attached a cost comparison from Eversource's website that illustrates heat pumps cost almost double to operate versus bioheat. One major issue with electric heat pump is the amount of heat it produces is not sufficient to keep the home warm in the winter. But the biggest issue is how will low and moderate income and renters afford to install electric heat pumps and then afford the extra cost to operate them. Today, most landlords will not pay for energy audits and or install the recommended changes to reduce energy usage in homes. This bill will ensure energy affordability and equity for all ratepayers by allowing residents to use bioheat that will not cost more than they are paying now, and it will reduce the greenhouse gas emissions today, not years down the road. Today, our state can't supply zero emissions electricity to operate electric heat pumps and EVs without replacing 75% of our electric generation plants with solar and windmills, and then triple the amount of generation needed to supply the additional electricity. Once the additional generation is installed, all of New England needs to replace the distribution system. When I asked DEEP about the cost and the time frame for the grid upgrades needed, the response was they have not studied the cost or even asked the owners of the power lines, UI and Eversource, about the cost and the timeline to complete the project. The only answer that they came back to us was it will take 10 years to formulate a plan, but they did not have any idea how long it will take to install this. This bill will allow the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions today and not decades later. A reduction of greenhouse gases today is worth more than 10 or 20 years down the road. The Department of Consumer Protection has stated that they don't have the testing equipment or staffing resources to implement. They would need funding. Here, I'll show you in the camera, is a device that is a biodiesel testing device that we own. Takes about 30 seconds, put a couple drops of fuel on there, and in about 30 seconds, it'll give you the results of how much biodiesel's contents in the heating oil. They're very simple devices to use. I'm not a scientist, and I was taught in less than 3 minutes how to operate this. It's portable, and our industry is willing to purchase a device for the Department of Consumer Protection, where they can use mine at any time that they need at no cost. As to the aspect of the need for staffing, the department, I don't quite understand why they would need more staff. They already have staff there to go out and inspect the fuel that's being used under the current standards. All this is just adding one more aspect to the standard of the fuel with the biodiesel content. Today, DEEP administers many clean energy credits programs. What's very interesting about it is that 75% of Connecticut's credits produced are from facilities located outside of Connecticut. These include windmills and hydro plants in Canada, solar panels on barns in northern Vermont, and other states as far south as Maryland. It seems that DEEP and Department of Consumer Protection doesn't have an issue with administering these out-of-state facilities where the power doesn't even come into Connecticut. Taxpayers are paying to administer these out-of-state facilities with no return of funds or even in-state greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Most of the heating oil dealers are local family businesses where the owners live and pay taxes in Connecticut. With a TREC bill for biodiesel, the proceeds from the sale of these credits would be taxed as income here in Connecticut. I would also propose of adding a 5% fee on the sale of these clean energy credits when sold that are issued by DEEP. This could produce over $20 million a year to the state to administer these programs that would not cost the ratepayers a dime. I've included a separate letter detailing about the potential income from this 5% fee on all energy credits produced from Connecticut. The Sierra Club and DEEP has also stated that biodiesel may increase NOx and is unlikely to reduce greenhouse gases, These statements have no scientific data to back them up, and their statements are just false. An EPA report shows a reduction in CO2 emissions, particulate matter, and other emissions. Biodiesel has the support of the American Lung Association. I've attached in my comments here a letter from them endorsing the product. California has a clean energy credit programs that are worth up to $2 per gallon for renewable diesel that is made from the same feedstock as biodiesel. Massachusetts issues clean energy credits today for blending biodiesel and heating oil. With many other states incorporating biodiesel in their plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, why wouldn't Connecticut do the same? Being a 5-generation family business, I want to pass this company on to my children like my father did with me. This bill will allow this to happen. It will allow low income and renters to use oil heat and biodiesel to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions today at no cost and ensuring energy affordability and equity to all.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your passion on this topic. It definitely comes through your testimony. Representative Gresko does have his hand up. So Representative Gresko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Steve, thanks for the testimony. And you included in the beginning of your testimony one of the points and questions I was going to relay, but I'm going to do it anyway. In that, some of the criticism of this is that, idealistically, we should be moving towards complete carbon-free power and electricity generation. But if I'm a homeowner that maybe doesn't even have a natural gas pipeline down my street that I can have an option to go into, I'm still going to be using my furnace that's been probably installed in the home when it was built. And would this give me an option even with a furnace that's that old?
Yes, the biodiesel, we've been blending biodiesel into our terminals for about 10 years now to our clients who deliver to houses. Old equipment, new equipment, it's not having any issues on it. So, at a certain point in time, it's nice to upgrade to have a more efficient system that's operating a little bit better, but it can be used in a 30-year-old furnace or boiler, no problem.
Well, you've heard some of the testimony before you about how maybe a landlord or landlord is not interested in upgrading the heat delivery system until he's forced or she's forced to do it with back against the wall, and then subsequently in areas around the state where funds are an issue, they're not looking to same situation. They're not looking to upgrade their heat and cooling generation system until they absolutely have to. So in the meantime, if they're interested in lowering greenhouse gases, even lowering their bills, this is an option. And then my other question and last question, I promise, is feedstock. If this was to go into effect, and even though it's in 5% increments over the years, would feedstock be an issue?
Feedstock, I don't believe feedstock's going to be an issue. We have probably the largest biodiesel production on the East Coast right here in Connecticut, in New Haven, where I distribute a lot of the fuel from that terminal that's produced. I mix it into the oil here in Connecticut. I ship it into Massachusetts for their program for clients. We also have the capabilities to import from other ports in Connecticut where it's produced, or from other countries. I don't see feedstock being an issue. As in any free market society, if there is a demand, it will be there. The issues, touch back to where you talked about with the landlords, they don't pay the heat bill usually. So there's no incentive for a landlord to put a new heating system in. I've talked to many people who rent houses. I sit on the West Hartford Clean Energy Commission as just a person there. I'm waiting to get on the board. But it's pretty well known fact that, most landlords, they're not going to do the energy audits in the house. They're not going to insulate it because they're not paying the electric bill. It's only going to take away from their profitability on a rental property. Where the tenant now can use a bioheat and get the greenhouse gas emissions today without the landlord putting up any money. And in the future, with the landlord, let's say that the boiler, the furnace needs to be replaced, that can be done for, $5,000 to $8,000 versus 20 or 30,000 or even more if there's no ductwork in the house to put an electric heat pump. And the landlord's just not going to want to do that.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ferraro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one question, and that question is revolves around cost to the consumer. As you blend biodiesel in increasing increments of 5%, is there a formula in which the price changes per 5% to the consumer per gallon?
Sure, it's a 1-for-1. You take a percentage cost and you average it together. But today, biodiesel is the same price as heating oil. So 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, it's going to be the same price to the consumer. Where with the running an electric heat pump, you're going to spend 2 to 3 times as much money to run the heat pump than you will for the bioheat. But you can get the greenhouse gas emissions today versus we don't know when you're going to get 100% or if we are actually going to be able to get 100% clean electricity.
So going forward, you don't see a separation between the higher blends of biodiesel and the cost of traditional oil?
I don't foresee it happening. I mean, I can't guarantee the future. I can look at the past and say that the last 10 years of us distributing the product, it's been either on par or less than heating oil over the last 10 years.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your answer. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
All right. There are no other questions at this time, it looks like. So thanks, Stephen, for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Samantha Danowski, followed by Matthew Mitchell.
Thank you, Representative Arconti, Senator Needleman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sam Danowski, and I'm State Director of Sierra Club, Connecticut. As Commissioner Dykes noted earlier today, we are seeing a scary climate collapse that is a result of greenhouse gas emissions. A Harvard report released last week shows that as a direct consequence of fossil fuels, there are 8 million premature deaths worldwide annually, and that the Northeast United States is one of the hardest hit areas in the world. And research shows the impact of climate change and the burden of poor air quality from fossil fuel consumption are disproportionately felt by vulnerable populations. The Sierra Club is committed to solving the climate crisis with just and equitable solutions that will result in a healthy world for everyone. Here in Connecticut, we are focused on advancing strategies to meet the decarbonization goals of our state's Global Warming Solution Act that mandates a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions below 2001 levels by 45% in 2030 and 80% in 2050. In that context, I offer testimony on behalf of our more than 40,000 members and supporters in Connecticut. Sierra Club opposes HB 6409, the biogas injection bill. Chief among the reasons we oppose this proposal is that our gas distribution system is leaky. Leaks happen from pipes to meters to inside people's homes. Even new pipelines are shown to leak. Sierra Club investigated gas line leaks in Connecticut in 2019 and 2016 and found more gas leaks than were reported to PURA, and that the leaks are pervasive and persistent. The results are similar to those found in Boston in a similar study in 2013 and are linked in our testimony. The 2019 study has been published in a scientific journal. Methane leaking out of the pipelines is 87 times more potent than carbon in heating the atmosphere. The other reason we oppose this proposal is that to meet the requirements of the Global Warming Solution Act, we have to transition off gas. As Representative Arconti noted earlier, as we move to electrify to meet our climate goals, there will be less use of the system, and careful planning is needed to avoid foreseeable issues. Planning an orderly transition off the gas system now is the step we should be taking, not adding new sources to it. Instead, biogas from anaerobic digesters should be used on site, and any excess gas with planning can be directed to hard to electrify sectors such as industry, long distance transportation, aviation, and used as a longer term energy storage to balance seasonal and wind and solar resources. We also oppose Section E of HB 6412, the low carbon fuel blend bill. Recently, New York passed a major climate law that is similar to Connecticut's Global Warming Solution Act in its greenhouse gas reduction goals. And they've done modeling on their building sector, or hired E3 to do the modeling for them, and it's linked in our testimony, which showed that for buildings, to meet their goals, they couldn't do it in any other way beyond marginal or no on-site fuel use. So we really urge that the comprehensive energy strategy should be focusing instead on how to quickly ramp up energy efficiency, rapid deployment of heat pumps and electric heat pump hot water heaters, and a planning process for an orderly retirement of the gas pipeline system. So for those reasons, we oppose requiring the CES to include a low carbon fuel blend. And lastly, we want to support SB 863 on the energy efficiency standards. This bill will achieve significant environmental benefits by reducing energy waste and saving consumers money. Thank you very much for the consideration of our testimony.
Thanks, Sam, and thanks for your testimony. Just had a clarifying question on the biogas testimony. It kind of sounded towards the end, you were so supportive of the ADs in nature and more of that the fuel should be used. I think you mentioned on-site and for more local resources, and the biogas not diverted or injected into the natural gas pipeline distribution system. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, so I think with careful planning, we only have one non-farm anaerobic digester, and that with careful planning, there are certainly industries and applications that will be very hard to electrify, and co-locating anaerobic digesters near these facilities could, be a win-win strategy. I think it's important to note, and we did in our testimony, that we want us to move towards kind of a zero waste strategy for our waste disposal. So we should first be doing composting itself before doing digestion. We don't want to just create something that's not environmentally suitable, but where anaerobic digestion is environmentally suitable, that using the excess gas to do those types of things would be better. And I would note that it's my understanding that Quantum Biopower in Southington uses its gas on site.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to, I believe you're right on that. I don't want to comment in case I'm wrong. But one of you mentioned compost, and when I myself and Representative Ferraro were able to visit Quantum, and one of the byproducts that they produce is some of the best natural compost that can be created out of the food waste product. That's something I see as also a net win for the environment, replacing potentially, getting more ADs up on farms and elsewhere, creating another product and replacing the chemically, induced fertilizer that our farmers, the local gardeners use, with much more environmentally friendly compost that not only is better for the food we grow, but better for the soil and for regenerative agriculture in totality. So yeah, not really a question, just more of my plug for good compost and regenerative agriculture.
Great. My backyard composter makes fast compost, and it's great for the gardens. I would agree.
Representative Foster, I see your hand is up, and then Representative Ferraro as well's hand is up.
Thank you so much for being here today and for testifying. I've really struggled with, I read, you sent a lot of the promotional material to us several weeks ago. I read the article that you shared. I struggle with, and I think this is the nature of a lot of the work we do in the legislature in general, the idea of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so what I wonder, I'm thinking, I think that fiscally for dairy farms in particular, on-farm anaerobic digesters being allowed to hook up to the pipeline makes it more fiscally possible for them. And the environmental benefits for anaerobic digesters are beyond the mitigation of their greenhouse gas emissions, right? Like the runoff is different, the fertilizer products that they get down the road. So in your recommendations, have you considered those environmental impacts as well? Or are you focusing more on emissions?
Yeah, so it's very concerning, the leaks in the pipeline system, and to be putting new gas into that system that could potentially, just be leaking out. Those methane leaks are a big part of why gas is, not used to be often referred to as clean, but studies of methane leaks have shown that when you add leaks on top of the emissions from combustion, they're just as bad a fossil fuel as oil and coal. And so it's almost impossible to have a system that doesn't leak. So finding other ways to use that gas, whether it's creating electricity and then selling the electricity, or some other way to use it is what we would like to see. And the co-location is, I think, more suitable clearly for anaerobic digesters that are not on farms, that can be co-located near a hard to electrify industry, where you can't just pick up a farm and move it near a manufacturing plant that needs the energy.
So what I hear you saying is that farms might are a more complicated answer than the biofuels that are coming from non-on-farm anaerobic digesters
Yeah, but we could be thinking about energy storage and microgrids in the area of the farm. So there are other options, and I think we need to explore those.
All right, thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Give it a minute. Seeing none. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you all.
All right. Next, we have Matthew Mitchell, and then we are going to have Sam Lear after that.
Hi, my name is Matthew Mitchell, president of Norbert E. Mitchell Company, located in Danbury, Connecticut. We are a delivered fuels provider, an HVAC service company, and a convenience store and food service operator. Our family business employs 214 Danbury and the Milford area residents. It was started by my grandfather in 1945. I'm here to speak in support of HB number 6412, an act concerning a low carbon fuel blend of heating oil and the establishment of a bioheat advisory board. I'd like to thank Representative Arcani and the committee for their work with the industry on this bill and their support of local family-owned businesses in the environment. Supporting this bill means maintaining thousands of local jobs that would be lost if the Connecticut economy was electrified. The Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection has a long-term goal to move a significant portion of Connecticut's motor vehicle and heating demand to electricity, which will reduce delivered fuels demand. Replacing delivered fuels demand with electricity will put delivered fuel companies out of business and their employees out of work. Our industry is mostly local, family-owned businesses that pay local and state taxes and provide thousands of jobs in Connecticut. This bill allows our fuel to become part of the clean, renewable energy future of Connecticut, which will help preserve that delivered fuel industry in Connecticut for decades to come, and its jobs along with it. Supporting this bill means helping Connecticut meet its climate change goals. Moving heating oil to a 50% low carbon fuel blend will meet the state law that requires a 45% reduction in CO2. This bill immediately responds to the needs of the residents of Connecticut for clean and reliable fuels today, instead of waiting years for wind and solar to come online. This is the most immediate measure that you can take in the heating sector to address climate change, and the only pathway that delivers emission reductions today. Supporting this bill means helping Connecticut maintain diversity of clean energy sources and a strong delivered fuels industry, which is vital to Connecticut's long-term energy infrastructure. Connecticut needs a long-term, reliable, clean alternative to electrification. Every piece of legislation that encourages electrification of the heating sector in the state of Connecticut is irresponsible and makes our energy infrastructure weaker. Electric vehicle and electric heat pumps may appear to be the trendy path to meet Connecticut's climate change goals, but an energy infrastructure that puts more of its eggs in the electricity basket ignores the reality that, one, Connecticut has weather events that cause widespread power outages, and two, electric grids are built for electricity demand, not heating and motor vehicle demand. If you move a significant portion of Connecticut's motor vehicle and heating demand to electricity, then you'll absolutely put delivered fuel companies like mine out of business. And if you thought Connecticut residents were angry in August when the power was out for more than a week, wait until there is nowhere to fuel their cars and not enough fuel companies left to fill the generator tanks that keep hospitals, homes, and vital businesses going. As we have all seen, right now residents in Texas are suffering through cold weather-induced power outages because their heating sector is almost completely electrified and the grid can't keep up. This is truly a terrible situation, and we all feel for the experience. And in a week, it'll be 60 degrees there, so they have a light at the end of the tunnel, and we'll be able to pick up the pieces from this horrible situation. If Connecticut electrifies its heating sector, we will have no such light. Extreme cold weather in the winter is not the exception here. It's the rule for about 4 months a year, and we need a heating sector that is built to withstand a New England winter. Our industry has demonstrated every year for over 100 years that we are built to withstand our winters. Before Connecticut supports electrification policies, you need to clearly understand that those policies are aimed at removing our industry from the heating sector, and along with us, the safety, reliability, and experience that we have brought to Connecticut residents for over 100 years.
30 seconds remaining.
HB 6412 helps to accomplish our mutual goals of providing clean energy that is reliable. I thank you for your time and ask you to support HB 6412. I'll respond to any of your questions.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for your testimony. And, thanks for, everything that your company does here in Danbury. You hit some important marks in your testimony that this committee always juggles with is, responsibility to the environment, but also a reliable grid and keeping energy prices within reason for our ratepayers and protecting industries like yourself. I do see Representative Buckby has a comment or question, so I'll call on him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Matt, for your testimony. As I did before, I will take credit for Mitchell being kind of a greater New Milford area more than a Danbury company anyway. I get no response from our county when I say that. I expect to chuckle, but I'm not getting that anyway, because he knows it's true. So, Matt, thank you for your testimony. I think a lot of us here wish it would be 60 degrees next week as well, as we see more snow on the way. But you bring up a really big point with the generators, which are a huge part of living in Connecticut. And I'd like you to, if you wouldn't mind, talk a little more about the electric versus oil in Texas too, and how that reflects to us in what the numbers might be as far as the electric versus oil heat here.
I think it's a good point to bring up, and specifically as it relates to backup power. When the power goes out, our company works around the clock delivering propane and diesel fuel to not just homes, but essential businesses, hospitals, schools, everything. And we're working 24 hours a day. In August, we didn't stop in order to keep up with the generator demand. If you remove delivered fuels from the heating sector or diminish them to any great deal, you're going to put companies in our industry out of business. Who's going to be there to deliver those backup fuels? who's going to be there to be able to provide that backup security to everybody? And it's a situation none of us want to be in, but until you have, I think Commissioner Dykes talked about the grid of tomorrow that Bill Gates talks about and everybody talks about. I think you got to think long and hard about maybe building that grid of tomorrow first before you move all the heating demand and motor vehicle demand onto today's grid. Let's think about not putting the cart before the horse and try to put the horse before the cart and build the foundation first before you try to put more demand on top of it. That's what's been difficult to understand through this process of trying to electrify, and hearing that is such a buzzword that I think you'd want to get the grid to where it needs to be and have that grid of the future before you put the strain that heating and motor vehicle would put on that grid. Like I said, I think this bill is important because it helps an industry like ours stay in the mix long term, because we don't just serve the needs of normal every day, we serve the backup needs. And if we're not here, your backup's not here.
That's really well said. Thank you for that. I think the impact on small business is something we need to be very, very careful around, especially now. And we've gone through the last year and a half or so, this impact on small business. I have two nephews who are living down in Texas who are still, well, one is kind of without heat. One of them lives next door to a medical facility. So his grid is looking fine for some reason. He just doesn't have the water. But the other, thank God they grew up in Pennsylvania, so they know what cold is and they can deal with that a little bit. But I think it's very important that we know what that backup is and what our intentions are for a backup plan before we go, too far. So thank you for your 100+ years. That your business has done well in this area. It's great to hear from other, again, Western Connecticut people stepping up here. I'm loving this. We're loving seeing that impact here, especially when some of them represent so much of the greatest town in the USA. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. And I have made note of your Danbury comments throughout the hearing and preparing legislation to annex New Milford from Western Connecticut. So I look forward to that public hearing. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for being here and testifying in your years of service to your community. Question, just full disclosure, I'm in the contracting field myself. I know quite a bit about the heat pump systems. And I've heard a couple people mention the heat pump systems. And so in New England, typically they're not a viable option. The heat pump systems that we put in are the combination typically with an air conditioning system, like the split mini units or something like that. And we typically need to have a better heating system like one that you guys provide, or a hot air propane system or something along that line. Do you think that there's a competition? Because I know, obviously, first of all, when we went to incentivize all the natural gas units, it hurt those people that had, right? So your business is kind of getting it from both angles here, from the natural gas. Now we got the heat pump systems, but they're not typically, there may be a viable option down south for a full heating system. They just don't get that cold. So is there a concern with your industry that these heat pump systems will take over in some manner the heating systems of homes?
Well, we on a kind of a day-to-day basis, we see the limitations of electric heat pumps. Of course, absolutely, there's a concern. It's one of the reasons that I'm here and a lot of us are testifying is because a heat pump system is an electric operated system. It's based on electricity. And when it gets, that all of them have different ratings, but in general, when they get into the low 20s and teens, they start to become less effective. And then when you get into the single digits, they're ineffective. So then you're kind of in a scenario where you have to have a backup system or you're using electricity. And if you can envision an entire state heating with electric, even if you had a chunk of that state using heat pump that had some level of efficiency down into the 20s, you all live in Connecticut, or most of you do. You certainly know we spend the majority of December, January, February, and even March in the 20s and teens. So not unusual. It's not the exception here. So like you said, heat pumps are a tough solution here in Connecticut. So they have their uses, but by and large, the customers we serve, it's not really a practical solution for them. Besides the cost of actually putting them in.
Right. Yeah, and I know the cost to put them in. I've heard some elevated numbers today, but I know that, but it's a $10,000 at least investment on that. But they're just typically, for what I understand, not the, I know what their limitations are, as so do you. Your systems obviously can heat much lower temperatures. So, hopefully that people are making that option when they're thinking about it, unless their house is tiny or something. But anyways, I want to thank you for your testimony, and look forward to continue to work on this and helping your industry out.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see anybody else with questions. So thanks, Matt, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Arcani.
Next up, we have Sam Lear, and that's going to be followed by Joe.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sam Lear, Policy Manager with the RNG Coalition. Our organization represents the RNG industry in the United States and Canada, bringing together members from across the RNG supply chain, including project developers, utilities, financiers, and academic institutions, among others, to advocate for the sustainable development and use of renewable natural gas. We appreciate the Energy and Technology Committee's timeliness and prudence in the introduction of RB 6409, which will allow for the implementation of an important step toward Connecticut's decarbonization goals. The use of anaerobic digestion will be necessary in tandem with other waste management strategies in order to deal with our large and growing amount of organic waste in a responsible manner, which reduces carbon emissions and can help reconcile other environmental impacts related to the waste management process. In turn, using this biogenic methane to produce renewable natural gas, as envisioned by the bill, allows for additional carbon reductions in the energy sector. RNG is a well-established existing technology which has experienced significant growth in recent years due to its recognition as an important greenhouse gas reduction strategy. It's important to note that organic waste contains carbon, which is part of the near-term carbon cycle, meaning that all CO2 emissions from RNG are carbon neutral or biogenic. This is a well-studied concept substantiated by, for example, greenhouse gas accounting principles from the World Resources Institute, among others. Furthermore, there's a massive climate benefit where facilities capture methane that was previously emitted directly to the atmosphere, as is the case when food waste is diverted to a more efficient anaerobic digestion system, often making the fuel carbon negative on a life cycle basis. In other words, more beneficial than carbon neutral. This concept embodies the idea of a circular economy, and by utilizing Connecticut's existing gas distribution system will help to minimize the impact of large-scale infrastructure build-out and the material extraction required to reach a 100% renewable energy system. Importantly, RB 6409 will give DEEP the authority to offer RNG purchase agreements in line with other stated goals, as outlined in the recently released draft Integrated Resources Plan. Subsequently allowing DEEP to direct Connecticut's natural gas companies to procure this RNG will create a clear market for Connecticut to circularize their waste management system and reduce the consumption of fossil-derived natural gas, effectively addressing two greenhouse gas emission categories at once in pursuit of carbon neutrality. Furthermore, allowing these costs to be rate-based is appropriate, as reflected by the greenhouse gas and other potential environmental benefits afforded to ratepayers through the development and use of RNG. Our coalition strongly supports this legislation and again appreciates the committee's attention to these matters as a crucial piece of Connecticut's greenhouse gas reduction strategy. We look forward to future engagement and we'll be following up with some written comments in the near future. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, I look forward to working with you and your organization on this bill going forward.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Joe, and then followed by John Erlinghauser.
Thank you. My name is Joe Uglietto, and I'm the president at Diversified Energy Specialists, which is a renewable energy consulting and environmental markets trading company in Massachusetts. I serve as an aggregation in the Massachusetts Alternative Portfolio Standard, which is the thermal portfolio standard in Massachusetts. And I represent clients in many renewable thermal technologies, including air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, biofuels, biomass, and solar thermal technologies. I'd like to voice support for Bill 6412 and believe it's a step in the correct direction for environmental justice populations in Connecticut residents that are currently in climate poverty, meaning they spend more than 10% of their income on energy needs. Connecticut Deep in their IRP chose not to recommend a thermal portfolio standard that incentivized biodiesel, and instead believe the only path to Connecticut's 2030 and 2050 greenhouse gas reduction goals is through electrifying all residences and buildings. I believe the IRP as written is a harmful and dangerous document to environmental justice populations in Connecticut. I urge anyone listening who's interested in the IRP to read the comments that Diversified Energy Specialists submitted and shows how Connecticut Deep misrepresented information on air source heat pumps and potential grid load additions from electrifying the building sector. The cost of air source heat pumps are extremely high, and low and middle income residents in Connecticut are not able to afford them. The installation of air source heat pumps will occur in higher income communities, and the already large energy affordability gap in Connecticut will widen as high income communities benefit from cleaner air qualities, and environmental justice populations will have to pay a higher cost of electricity due to the added winter grid load. Yet the only benefits from these air source heat pumps will be where they're installed in the higher income communities. Despite the electrify everything narrative by Northeast states, air source heat pump penetration has not reached a significant number of households as of yet. This is because the large upfront capital investment cost that's required to install an air source heat pump system, and air source heat pumps need a supplementary source of heat in almost all cases in the Northeast. And air source heat pumps can't keep Connecticut residents warm on cold winter days. While Texas has been brought up a number of times throughout the meeting today already, I think one important reason I would consider what's happening in Texas is because 61.1% of all households in Texas use electricity for heat. Turning on air source heat pump systems in 61% of households caused the electric demand to reach a 3-year high as a winter peak, and the wholesale cost of electricity to go all the way to $9,000 per megawatt. This is the first situation we've really been able to look at and study where the majority of the thermal building sector is tied to the electric grid. Electrifying the thermal sector can significantly increase electricity prices, increase greenhouse gas emissions from electricity, and will require nearly double the amount of renewable electricity to reach Connecticut's 100% clean energy grid goal of 2040. In addition, many field studies, including the 2020 ISO New England Heating Electrification Report, indicate that state governments are using taxpayer money to incentivize and grant rebates for the residential installation of air source heat pump systems. But instead of them being used for heat, they're actually only being used for air conditioners in the summer and a supplementary source of heat in the winter. Biodiesel or heating oil is being used in almost 40% of Connecticut households. And biodiesel can reduce greenhouse gas emissions in all of those at little to no cost to the end user and no system modifications and equipment modifications. There's a disproportionate number of fossil fuel systems in low-income communities. And by putting into place a TRPS program and a mandate for biodiesel, it will immediately decrease the greenhouse gas emissions in low-income communities and support these communities, unlike what the IRP is doing as written. So I just wanted to support the mandates and TRPS program in Bill 6412. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Looking forward to working with you guys on the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have John Erlinghauser and then Christopher Fisher after that.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you, Representative Arconti, Chairman Arconti, Chairman Needleman, and ranking members Formica and Ferraro, and members of the committee. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Advocacy and Community Outreach Director for AARP in Connecticut, and I'm here today representing our nearly 600,000 members in Connecticut and close to 40 million nationwide. I do want to just I'm not going to read my testimony. I submitted it for the writing, but I will just highlight the 4 bills that we did testify on and give you the 10,000-foot view on each of them. And I'll start with the one of the 4 bills that we opposed, which was 6411, an act moving the Consumer Counsel's office within the Office of the Attorney General. I'll just say that AARP nationally points to the Connecticut model for consumer counsels and consumer advocates before utilities to be the model that other states, a few states that don't have one, adopt. And that's because of its independence. And we consider an office to be independent if it operates independently of other government entities, including the legislature, regulatory commissions, and any other government agency. The head of the office can have a term and can only be removed for cause. They're designated to represent consumer interest before utility boards, and that they can appeal decisions to state and federal courts. Connecticut meets all those criterion, and any changes would jeopardize what we would consider to be a truly independent consumer counsel. On the 3 pieces of legislation that we support, we certainly support the Energy Efficiency Standards Bill 863 for all the reasons that have been said today. I won't repeat those. I will say we strongly support 6410, increasing the penalty for violations associated with the no sales solicitation call listing. We have 2 programs in Connecticut. One is called the Fraud Watch Network. Another one is What I Need to Know About My Electric Choices, where folks go out and educate folks on how to make a determination about whether or not choosing an electric supplier is right for them. And in both of those programs, our volunteers, one of the biggest things that they frequently get are the violations of the do not call list. And so, anything we can do to continue to crack down on that would be very, very helpful. And then the one I want to focus a little bit more on is the decoupling. I know maybe the 2 utilities wouldn't go for it on 855, but what I will say is that we strongly support decoupling of PURA from DEEP. We didn't support that back in 2011. When it was part of a larger energy bill that we did support because of many of the other things that it included, including the creation of the new procurement process that significantly brought down the cost of standard service. But almost immediately from when its inception, and I will state for the record, AARP has no issues with the current commissioners of PURA or the leadership at DEEP. That's not to say there haven't been problems before this group of folks and that there can't be problems after this group of folks. So I want to make it clear, we can't make a decision based on what's happening right at this moment in time because there have been issues in the past. And in the beginning, there was almost an immediate issue with the first head of DEEP when it came to a proposal
30 seconds remaining.
Yep. Okay. When it came to a proposal from Eversource and putting in a new metering technology and the commissioner of DEEP intervening. And in 2015, the entire leadership, all 3 members of DEEP, of PURA, basically, and you could read the news accounts, said there's constant interference. Now, that's once again prior to any of the leadership at DEEP now, and they laid out in detail all of the issues, and this is in 2015, that existed with DEEP interference in PURA's ability to operate. And so I think it's imperative that, and by the way, there are no other configurations like this. There may be some similar things, but nothing is quite like the arrangement we have in Connecticut. So I would strongly support the efforts to decouple PURA from DEEP. And with that, I'll open it up if anybody has any questions on any of the 4 bills or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, thanks, John, for your testimony. As always, in front of this committee. In your written testimony, did you or could you provide links to those 2 instances in 2011?
I have them pulled up on my computer now. I did not put them into the testimony, but I'd be happy to share them with the committee. But
Yeah.
the incidents in 2011, it was, there was a proceeding because we had already had new meters in the Eversource territory, and then they were petitioning to get smart meters to go to time of use rates, which, by the way, is something we oppose if it's a mandatory issue. And the head of DEEP intervened at that time, Commissioner Esty, to say, wait a minute, don't make a decision. We want to let our policy bureau decide first. And, by the way, as it relates to savings, a lot of the savings came from going from 5 DPUC commissioners to 3. If I'm not mistaken, you guys have already authorized the governor to go back to 5 commissioners. I know he hasn't done that as of yet. But right now they're still housed in New Britain where the DPUC was housed. I mean, there's, I don't necessarily buy that there's significant savings for ratepayers in, deep oversight. It really had more to do with them putting more of an influence over energy policy, within regulation as opposed to cost savings. But anyway, I'll be happy to share that stuff with you.
Yeah, if you could maybe send that to our clerk, Will, and then Will
Yes.
can disseminate it to the committee. That's
happy
great.
to.
And then, on the 3 to 5, we did, but that was at the request of the governor.
Right.
Going to 3 to 5. But any other members of the committee have questions for John? Seeing none. Thanks, John.
Benefit of going at the end of the day. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Christopher Fisher, followed by David Souza.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Arconti, and members of the committee. I'm attorney Chris Fisher. I've practiced in the law in the state of Connecticut for over 25 years now. I'm here on behalf of WIA, the National Wireless Infrastructure Association. WIA's members include tower companies, wireless carriers, and the people who design, build, and operate America's wireless infrastructure. WIA is committed to wireless connectivity and network resiliency and appreciates this opportunity to testify today in opposition to Senate Bill 857 and a backup power mandate at cell sites. Wireless network resiliency and planning and infrastructure hardening involve complex, interconnected matters with numerous stakeholders, and there's no simple solution when it comes to continuity of services. That, in fact, is something that was looked at by the two-storm panel by the prior Malloy administration back in the early 2011-2012 timeframe. And the legislature, in fact, adopted an act called the Emergency Preparedness Act in 2012. As part of that particular act, Section 8 charged the Siting Council with undertaking a feasibility study to look at backup power at cell sites across the entire state. The Siting Council did that. It's docket 432. Their information is actually still readily available on their website and included a lot of testimony from various stakeholders, the wireless companies themselves, agencies, and looking at the issues of backup power and resiliency planning. And one of the things that the Siting Council concluded that there were several legal, practical, technical, even environmental issues that would be barriers potentially to a full statewide mandate on a backup power requirement at cell sites. Today, those findings are still valid. They typically include and center around 4 different particular areas, one of which is state and local environmental, zoning, and building code permitting requirements. Many of the agencies that regulate environmental quality, building code safety, and structural requirements have requirements related to whether it's rooftops or cell sites and tower locations that could be, in some cases, are barriers to actual deployment of a generator or something of that nature. They're not intended to be barriers, but they can as applied given the nature of circumstances our industry faces on our sites across the state. Another area where we can run into particular issues with deployment, particularly of backup powered generators in fixed locations, are noise regulations. Some of those regulations, when we look at residential rooftops where we may have macro site facilities, they may be a challenge even with state-of-the-art noise reduction techniques to meet a local code with respect to noise associated with a generator. There are also many instances across the state, whether it's at a tower site location or a rooftop situation where there are physical constraints or even property owner constraints. Our industry typically deploys infrastructure on private property, and there are relationships we maintain typically by lease with landlords. Those and certain physical constraints can actually be barriers to deployment of backup power generation at cell sites. And the fourth area is just from a federal perspective. Congress has really reserved this area to the FCC for its exclusive jurisdiction and regulation. And it's something the FCC is continually looking at. And they have approached this really with the best practices, engagement with the industry and all the different stakeholders. So that's something also to be considerate of. One of the things I actually wanted to focus on in terms of testimony here today was just where we've come since that period of time when the state last looked at this. The Siting Council, PURA, local agencies, I appear before them routinely with wireless infrastructure. They're all very engaged. There is a legislative enactment under the prior bill and act. It's 16-50 LL of the statutes. And annually, the wireless carriers actually report to the Siting Council on all of their improvements. Now, this could be new technical upgrades to battery deployment and capacity. It could be retrofits of existing sites with new fixed generation capability. And at new tower sites, certainly—
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And certainly at new sites, the Siting Council is very focused on this issue, and we have evolved over the last several years. I can't really remember a docket where we haven't deployed a fixed generator at a cell site to provide this kind of capacity when it comes to network resiliency. They also look at hardening of the utilities serving the site, undergrounding requirements. So this is an area where the industry and the agencies, certainly in the state, are collaborating actively. And I think it's certainly an area where we continue to improve. Be happy to answer questions or give you further perspectives.
Thanks, Chris. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for being here. Just a quick, on new cell facilities going in, are most of those planned with some type of a backup energy when they put at today's standards?
Yes, they are. There's two typical areas. So at a cell site that you might see, a new tower site, for example, at the Siting Council, you will see all the carriers deploy some form of battery backup generation. The duration at a site like that, typically the testimony before the Siting Council is 8 hours. All of those sites currently are being deployed with generators as well. Some of those generators are proprietary to the carrier, or in some cases, there's been an industry developing for shared generation. Those are typically propane or diesel or natural gas if it's available. And those have runtimes that far exceed this standard. They're in the 48 to 72 hour period of time.
And then you mentioned upgrades. They do reports on upgrades. Are they, as they make upgrades, do they also look at incorporating some type of a battery or well, probably battery unless it's got site availability to put a ground mount generator, right?
Yeah, so they look at both, and especially in the case of rooftop sites where fixed generators may not be practical or feasible. The battery technology continues to improve, so there's generally a capital plan that each carrier has to go back over a period of years, pull out old batteries, put new ones in, which are more efficacious. And then at cell sites, there's actually been programming, and the Siting Council has some public data on this, where the industry is going back to tower sites that were built in prior years and deploying generators because it's part of their quality of service offering and how they actually compete amongst each other. So there are, in fact, many instances of retrofits at cell sites with fixed generation.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Representative. Any other questions from committee members? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony, Chris.
Okay, thank you.
You're muted, Will.
Oh, I'm sorry about that then. I said next up we have David Souza, followed by Jacob Cassidy.
Good afternoon, Representative Arconti and Arconti, I'm sorry, and members of the committee. My name is David Sousa. I'm 38 years old, a Connecticut S1 unlimited heating, cooling, and piping contractor, and a third-generation business owner of J&A Waterville Oil Service Incorporated, located in Naugatuck, Connecticut. Our company has been in business since 1953. I'm a graduate of the University of Connecticut School of Business with a Bachelor of Science in 2004. My purpose for testifying in favor and support of House Bill 6412, is that I have conducted a test wherein I ran my home located in Prospect, Connecticut on B99 fuel in conventional heating oil equipment. This test was dreamed up by myself with two simple and humble questions in mind. One, do my business, my family, and I have a future in this business, industry, and state of Connecticut? And two, can I reliably provide comfort for my customer base? The test was conducted in affiliation with Connecticut Energy Marketers Association and engineers from the National Oil Heat Research Alliance, also known as NORA. The reason for my test's significance is that, to my knowledge, there have not been many, if any, studies of homes running on 100% biofuel while utilizing conventional oil heat equipment. This fuel was never intended to be run in equipment designed for a different fuel, much less 30 years ahead of schedule. Prior to my test, no one was sure if it was possible to accomplish this or not. My test was conducted using B99 fuel produced by Colmar, or American Green Fuels, located right in New Haven, Connecticut. I used a conventional triple pass style boiler in conjunction with a Carlin burner, which is manufactured in North Haven, Connecticut by Carlin Combustion Technology. Do you see a theme developing? It's Connecticut. I'm happy to say that my test was a success with respect to both questions. I was able to reliably run my heat and hot water off my boiler and ensure that I have a future in my business, industry, and the state of Connecticut. My business is ready to meet the carbon reduction goals of the future with less carbon intense fuel. My employees, my customer base, and my family can rest easier because I have a solution to their comfort and helping to create a greener, more sustainable planet. This is the reason a life cycle analysis of carbon is so important. My industry does not want to be frowned upon or mired for our entire existence. I, for one, took the bull by the horns and tried to do something about it because I want to be remembered as a man of value and principle, not a villain. I also want to provide a cheaper, more comfortable future for my customers and family than any retrofit air source heat pump can provide. Take it from someone who has an air source heat pump and has tried to run it in cold temperatures. Me. Anyone, even out of state, can do this to their heating oil equipment with the help of a competent, licensed liquid fuels dealer or contractor. I have two beautiful daughters. One is 4, one is 7. Before conducting this test, it would have been extremely difficult to look them in the eyes at the dinner table and feel like I was making a positive difference in this world with respect to air pollution and sustainability for their respective futures. Essentially, making Connecticut and the world better places than I found them. It is wonderful to be able to sit down and tell them with them and say, with confidence, that I made a positive difference and that they may be able to run a fuel company in Connecticut someday if they wish. It is wonderfully refreshing to be able to sit down with you today and agree on something instead of fighting you on the topic at hand. The best part of all of this is that everyone on the planet can benefit from this small test that I conducted in my own home right here in Connecticut. With that, I'll open it up to any questions and I'll do my best to answer them.
Thanks, Dave and David, and thanks for your testimony today. And are there any questions from committee members? Don't see any hands up. So thanks for your testimony and looking forward to working with you on the bill.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jacob Cassidy, followed by Carrie Lynch.
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As Will just mentioned, my name is Jacob Cassidy. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. AHAM has over 150 member companies that manufacture major portable floor care appliances, as well as their suppliers. In terms of our reach, about 95% of appliances shipped for sale in the United States are produced by AHAM members. I did provide my full testimony in advance of this hearing. Just want to talk on a little points. I know it's late in the day. I'm here because AHAM opposes SB 863, the efficiency bill. And really, it's largely because of its inclusion of air cleaners, which would eliminate approximately 60% of air cleaners, air purifiers from Connecticut shelves, leaving consumers with fewer options at higher costs, which could put them out of reach for lower income residents. This at a time when demand for these products is at an all-time high. Part of this is because of, and largely a driver of, the COVID-19 pandemic. Consumers' desire to purify their air, especially in the home setting, as we're spending more and more time in our homes. This cost was very well articulated by Chair Needleman earlier in this hearing. But I think one of the key things that I would like the committee to consider and really take away is this isn't about energy, this is about human health. And when you put it into that perspective, whatever savings may have been suggested for a product that meets this new standard, it truly may not come out as a human health benefit. So when we talk about standards, this legislation also completely undercuts the very purpose of the Energy Star program, which has successfully created a label designating the more efficient products in the marketplace. Energy Star was never meant to be a mandatory minimum standard. And again, it is to inform consumers of the more energy efficient products available. Finally, the legislation calls for Connecticut DEEP to adopt rules on furthering energy standards and other products. Again, when it comes to air cleaners, this is better put to indoor health experts and departments that handle that, as the state of California has done, as well as we must consider the costs that go into testing and updating standards that DEEP would have to endure to update these. Thank you for consideration of these comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Jacob. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Carrie Lynch, followed by Ms. Peterson.
Hello, I am Carrie Lynch. I am the Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today. We would first like to express concern about proposed Senate Bill 855, an act concerning the decoupling of Public Utilities Regulatory Authority and DEEP. We have three main concerns with this bill. Our first concern is that this bill may undermine the intent of the 2011 Public Act 1180, which was created to enhance energy planning efforts while reducing spending across three agencies. Through this act, DEEP was tasked with creating energy policy, while PURA was to regulate policy DEEP created in an efficient, coordinated manner. By decoupling PURA from DEEP, we weaken the state's efforts to effectively manage our energy and environmental needs. Our second concern is that this bill may increase costs to the state. By streamlining the functions once done under three separate departments, the state has reduced redundancies and increased efficiencies in state spending. Achieving policy goals with minimum resources should be emphasized and encouraged. Decoupling would not likely lead to a decrease in utility costs to ratepayers. It would in fact likely lead to an increase in cost, more of which I could discuss later. Our third concern is that this bill could misalign environmental conservation and regulation efforts with energy planning. Seating PURA within the structure of DEEP allows for regulatory practices to be optimally aligned with DEEP's evolving energy policies. It also offers the means for both DEEP and PURA to be reactive and flexible in a timely manner. If a decoupling were to happen, it is uncertain how the current channels of communication and cooperation would change. Given the importance and urgency of planning for 100% zero carbon energy future, decoupling has the potential to adversely affect current and future policy that minimizes risk and cost to Connecticut ratepayers. We would also like to express our support of Senate Bill 863, an act concerning energy efficiency standards. This bill sets up-to-date efficiency standards for selected residential and commercial products, some of which were put on indefinite hold by the prior federal administration. Energy efficiency is really a low-cost resource for achieving emission reductions, as well as reducing costs for ratepayers. Meeting our future emission and renewable energy targets will be incredibly difficult without actions to reduce our energy consumption through more stringent energy efficiency standards. And as others have stated, this bill would better align our efficiency standards with our surrounding states, as well as many other states in the nation. Stronger and more uniform efficiency standards not only aids in Connecticut's goal to decrease energy consumption, but it simplifies the implementation and manufacturing procedures for businesses in Connecticut.
Just to review, and then we've both gone through the script.
And I guess with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on these bills. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie, and sorry about that interruption. I see Representative Mushinski has a hand up for a question, so go ahead, Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Chairman. Carrie, I wanted to thank you for coming in on this bill. I've been weighing the pros and cons of separating Pura from DEEP for months now, and I'm coming down on your side of the fence on this. I think I know in the past there have been conflicts between the two agencies, and it has delayed progress on moving us toward clean energy solutions, toward making a future plan for the long-range sustainability of the state. And basically, it's a time waster to have the two agencies quarreling with each other. And since they have been merged, and I know it is unusual, and I know we're the only that does it, but since they've been merged, what's happened is a lot of this is handled internally, and then a uniform policy comes out. And I think we can keep the consumer protection aspect of Pura intact and still benefit from having the two agencies work with each other, just as we do on these committees. We try to work out compromises before we go to the full chamber, and it's similar to that when the agencies are forced to work with each other internally before they come up with a policy. So right now I'm leading in your direction. I'm thinking that we have something that's working to avoid tedious delays and avoid friction between the two groups, and actually come up with something constructive that saves time and doesn't waste the state's efforts. So that's what I'm thinking. It's more efficient to just leave it the way it is. And we've been trying to get other witnesses to say which way they lean, and they're ducking the question all day. But you actually have not ducked it, and you've actually said that you think it would be advisable to keep it together. I'm agreeing with you. I think unless somebody can change my mind, I think you're on the right track. At the National Conference of State Legislatures, we've run it both ways. We've run committees in conflict, and we've run committees together. And my experience there has been it's better to slug it out in one group and then come forward with one long-range plan, and works. The conflict is now hidden from the public, but it is there, and it does get resolved, and then the policy more efficient. But thank you for weighing in on this, because I was waiting to hear what you guys were going to say.
No problem. Full disclosure, I am a former employee of DEEP, and Dan Esty is on the Nature Conservancy board. So we have a bit of a unique perspective and inside info on this particular bill, or what would occur if this bill were to actually take place.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Litz, I wonder,
I lean the opposite way of Representative Bashinsky. I don't see how the two agencies are tasked with different goals, and it seems that they really should work independently. Communication in the modern age should be as simple as picking up the phone, or actually now FaceTiming or Zooming if they have an issue to discuss. So if you tell me, crystallize the reasons, that I'm not sure how this would cost more money and be to the taxpayers' benefits that could keep them together in the same place. It seems that one would have to be subordinate to the other. It's hard to believe that they could work on the same level at all times.
I would defer to both Commissioner Gillette's and Commissioner Dyke's statements that there's quite a bit of independence between the two organizations. But having worked within DEEP, I know there's a lot of communication, and I know from a personal perspective, Dan Esty would also agree with that. And I would say in the past, when decoupling has been brought up, it's really come on the heels of rate increases. And those rate increases have come on the heels of a series of storms, or one major storm, Irene, Sandy, this last one. And then you could also argue a bit that these storms are the product of climate change, and hence stronger, more efficient, better climate mitigation policy would help mitigate these issues. Hence, really bringing together the need for a coupled DEEP PURA organization, increased efficiency, more communication, better alignment of policies. And so for all these reasons, I think my nonlinear back of the envelope analysis really pulls strongly in favor of keeping them together.
Yeah, so I'm still not really following, because unless I'm completely wrong, I sort of want DEEP to be thinking out of the box and thinking about long-term plans in terms of where we need to go, what are our stretch goals, what are our reasonable goals. PURA really has got to be there for the average Joe, the average Mary, to take care of them and say, you know what, these stretch goals are interesting, but we can't afford them right now, or there's an issue with this. It seems to me that they have to have somewhat different philosophies, otherwise they fail, at least what I perceive their roles in our government to be. So I don't see how, without being completely independent, they can ever truly be completely effective at their job without one being subordinate to the other. I guess we will agree to disagree.
Thanks, Representative. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Elias Peterson, followed by Leslie Anderson.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Arconti, Chairman Needleman, Senator Formica, Representative Ferraro, and members of the committee. My name is Elias Peterson, and I am here today representing Colmar Americas and its subsidiary American Green Fuels in support of House Bill 6412. I want to start by thanking both Chairman Arconti and Chairman Needleman for raising this bill in support of the biodiesel and bioheat industries here in Connecticut. Your continued support, in our collective efforts to decarbonize the home heating sector is really, really appreciated. And we're really hoping to move forward with this bill. As many of you know, American Green Fuels is a 40 million gallon per year biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven. We are the largest biodiesel plant in New England and on the eastern seaboard. We have an estimated employment impact of more than 250 jobs in Connecticut, and an estimated economic impact to Connecticut of $126.5 million annually. Colmar and American Green Fuels directly employ over 100 people in Connecticut. American Green Fuels uses waste feedstocks, such as used cooking oil, to produce a renewable fuel that results in up to a 93% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to traditional petroleum diesel. We support House Bill 6412 in the immediate implementation of a low carbon fuel requirement for home heating oil. We are a ready-made solution to reducing Connecticut's greenhouse gas emissions because of the drop-in nature of our fuel. meaning it can be utilized in existing home heating oil equipment, as you've heard throughout the day. On average, biodiesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 86%. It also reduces particulate emissions by 47% and hydrocarbon emissions by 67%. Because of this, it reduces the risk of asthma and other respiratory diseases and has been labeled a clean air choice by the American Lung Association. So in addition to those greenhouse gas benefits, it has significant clean air quality benefits. Regarding the definition of low carbon fuel, as I know DEP and a couple other groups had made comments on this, we're obviously open to tweaking that definition to meet the goals of the state and the various concerns. But I would note that the definition included refers to advanced biofuels as defined by the EPA. So the EPA has to certify that the fuel meets a 50% or better reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So you can be assured that fuels being used to meet the standard are reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Some of the other fuels that would likely be considered for use in home heating oil are other diesel replacements like renewable diesel or cellulosic diesel fuels, both of which have equivalent or better greenhouse gas qualities as does biodiesel. But obviously, we're open to anything that would promote the biodiesel being used in the mandate. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is, I'm a Connecticut consumer, and I have bought BioHeat from both Jennings Oil, who testified earlier, and Mitchell. Pleased to report I've had no problems as well. And at the end of the day, that's really our goal, is to displace that petroleum fuel with a greenhouse gas reducing clean air fuel like biodiesel. I really appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for always being available to the committee to meet with members to discuss this topic. And was Colmar American Green, able to submit written comments in DEEP's IRP, process recently?
Absolutely, Chairman Arconti. We did submit comments. I will say that on some of the issues raised by DEEP in the IRP were highly technical. So we work closely with the National Biodiesel Board, which is our industry group that has those technical experts. In fact, I think it was referenced earlier, they submitted comments yesterday, some 40 plus pages of comments on stuff that I could, I certainly learned a lot reading them, let me put that, and I've been doing this for a while now. But I would refer to those for any sort of technical questions. And if anyone on the committee has additional technical questions, I'd be happy to put them in touch with the MBB technical folks who have been working kind of hand in glove with DEP on their questions, including with experts at the Brookhaven National Laboratory, which would be the foremost nationwide research center for this type of combustion.
Great, thanks. Representative Gresco has his hand up. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Eli. If memory serves, on one of the tours that I've taken at your facility in New Haven, you said to me that you ship to California more biodiesel than you ship or use here in the state of Connecticut. Is that still accurate?
That's probably a year-to-year thing, Representative Gresco. We have shipped to California before, which is pretty amazing considering the freight cost. A lot more of our fuel now ends up in Massachusetts because of their incentive program, which incentivizes those blends of above B10. California only occasionally works, and I would like to toot our own horn there, because the only reason we can ship to California is because our use of those waste feedstocks with that really low carbon intensity score, they incentivize based on really carbon reductions. So the fact that we're one of the cleanest fuels available on the market allows us to ship all the way out there and still, hit their carbon goals. But that's exactly why we want to continue to look at, programs in Connecticut that can keep those fuels here and those greenhouse gas benefits here.
And then my last question is, you would use the term, drop in as far as the fuel. So what are you're not just taking a bucket and throwing it in there. I'm sure it's, why don't you enlighten me as to what that means?
Actually, that's a pretty accurate way to do it. You could just take a bucket and throw it in. Yeah, I mean, there's kind of two primary ways. Obviously, we're on the production side, so there's so many retailers that on this hearing today that have spoken eloquently about their process of getting it to the consumers. But I can tell you that for our purposes, there's two ways to get the biodiesel to the fuel, and the simplest way is simply to take a truck of biodiesel and pump it into your storage tank, and that's equivalent to taking a bucket and dumping it in, and then it mixes. It's very it turns into a homogeneous fuel. The other way is you can do it is like at a rack. You can literally put in, I want 5% from this tank and 95% from this tank, or 20-80, however you want to do it, and that would be called inline blending. But taking the bucket and dumping it in is just as good.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Any other questions for Eli? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony, Eli, and looking forward to working with you on the bill.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next up, we have Leslie Anderson, and then followed by Chris Herb for our final person giving testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Arconti and the members of the committee. My name is Leslie Anderson. I'm the president of the Propane Gas Association of New England, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to offer our comments in support of two bills, SB 855, the Act to decouple Pura and DEEP, and in support of HB 6412, the Bioheat Low Carbon Fuel Act. The Propane Gas Association of New England is a regional alternative energy trade association. Our membership includes propane companies and suppliers from numerous small companies who are often family owned and operated, many for generations. And you've heard from several of our members today before I spoke. Propane is a recognized clean alternative fuel by EPA under the 1990 Clean Air Act, and it's an essential backup for our ever increasing use of the electrical grid. Propane has no ozone depleting chemicals, and it doesn't leak methane like natural gas does. Using clean propane energy accelerates decarbonization, and access to it ensures environmental equity. Pura and DEEP should be independent bodies, in our opinion. When Pura was moved into the newly formed DEEP several years ago, its independence was taken away. As a result, we've seen strategies from Pura that are influenced by DEEP, and the oversight is also influenced by DEEP at the expense of Connecticut residents and businesses, and also energy diversity is reduced as a result. Connecticut continues to have the highest utility rates in the nation, and utility in Connecticut's continue to fail to maintain adequate coverage during normal weather events. I know this because our industry has installed record numbers of propane backup generators to homeowners in Connecticut over the last 4 years. This past August, the electricity failed to provide life-sustaining power for over a week to the Connecticut residents, and Pura needs to be restored to an independent agency to be able to do their job and to hold utilities accountable. We also support HB 6412 because energy security and resiliency requires energy diversity. Energy diversity protects the critical infrastructure within the state, whether it's commercial and municipal needs, backup power at critical infrastructure, including hospitals and emergency management agencies. Energy for our cell phone towers is provided by propane. Residential needs for boiling water to cooking foods when they don't have any power. It's essential for the safety of our citizens that we have energy like propane, which is sustainable, green, and resilient. But we cannot exist just to be a backup. We can't be a functioning business if we don't have a base of people to also use our power for heat during the winter time. We can't just be there in case something goes wrong. And that's an important thing to consider as energy diversity is looked at and the plan for climate is put together for the state of Connecticut. You know, in Texas now, we're seeing people lining up at propane dispenser stations throughout the state to fill their barbecue tanks right now so that they can cook on their grills and boil water to drink because their power is out. Here in New England in the pandemic, propane was the primary energy that immediately responded to outdoor testing sites to provide critical heat to keep equipment warm, to provide critical heat for workers that were going into biomedical sites like Lonza in New Hampshire, where they were tested before they entered the facility to conduct research on the vaccine. And that same facility is now producing the Moderna coronavirus vaccine. And propane supplied the heat for those shelters for them to make sure that their employees were able to get into work and to work safely. We've also been used for hand washing stations and hot showers for the homeless during the pandemic, as well as a source of outdoor heating for businesses, restaurants, and testing sites throughout the states. The pandemic is just one recent example of how propane provides energy security and should be part of the resiliency strategy. Large-scale biodiesel production actually produces 3% renewable propane during its process. And we support both the Senate Bill 855 and House Bill 6412. And we ask that you think about propane as you're looking at Connecticut's energy solution and the environmental bills that are coming before you this session. I myself am an environmentalist. I have a master's degree in environmental management. I'm an environmental attorney. I worked for the Maine Department of Environmental Protection as a director of innovation and bureau director before my current role as president of the Propane Gas Association of New England. And I truly believe using propane furthers the environmental goal to reduce, reuse, and recycle that EPA promotes. Unfortunately, in the US, propane incorrectly gets categorized and labeled as an evil fossil fuel rather than a beneficial byproduct. And when you think about the propane and the 5% that's produced when natural gas is produced, if we don't capture that and beneficially use that propane to offset another energy source, it's simply burned off. And every year there's a global surplus of propane because there's so much natural gas produced today and then shipped around the world to be substituted for energy like coal and other dirty substances. So I'll just conclude by saying that I really think that propane should be a key component of our strategy as we move forward along with biodiesel. And we should look at whether or not we could even consider carbon capture and sequestration for some of this beneficial byproduct that's left over from other energy sources. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Leslie. Any questions from committee members? Representative Pettit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. To get back to the decoupling of Pura and DEEP, previous testimony suggested that perhaps it would increase costs. I didn't really understand that point at all. With your background, do you think that somehow that this could negatively impact cost to consumers?
From what I've heard from others testifying, I don't think there's a big bureaucratic cost savings that we're getting by having these departments combined under one group. I think that there's more of a risk that we have influences from DEEP on picking and choosing winners and losers for energy strategies that is boiling over into Pura and causing them not to make decisions in the interests of the citizens and the residents the way that they probably should be looking at it without, having that boss who's in favor of this amount of this type of energy. And so maybe you're not going to regulate that energy as strictly as you would if you were standing on your own and not being influenced. So I don't really think that there's a bureaucratic savings having them combined. I think it's more important for them to be separate and have their own goals and not be answering to one another.
Thank you. I'm probably enjoying your testimony because I agree with it. But it would seem at times their goals might be one and the same, but at many times would you agree that at times their goals might be somewhat disparate in it, especially with Pura having to, as I said to a previous testifier, that they really need to represent John and Mary Q Public per se in their interest, as opposed to potentially the long-term strategy of the state of the Connecticut or the Northeast. Would you agree with that sentiment?
I completely agree with you 100%.
I'll quit there then, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
It's a good way to end, Representative Pettit. Representative Buckby.
Well, I guess he doesn't get to end then if I'm still going here, but I think along the same line, thank you for your testimony, Leslie, as well. I kind of see that as an opportunity for, and tell me if you think this is wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. If you see Pura more as a watchdog to Deep's activity as opposed to everything under Deep's rule kind of thing.
Right. I absolutely think they need to be independent, and, checks and balances is so critical in this day and age. And just looking at what's happening with multiple energy sources having problems in Texas right now with the weather being out. And I went to the University of Texas for my undergraduate. My family's from there. So I can understand, how this extreme cold is really affecting their systems. But if you don't have somebody looking out for the consumer's best interests rather than the policy that is coming down, I think that we have a big conflict because of that. And so that's the main reason that I'm supportive of separating those two agencies and having one look at the overall benefits, of the other, because it's easy to make the statistics speak for themselves. If you don't do a life cycle analysis, years ago I testified 2 or 3 years ago in Connecticut because we were looking at putting a carbon tax on fuels, but we weren't going to tax the natural gas that was needed to make the electricity, that generated the power. And that's not fair. We have to look at a life cycle analysis to make sure that the emissions are all captured accurately before we make big changes. Going in and throwing in a heat pump and taking out a perfectly good propane or biodiesel furnace, to do that, there's a carbon price there. You need to reduce the amount of things that you make, whether that's making a new heat pump. If your furnace is working fine, there's no need to take that out. You're going to be making a bigger carbon footprint just by the manufacturing to put in something new than you would ever gain from that transition. And unfortunately, we're starting to see policy in not just Connecticut, but the other 6 New England states that I operate in. We're seeing that, and I don't think people are thinking it through from a big picture on the environment.
Very well said. I was kind of leaning that same way, and I think not only your testimony, but the questions from Representative Pettit as well kind of lean me into that same lane I think I'm in, and I appreciate your input. It's valuable, and I also agree that checks and balances works for us in the legislature as much as we want to allow it to work. And it works when you have conflicting communities like New Milford and Danbury as well. So I think that's great. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you. And we have members in both communities, I believe.
Nice little Danbury, New Milford rivalry brewing from this public hearing. More to come. Representative Ferraro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not keeping score, but I think I'm going to start keeping score between you two. Anyways, I just have one question for the fine lady who just testified. Does she know how many states have adopted the combined model of Pura and Deep? In how many states have adopted that model?
I don't know that. I do know that in the 6 New England states I operate in, Massachusetts is the only one that has a somewhat combined model, but it's not as combined, I don't believe, as Connecticut is. There's a little bit more of a separation there, and at least there appears to be on the regulatory side. I think that would be a really great question, though, for Deep to come back with.
I hesitated to say, but I did some preliminary internet review myself, and I'm pretty sure that Massachusetts is the only state that has that model. And as you said, it's not a complete model. So the way I look at it now is that Connecticut is the only state, along with Massachusetts, that has decided to do that. And the other 48 states, unless I'm wrong and my preliminary search is not correct, the other 48 states have these two agencies separated. So there must be some wisdom in that. That's why I'm asking.
I would agree with you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Leslie.
All right, we have arrived to the last person signed up to testify, which will be Chris Herb.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 primarily family-owned businesses that distribute energy products like biodiesel, home heating oil, which is now called BioHeat, and propane. I'm here today in support of two bills, SB 855 and HB 6412. My bulk of my comments will be on 6412, but briefly on SB 855, we support this. If you had if at hearing today, you had some recently retired regulators from PURA, you would hear that they believe that the agency has lost its way from its primary job of protecting ratepayers from uneconomic investments because of the environmental push from DEEP as a sub-agency to them. So I would just say that if you have access to those people, you may want to talk to them, because they would be in agreement that these agencies need to be separate and distinct, one concentrating on policy and the other one protecting ratepayers from uneconomic investments. As I said, bulk of my comments will be on 6412. This is the question I'm going to ask you to put in your mind today. You've heard from a lot of business owners on this bill in support of it. And I'm going to ask you, because DEEP seems to have a different view of this. Do you think that that oil has lower emissions than biodiesel? Because DEEP's push to prevent biodiesel from being a part of the state's energy future leads us in a place where we will continue to use a low-cost, reliable fuel like heating oil in place of a lower emissions fuel like biodiesel. And I just want to remind you, biodiesel is made from French fry grease, hamburger grease, donut grease, soybean oil. So just ask your question. Is it credible that when DEEP tells you we should pause before we migrate to a low carbon liquid fuel? DEEP would have you believe that if we stick with oil over renewable liquid fuels, that's better for the environment. That's what the message that they're sending. Evidence of this is their failure to follow the law that you passed a few years ago when you told them to study the matter, and they didn't do it. As an industry, we came back to you and said, since they failed to follow the law the first time and study the benefits of biodiesel, you then passed a second law that required them to consider creating an incentive program in the IRP that would incentivize biodiesel. And not a big surprise, they rejected it. They said, no, we don't want it here. And then they told you today, we'll look at it in the next CES. They continue to kick the can down the road. They continue to reject biodiesel. And the biodiesel industry is getting the message. You heard from American Green Fuels today. They're selling their product into other states that have arguably more stringent environmental regulations like California. So the liquid fuels industry, the low carbon dioxide emitting liquid fuels industry, is getting the message loud and clear from DEEP. Do business elsewhere. You heard from another biodiesel producer who is looking at opening up a biodiesel production plant in Connecticut, who said they're not going to come here because policy is not aligned with them investing in this state like American Green Fuels has. The biodiesel industry is right now under attack from DEEP. It is clear, there is plenty of evidence. They're using studies that are over a decade old that don't even conclude in writing that NOx emissions will increase. I'm glad that the National Biodiesel Board is working with Brookhaven National Laboratories and others to make sure that we have a current study that clearly shows it. But the basis and the main push from DEEP not to move forward with that thermal renewable energy credit program in the IRP was because of a study that is over a decade old that didn't even say what they claimed it said. And by the way, EPA has already made changes to that study. They've already responded to concerns that we've voiced about how our regulators are using that as the lead blocker to not move forward with it. You heard a lot of seconds remaining. You heard a lot of information on heat pumps. Our members install more heat pumps than any other contractors in the state of Connecticut. Our 600 members are installing thousands of them. They're installing for air conditioning. For whole home heat, they range between $20,000 and north of $40,000. Low and middle income families will be left behind in the energy future that DEEP is planning for Connecticut. They will leave them behind. They will never afford it. Therefore, the only fuel that delivers lower emissions here in Connecticut for those low and middle income families would be the drop-in fuel that you heard about today, is biodiesel and other liquid fuels. At the end of the day, even on Eversource's website, not only the cost of the equipment in the home is not affordable for most of Connecticut, but on Eversource's website, which is in my testimony, the top 2 most expensive forms to heat with are resistance electric heat and electric heat pumps. The least expensive, liquid fuels. So I would ask you that we have an environmental solution to a problem that the legislature has been seeking to solve, that's delivered by family businesses in all of your districts. We've met with many of you about this, and you have regulators who are controlling, or you're having policy folks at DEEP controlling regulators to block our industry from participating in solving emissions today. If you look at the IRP and pay close attention, a big part of the way the IRP is going to lower electric emissions is by buying credits of wind and solar that are out of state. We can deliver lower emissions to every one of your constituents tomorrow if we can see biodiesel have a larger presence in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, I'm digging the gray here. In a nutshell, though, you had said, I think it was Representative Cheeseman that had said, you don't want to have perfect stand in the way of good. And I'm sure if we can, each of us can have a magic wish, and let's say that everybody had a heat pump, hey, great. But in that interim, you're saying that the blend is the way to go, right? Correct?
I think you're correct, but I'm actually going to take issue, as much as I hate to do that, with you saying that we're the good. We are the perfect. We are the low cost available option that's here today that doesn't require billions of dollars of new wind and solar generation to be built, billions of dollars of distribution upgrades through new transformers and power lines. We put the fuel in today, lower the emissions today without raising electric rates. We have the highest electric rates in the country. When I worked in the building, we were deregulating the utilities, and all we've seen is increased prices since then. We have no impact on the ratepayer with the solution that we bring to the table. So I would say that we're the perfect and they're the good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, that's all I have.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good to see you, Chris. So from your point of view, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you would be advocating for Connecticut residents still to continue to have a choice, to choose you, to choose propane, to choose a heat source, to be able to drive down the street and fill up at Mobil or Sunoco or do whatever they want, rather than writing out one check a month to Eversource. Is that correct?
That's very well stated, Representative. I think that's accurate. I would say this, that we don't want DEEP and PURA to use the economic power of the ratepayer to overwhelm family-owned businesses. They're using their monopoly status to drive us out. Let consumers fairly choose. Don't subsidize electric vehicles and electric heat pumps so that consumers have no choice but to go to the highest cost energy source available to them. Let us fairly compete. We've never been afraid to compete with the monopolies. We aren't now, but I am afraid when DEEP and PURA become the chief cheerleaders for the utility industry that we don't have a shot. And we're glad that we can come to this forum, since we've been rejected in those other forums, to be able to tell this story to you, because I think that the reasonable legislator who looks fairly at all of the information that's available will choose the product that we can bring to market today.
Well, and as you know, one of my concerns has always been the impact on the ratepayers of the decisions we take here. And certainly reading the IRP, when I see the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions produced by natural gas described as incremental when it in fact is 60%. I'd love to get that kind of incremental return on my stock portfolio, but what the heck. Anyway, thank you so much, Chris. I would look forward to continuing the conversation with you. And thank you for your passionate advocacy for your members.
Well, no, thank you. And I will say that one of the comments you made dovetails into something that Representative Arcani mentioned when Matt Mitchell from Norbert Mitchell Fuel was testifying, and that is that this committee takes seriously your environmental responsibilities and also protecting small family businesses. We really don't need protection. We need equal treatment. And if we can get that, I promise you we will deliver on our promises.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Ackert, I saw your hand up, then go down. Just want to make sure. Didn't have a comment. All right, then we'll go to Representative Meskers.
I'll ask you now that I'm on. How's that?
Oh, all right.
Real quick. So Chris, just real quick, you talk about the products you use to create the biofuel, right? So it's a waste product that you use, right? Where would the waste go if we're not using it in a fuel resource?
We're going to landfills. The portion of the soybean, which is the largest feedstock for biodiesel in the country, used to be thrown into landfills. It would pollute the land, and the farmers out in the Midwest figured out that if we take the oil portion of the soybean and we turn it into a nearly BTU equivalent fuel, that's a better use of it, and it's a profit center for farmers. In terms of the used cooking oils that are at restaurants, once upon a time, those restaurants had to pay hazardous materials company to take them away and treat them. Well, now we're using the fuel. It is the story of the American Indian, right? When they hunted the buffalo, they used the meat for food, the hides for clothing, and the bones for weapons. We are now using all of these waste products. Instead of putting into the waste stream, we're using them to heat your home. It's exciting.
I wanted you to make that point because it's an important point to make, along with the anaerobic digesters that we talked about, the waste that we're making to make energy. So thank you. Appreciate your time here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And your good work with Goodyear Fuel, I know that you appreciate that your district is a direct beneficiary of the hard work that they have done.
Representative Meskers.
Well, thank you, Chairman Arcani and Chris. A lot of passion. You know, when you came down with me to visit some of my distributors, you were more circumspect. But I appreciate the passion, and I think the advocacy work, I salute you for it. I think the clarity of your call, the only criticism or the only observation is, I think that the most important message I get from you is not only do you feel, and I can understand that you're not on a level playing field because of the subsidies or the distortions because we are trying to lower the carbon footprint. And then I guess the salt in the wound is that you're not labeled as being part of the solution with lowering the carbon footprint. So I think in honesty, I think, you represent a valuable part of that carbon goal. And the benefit as well is, and I think that was an important point you mentioned, and I think needs to be emphasized, is that whatever we're doing in reducing the carbon footprint in the state, I support. Whatever we're doing to try to improve the environment, I support. But when we raise our revenues and we cost shift and price shift, which we may have to do when you look at the carbon strategies, I guess the question is that one which you kind of alluded to, maybe we needed to be more direct. Do we mail the check to Peoria to get our greener energy, or do we mail it to the biodiesel guy down the block and the people he employed? So when we look at cost shifting to provide for a better environment, we ought to think of what do we do on the job front, because there are two parts. Sitting on bonding, revenue, and finance, I'm going to send a tax bill to Mr. Bologna and his fuel company down in Greenwich, but he's also going to employ people who are going to pay income tax. So when I take and raise money from one part of the state to write a check out to Peoria, I kind of finish my economic cycle. Whereas if I pay it to somebody in the state, he's creating jobs and generating a virtuous cycle, not only on the energy side, but economically. So I hope we look, when we try to capture energy, we also try to capture the economic activity within the state.
And I tend to not. I tend to not try to appeal to your sense of just trying to protect a small family businesses and jobs, but it is a part that I don't emphasize enough. I'll say there are 2 points in what you said, and that is the testimony that I was trying to deliver is that part of DEEP strategy is clearly to claim lower emissions locally by incentivizing, by buying credits of wind and solar that's actually benefiting other communities. Biodiesel has that effect right here, right now. One very important point that I didn't have time to get out in my testimony is that the other unfair piece of this is that DEEP continued to use an outdated measure of emissions. They use burner tip emissions, what happens at the tailpipe of the car or the smokestack of the house. We need to look at a life cycle analysis, cradle to grave. Where did the fuel come from? How did it get here? And what happens when it's combusted? And when you do that, it throws natural gas out of the game. It throws electricity that's using fossil fuels like natural gas out of the game, but it keeps biodiesel in the game because when you actually calculate all of the emissions that it takes to produce it, transport it, and then when it's combusted, then we win. And that's why there's been a hesitance of them to listen to our industry to say, start measuring it fairly like every other environmental organization in the country and in the world does. If we could get them to do that, then it changes this whole conversation. And we don't look like we're someone that you want to support. We become someone you have to support because we actually deliver on the 2030 and 2050 greenhouse gas reduction laws.
Okay. Passionate again. I appreciate the presentation. I had a technical question for you because when I went down to talk to you with Rick Bologna, the conversation was about the mix and the viscosity of the mix and the stability of the mix, and the limitation on biodiesel in the short term is that the fuel has a temperature constraint before it becomes too thick to burn or to process. So how are we proceeding on that? Because ultimately, when you try to close the virtuous cycle, you want to get to 100% biodiesel within the mix, right?
Yeah, so for us to achieve carbon neutrality, we are going to have to get to that 100% blend at some time in the future. If we're gonna get to net zero carbon dioxide emissions, we have to be at 100%. And you are right that that the cold weather properties of biodiesel are different than traditional fossil fuels. The way that that's handled is through tank heating. Most tanks are in the basement, but you heard earlier testimony from a young man from J&A Waterville Oil in Naugatuck who said that he used a B100 at his house in Prospect. Prospect by no means is very representative of the temperatures in the state of Connecticut, and he made it work. So what any concerns about cold weather properties are being addressed through additives and through tank heating. It's not something we haven't dealt with in the past as an industry, but like you said, when you're talking about bacon grease that's now being turned into a heating fuel, then it needs a little different treatment, but it's not an obstacle whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, seeing no more questions. Thanks, Chris, for your testimony, and looking forward to working with you on this bill.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that concludes the list of everyone signed up to testify. So that concludes today's energy and technology public hearing. I want to thank everyone for participating, thank committee members for great questions and back and forth, and thank our clerk, Will, for running a very smooth first public hearing. Our next one, we're looking at March 2nd, Tuesday, March 2nd for the next energy and technology public hearing. So until then, be safe, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
David, take care.
See you, Charlie.